Chapter 73. Dad. Zhuxiaoyan took the initiative to greet him. Well, Nian, this is your Uncle Nan. Brother, this is my daughter, Zhuxiaoyan. You can call her Nian or... Hello, Uncle Nan. Zhuxiaoyan was reserved and shy, but at the same time she was gracious and obedient. Brother Zhua, I really envy you. Uncle Nan was stunned when he saw Zhuxiaoyan. When he saw Zhuxiaoduo, he was only envious of Zhuqianglu. Now, when he saw Zhuxiaoyan, he was not only envious but also jealous. Old Zhuo, why are you so lucky? Your son is already so outstanding. I didn't expect your daughter to be even more outstanding. That's not right. It's too hateful. I'm envious and jealous. Zhuxiaoduo stuck out his tongue angrily in the kitchen. When did you see Nian was excellent? Just a glance? Just a first impression? You are valuing girls over boys, okay? Don't you know that men and women are equal now? If you saw her lying on the sofa like she was paralyzed, would you still say that? Even better. Men are all pigs. Especially old men. Zhuqianglu and Uncle Nan sat down on the sofa. Zhuxiaoyan was very obedient. She made tea, poured tea, and served tea. That her dignified demeanor coupled with her shy, delicate, and lovable expression made her look picturesque and indescribably beautiful. Uncle Nan liked her more and more. He said, Nian, Uncle Nan just came here. I don't have anything good with me. Let me give you a bead as a gift. Ah. Then he took out a bead with a strange fragrance and said, This is the bead. If you ask me, you can take it now. With your current age, it is suitable for you to take this look-fixing bead. Look-fixing bead? It's an appearance-fixing pearl? Zhuxiaoyan's eyes lit up. The appearance-fixing pearl, as its name implied, was a treasure that could preserve one's youthful appearance. Legend had it that a single appearance-fixing pearl could allow the person who consumed it to maintain their youthful appearance for 10,000 years. In other words, it was immortality. To a woman, this was a divine medicine that could grant her immortality and eternal youth. Zhuxiaoyan almost subconsciously opened her mouth to swallow it, but she stopped when the beads were about to reach her mouth. After thinking for a while, she reluctantly handed the beads to Zhuqianglu. What? Zhuqianglu glared at him. Give it to Mom at night. She'll be the happiest if you give it to her, Zhuxiaoyan whispered. What do you mean? She'll be the happiest if I give it to her. Your mom doesn't need it, Zhuqianglu said with a straight face. Whatever your Uncle Nan gives you is yours. Hurry up and take it. Zhuxiaoyan thought for a long time, then took out a jade box and put it in. She said, I'll wait for 2 years. Before I take it. Uncle Nan laughed. Smart. Zhuxiaoyan was 19 years old. Although her body had developed much better than that of ordinary girls, her face was still a little immature. She was not at her best yet. A woman's best age was never 17 or 18 years old, but between 20 and 25 years old. Zhuxiaoyan's thoughts were simple. She knew when she would be the most beautiful. Therefore, she wanted to take this look-fixing pill at the best time to maintain her best appearance for the rest of her life. Hey, Little Bear Nan. Little Bear Nan is here. Wu Yuding came with a plate of fish. Little Bear Nan? Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan almost laughed out loud. They tried their best to hold back their laughter with all their might. They didn't expect Uncle Nan, who was as powerful as a god, to have such a funny name. However, when they thought of their parents' habit of giving people nicknames, they felt that the name was probably not real. The muscles on Uncle Nan's face twitched, and then he stood up respectfully. He stood straight and tall, and his head shook the ceiling of the chandelier. Hello, sister-in-law. Good. Sit down. You don't have to be so restrained in your own home. Wu Yuding smiled, put down the dishes and immediately turned back to the kitchen. Uncle Nan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. However, his voice was much lower than before. Brother Zhua's sister-in-law is getting more and more beautiful. Uncle Nan was complimenting him. He didn't know whether he was flattering his father or his mother. A moment later, a total of 12 dishes were placed on the table. The wine that had been warmed early was also served. The aroma filled the air. Uncle Nan insisted on waiting for Wu Yuding to eat together, so it was delayed until now. Brother, long time no see. Let's have a toast. Let's have another. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan sat down. The siblings looked at each other. Obviously, they felt that this meal was a little strange. The strangeness was too obvious. Every time Zhuqianglu and Wu Yuding proposed a toast, Uncle Nan couldn't help but stand up. What was this? Polite? But wasn't this too polite? Little Bear. Wu Yuding smiled and served the dishes. Sit down and talk. We're eating as a family. Why do you keep standing up? You're not tired, but I'm tired of watching. It's not easy for you to come. Let Xiao Duo and Xiao Nianji propose a toast to you. Uncle Nan's face suddenly became bitter. He murmured, toast to me? I'm already done. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian didn't understand what he meant. They stood up and proposed a toast. Uncle Nan, welcome. Let's toast to you. We hope you'll come often in the future. Okay. Uncle Nan raised his head and drank a glass of wine in one gulp. For a moment, his heart was like a yellow lotus. Come often. Only his grandson would come often. Wu Yuding smiled and ignored Uncle Nan's resistance. She filled his glass again. Little Nan, what do you think of my son and daughter? Good. Good. Really good. Uncle Nan hurriedly gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're so good at giving birth. It's wonderful. The flattery was so awkward that Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian almost laughed out loud. Wu Yuding sighed and said with a complicated expression, now I'm really depressed. The brother and sister have both embarked on the path of cultivation. Your brother Zhua and I are just two ordinary people. Now we don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. I don't know what cultivation method is best for them. Uncle Nan's expression eased at once, as if he was a criminal who had been hanged by the neck and heard that he was being pardoned. He said happily, I thought it was something serious. Isn't it just a better cultivation method? I have it here. Then he began to pull out 2 blood-red jade pendants from his space ring. After a long time, he took out 2 blood-red jade pendants and said, this Moon Sutra is very suitable for women to cultivate. I think the girl is beautiful and intelligent. Her talent is even better. She will be able to cultivate this cultivation method with twice the result with half the effort. What do you think, sister-in-law? Moon Sutra. Hearing this name, Zhou Xiaonian was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She was different from Zhou Xiaoduo. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was like a duck listening to the thunder fog. At most, he could feel that this cultivation method seemed to be good. However, Zhou Xiaonian knew very well that this Moon Sutra was a supreme cultivation method that had been lost for many years. It was said that a long time ago, there was a woman who succeeded in cultivating the Moon Sutra. She was invincible in the world. Later, she used this cultivation method as the foundation to build a world. It was said that the moon in the sky now was the world built by that woman. Of course, this was just a legend. However, the Moon Sutra was very powerful and amazing. It could be seen that it was amazing. Give this to me. Zhou Xiaonian took the blood-red jade pendant in disbelief and murmured, the foundation of my cultivation method now is the cultivation method of Kunlun Taoism. This doesn't conflict, right? Kunlun Taoism? Uncle Nan was relieved. He picked up his wine glass and gulped it down. Then he laughed and said without thinking, Kunlun Taoism is so spicy. Cough, cough, cough. What I mean is, the cultivation method of Kunlun Taoism is actually not bad. However, it is still inferior to the Moon Sutra. Anyway, there won't be any conflict. Halfway through his words, he saw Wu Yuding's faint smile. Uncle Nan immediately became elegant again. However, the word elegant really didn't match his physique. It didn't match at all. As for the other one, give it to our son. Sai, when I was building my foundation, I didn't find a suitable cultivation method. As a result, my foundation was damaged and I didn't have the capital to cultivate this Flaming Sun Sutra. It has been in my hands for many years and I have no use for it. Now that I have finally met my nephew, I am very happy, Uncle Nan said. Unlike the famous Moon Sutra, Zhou Xiaonian had never heard of the Flaming Sun Sutra. However, she guessed that it should be at the same level as the Moon Sutra. You two keep it first. Uncle Nan said, your parents are. Ahem, they are ordinary people. I will stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow or the day after, I will impart the cultivation method to you too. You will be fine once you digest it. Thank you, Uncle Nan. The siblings hurriedly thanked him. This cultivation method couldn't be done by ordinary people unless they had a very close relationship, such as master and disciple, father and son, etc. The siblings looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. This Uncle Nan was actually a master? Dad and Mom are ordinary people. How could they have a master as a friend? And this master was clearly very respectful to Dad and Mom. This was a bit unbelievable. Wu Yuding said with a smile, we haven't seen each other for many years. Little Bear has traveled extensively and made a lot of money. No. I'm just trying to make a living. How could I enter your eyes? Sister-in-law, please. This little brother will toast you. Wu Yuding drank the wine and said, there is something that really gives me a headache. Uncle Nan was suddenly a little restless. His face was a little pale. He said, what is it that can give you a headache? Wu Yuding sighed and said, Isn't it because of our children's debt that we can't repay? Now that our son and daughter are both practicing martial arts, the school fees and star soul stones are still fine, but I heard that cultivators also need high-quality materials to forge weapons. Our family doesn't have any connections in this area. Uncle Nan sighed and said, "Hey, what kind of problem is this? It is hard to say if they want weapons." "I'm not talking about weapons. I'm talking about materials." Wu Yuding said, "These two children are still far from being finalized. It is still too early to talk about life weapons. Now it is better to prepare good materials. Don't you think so, little Nan?" Uncle Nan's face twitched as he said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. When I leave, I'll leave them with enough 1,000 fantasy gold so that they can refine it themselves. What do you think?" Wu Yuding covered her mouth and said in surprise, 10 tons? How can we use so much? Little bear, you are too kind. These two brats are really lucky. All the recommendation votes? Brothers are too kind. I'm really lucky. Chapter 74. 10 tons? Uncle Nan's hand, which was holding the wine, froze in mid-air. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His broad face became even more snow-white, deathly pale. 10 tons? I'm very puzzled. Sister-in-law, from what I said, where did you hear the words 10 tons from? Where did that come from? But he really didn't dare to say it out loud. In the end, he could only turn his neck stiffly to look at Jianghu. Your wife is already like this. Are you just going to watch and not do anything about it? Jianghu looked at Wu Yuding sternly and frowned. This is too inappropriate. You asked for 15 tons. Where is Xiaonan going to get the money? What if Xiaonan refuses? How embarrassing will that be? Uncle Nan's face turned ashen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the table full of food and wine, he suddenly felt that the food was tasteless. He had completely lost his appetite. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come for this meal. It turned out that the rumors were true. No one could make Jianghu treat them to a meal. Once they were treated, they would have to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. They would be squeezed dry. The table was silent for a moment. After a while, Jianghu said slowly, "Xiaonan brother, don't be embarrassed. Brothers will take care of everything for you. Your sister-in-law doesn't know her manners. She asked for an exorbitant price and offended you. Please don't take it to heart." Uncle Nan's face turned even paler. He stared at the wine glass and said in a sobbing tone, "Brothers, well, what are you saying? A little 1,000 fantasy gold is nothing. How can you be embarrassed? It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. It's just a drizzle." Yes, a drizzle. Xiaonan and Xiaoduo were still young and inexperienced. They didn't know what 1,000 fantasy gold was, so they just listened and watched curiously. Uncle Nan took out a space ring and said with a pleading tone, "Sister-in-law, I only have 8 tons. Please keep it. The next time I come, I'll bring you the rest. What do you think?" "Only tons?" Wu Yuding smiled and said, "I was just joking. Look at you, you took it seriously. Take it back, take it back. What are you doing? You're a guest from afar. It's a big favor. You're making me feel like I'm blackmailing you. This is too embarrassing." With lightning speed, Uncle Nan took out another space ring and said, "Actually, the 1,000 illusion gold is too soft, and its appearance is too singular. I have 8 tons of heavenly witchcraft copper here. The two can be mixed and used to forge weapons. It's a perfect combination." Wu Yuding smiled faintly and lowered her head to pick up the food. "I'll use the heavenly witchcraft copper to pay." Uncle Nan said, "Pay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3? A ton of 1,000 fantasy gold?" Jianghu waved his hand impatiently and said, "We're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Can't 8 tons make up for 1 ton? You can't go overboard. Come, let's drink." Uncle Nan nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, 1 ton." Wu Yuding smiled gently and said, "Your brother's temper is getting worse and worse. He scolds me every day. I'm scared of him. My status in this family is getting lower and lower. Not many people take my words seriously. I'm so weak." Uncle Nan's forehead was covered in sweat. He laughed dryly and didn't know what to say. Wu Yuding stretched out her hand and took the 2 space rings. She said faintly, "I'm just an ordinary person with no cultivation. What can I see? Just let your brothers take a look. Don't give him too much." Uncle Nan grinned and his whole body stiffened. Jianghu took the rings and looked at them. He said, "There are some astral souls jade in here. Hurry up and take them out. Isn't this a lot? It's not appropriate." "No need. It's a piece of cake for my nephew and niece to cultivate. Uncle Nan laughed dryly. Then I'll accept it. You two brats, why aren't you toasting your Uncle Nan? Jianghu said seriously. Little Nian Xiaoduo, hurry up and thank your Uncle Nan. Your Uncle Nan is very powerful. The entire South is his world. He's one of the richest people in the Jianghu Empire. Uncle Nan is generous and doesn't care about these things. If it were our family, we wouldn't be able to afford them even if we bought iron pots. Uncle Nan's but seemed to be nailed. He twisted and turned and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Little Nan, eat, eat. Thank you, sister-in-law. Little Nan, is sister-in-law's food good? It's good, it's delicious. Do you still want to eat? No. No, I mean, I want to eat it every day. Oh, then stay for a few more days this time. I'll cook for you every day. It's no trouble. It's okay. Uncle Nan's face turned serious. He said apologetically, Brothers was sister-in-law, I'm a few years old. I actually forgot something important. I'm afraid I'll have to leave tomorrow morning. I'm really sorry. My memory is getting more and more useless. Wu Yuding was stunned. But your niece and nephew haven't learned the cultivation method yet. I'll settle it for them tonight. Uncle Nan laughed heartily. It's a small matter. You're leaving tomorrow? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little anxious. He stood up immediately. Uncle Nan, you must stay for a few more days. Also, I have something to talk to you about. It was rare for such a master to come, and he was a friend of his parents. Could he solve the problem of Nian Yan's cat while he was at it? How could that be? Uncle Nan wiped his sweat. Xiaoduo. Uncle Nan really has something to do. Next time. But Zhou Xiaoduo was anxious. He frowned and thought about how to phrase it. How should he say it? Wu Yuding said apologetically, How could you say that? I'm really sorry for making you spend so much money and work so hard. If you really leave in such a hurry, what about the money you brought with you to pay for the Astral Soul Stone? I'm sure you won't be able to pay it tomorrow morning. Then I'll owe you. It's not appropriate. Besides, Xiaoduo is so reluctant to leave you. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Uncle Nan laughed. We're brothers. Brothers Wu and I have no relationship. It's a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Well, we can only wait until the next time you deliver the goods. Then we'll settle the debt together. At that time I'll personally cook for you and treat you well. Wu Yuding looked very regretful. My memory is so bad. How could I forget such an important matter? Uncle Nan said seriously, From July onwards I'll go to the Wu people's mainland to buy some goods. This trip will take at least 2 or 3, 4 or 5 years. Maybe 8 or 9 years. Next time let Dongfang come again. Dongfang, haha, you're more familiar with each other. Dongfang will also bring the rest of the 1,000 fantasy gold. Uncle Nan said and laughed. His face actually softened a lot. Dongfang, don't blame me for not being loyal. You offended me in the past. After that, there was really nothing else. Uncle Nan and Zhuchanglu raised their glasses and drank together. The atmosphere returned to its original harmony. Finally, both the host and the guest were happy. Both the host and the guest were happy. Xiaonan, I'll have to trouble you tonight. Do you want to do it in the living room or on the balcony? Is there any risk in doing this? Wu Yuding asked. What risk? The living room is fine. Uncle Nan said heartily, I'll be done here in the time it takes sister-in-law and brothers Wu to drink tea. Okay. Uncle Nan. Zhou Xiaoduo struggled. I really have something to tell you. Cut the crap. Let's talk after you've finished. Uncle Nan forced Zhou Xiaoduo into a pose in no time. Holding the jade slip in his hand, he ignored Zhou Xiaoduo's struggle and slapped Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo fainted and Uncle Nan began to do it savagely. Are you kidding me? Do you still have something to say? If you still have something to say, I'll just walk away naked. 2 hours later. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo fainted at the same time. The 2 jade slips had already turned into powder. Uncle Nan was sweating profusely. After thinking for a while, he stole a glance at Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding. You seem to want more. So he bent down and patted Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo on the shoulder. Then he stood up. Brothers Wu, sister-in-law, I didn't disappoint you. The transfer is complete. Thank you for your hard work. Drink some water. Wu Yuding smiled. No. Uncle Nan refused again and again. Brothers Wu, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. I won't come to say goodbye to you tomorrow morning. How can that be? It's already past midnight. You have to stay at home for the night. No. Uncle Nan refused again and again. I really have something important to do. Really, brother, sister-in-law, I'm leaving. Don't send me off. Ha ha, don't be so polite. With a hearty laugh, Uncle Nan finally left. That night, the guards of Phoenix City felt like they had seen an alien. Hey, did you know? Around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I think I saw a 100-meter-long heavy truck flying in the sky. It was flying very fast. Are you fucking drunk? A 100-meter-long heavy truck flying in the sky? And very fast? It's true, I swear. I really saw it. Fuck you. Are you confused by your fever? It's true, I can swear that I really saw it. There was a person under the truck. It seemed like that person was carrying the truck and flying in the sky. Hitue. Fuck off, only an idiot would believe you. That's hilarious. How deranged must this person be to see a person carrying a 100-meter-long truck flying in the sky, and flying at an extremely fast speed? Youngsters nowadays don't even use their brains to make up lies. Zwo family. Xiaonan was really scared this time. If he wanted to drive away, he should have waited until dawn. He actually carried the truck and ran away in the middle of the night. You really scared him this time. Am I the one who scared him, or are you the one who scared him? That night, a big case happened in Phoenix City. The case was so big that it was shocking. The whole Phoenix City was shaken. The Azure Dragon gang that had been controlling the underground forces of Phoenix City was uprooted in one night. The gang leader, Zheng Daqian, and his 4 Vajra's 8 protectors, more than 10 branch leaders, and all the gang members in the headquarters were killed. The total number of people had reached a horrifying 400. Basically, all the higher-ups of the Azure Dragon gang were killed in one fell swoop. Early in the morning, the whole Phoenix City was talking about it. The city guard's mansion, the governor's mansion, the inspection bureau, Star Shield, everyone was busy. More than 700 martial artists were killed. In just a few days, the army destroyer incident happened in the day, and at night, another big gang was wiped out. The time interval was too short, too dense. Governor Wan Pingyuan felt that his head was about to explode. 3 days. More than 1,000 martial artists died in 3 days. This was a huge incident. The second high school had just started, and all their efforts were put in there. Especially the Azure Dragon gang. Who did they offend? This was too fucking neat. I know what you are thinking. Uncle Nan stayed and everything was solved. Xiao Nian's crisis was over. Am I right? But then what am I going to write? Am I right? I won't write this kind of plot for the time being. I racked my brains to come up with this plot. Should I give you a recommendation? This chapter has 3,500 words. Is it sincere enough? Bosses reward the newbie writer. Chapter 75. Zhuo Xiaoduo also had a headache. Although it didn't matter to him how many people died, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But he really did have a headache. When he opened his eyes in the morning, the first thing he felt was a swelling pain in his head. The entire contents of the Flaming Sun scripture, no matter how big or small, were all packed up and poured into Uncle Nan's head. When he received the enlightenment, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt lucky that his head didn't explode. But Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately endured the pain and rushed out. Where's Uncle Nan? He left. He left in the middle of the night. Wu Yuding said lightly. Nan Xiaoxiong's task was completed. Why would he stay? Left? Zhuo Xiaoduo was annoyed. Why did he leave? Is something the matter? Nothing. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something. He came over and said, Mom, if Uncle Nan is such a master, then you and Dad must be awesome too, right? After all, birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together? Wu Yuding hit Zhuo Xiaoduo on the head with a spoon. She said angrily, How can you say that? Then she said, When your dad and I were young, we went out to travel. At that time we met your Uncle Nan. Because of a coincidence, we saved his life several times. But our cultivation. Wu Yuding sighed. Your dad and I really don't have it. There was a faint helplessness in her eyes. Seeing how hard her son and daughter cultivated every day, how could she not help if she could? But now she really couldn't help at all. Mom, don't be sad. So what if we don't have cultivation? Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that his mother was a little sad. He hurriedly hugged her and said, Nian Nian and I will be filial to you too. We will definitely let you and Dad live comfortably. Live 100 years. Yes, 1,000 years. 100 years and 1,000 years? Wu Yuding laughed. Go brush your teeth. Your mouth is full of smell. Zhuo Xiaoduo brushed his teeth as he read the Flaming Sun Sutra. Originally, the Flaming Sun scripture only had a few thousand words, but Uncle Nan had also imparted the insights of many predecessors into it. One had to know that this cultivation method was abnormally profound. It was divided into many levels and stages, and each stage contained the personal insights of many people, which were all imparted to him. So much so that in Zhuxiaoduo's ears, it was no different from hundreds or thousands of people quarreling inside. They quarreled until their heads were heavy and their feet were light. Flaming Sun Sutra Part 1. Flaming Sun. There were comments below. First of all, what kind of fucking lousy cultivation technique is this? Even if I practice it until my chicken is bigger than my head, I still can't feel what it says about entering the great sun and shining in all directions. What kind of feeling is this? I also can't feel the so-called dantian red as the sun, blood like magma entry feeling. I feel some kind of high emotion every day so hard that it's about to explode. I've been in the brothel for 3 months. What the fuck, now all the brothel girls want to serve me for free. Is this a secret technique that specializes in practicing the lower 3 paths? Second of all, I feel like I've been cheated. I've been fucking cultivating for a year, and now I'm working in a brothel. I've become a top hostess and the most popular one at that. The customers here are really rich. Third of all, it's really not easy. I finally reached the entry level. Just yesterday the iron pot used to cook at home was melted by my sun fire. It's a piece of cake, no difficulty at all. Fourth of all, I'm so envious. Fifth of all, I'm envious +1 a series of following comments. I'm envious +1 I'm envious +2 I am envious I'm envious +10086 A certain comment. Senior on the second comment, please tell me about your experience. I'm also in the service industry now. Zhuxiaoduo was dumbfounded. This is the Flaming Sun Sutra? This can't be the truth of this sutra, right? Zhuxiaoduo doubted his life. Could it be that I've been cheated by Uncle Nan? Zhuxiaoduo hurriedly checked the circulation route of the spiritual energy in his body. As expected, he found that the established route had been completely changed. The original circulation route had been completely changed. At this moment, although he didn't deliberately circulate his spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in this route was already flowing and circulating on its own. After a moment of inner inspection, Zhuxiaoduo was shocked to find that as the spiritual energy continued to circulate, the fire of the astral souls in his dantian was in a state of vitality and was burning fiercely. As a result, the large amount of energy stored in his meridians, flesh, and bones due to drinking a lot of spiritual liquid was being drawn out bit by bit along with the new circulation route of the spiritual energy. It was being refined and filled with the fire of the astral souls. Zhuxiaoduo was shocked. He silently circulated the spiritual energy in his body to the palm of his hand. Immediately, a wave of heat surged, scorching and threatening. He could faintly feel that the heat in his dantian was rising and the blood in his body was surging like magma. Is this the so-called dantian red sun, blood like magma? Zhuxiaoduo was a little complacent. I'm really a genius. So many people have cultivated for a year or two without making much progress, but I've reached the beginner stage in just one night. Moreover, I've automatically cultivated to the beginner stage without even knowing it. If this isn't a cultivation genius, then what is? The so-called, it's lonely at the top, is probably nothing more than this. A feeling of being an expert arose spontaneously. He didn't know that Uncle Nan had worked himself half to death last night in order to complete the infusion. And Uncle Nan's level of cultivation was far beyond Zhuxiaoduo's knowledge. Uncle Nan's level of cultivation was even beyond Zhuxiaoyan's knowledge. This was a little scary. Zhuxiaoyan's strength was not weak, at least not in Phoenix City. But to be able to surpass her knowledge, the level of strength was unfathomable. And to be able to make an expert like him half to death, one could imagine how high the consumption was. However, Uncle Nan shouldn't have been so tired. It should have been easier to work over a few days. But he didn't want to stay for a second longer. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his ancestral grave would be dug up. And Zhuxiaoyan and Zhuxiaoduo would also benefit from this. It would definitely benefit them for the rest of their lives. From the looks of it, there are 2 ways to cultivate the Flaming Sun scripture. One is to absorb the power of the sun's true fire to strengthen one's foundation. The other is to transform the power of the astral souls into the power of the true fire to strengthen one's cultivation. Zhuxiaoduo was relieved. He didn't lack resources now. It would be enough for him to use for a while. Just when he thought about the new cultivation method, Zhuxiaoyan leisurely floated in. Dog, did you have any problems with cultivating the Flaming Sun scripture? No problems. I've officially started it. It's going very smoothly. Zuo Duo puffed out his chest and said with a nonchalant attitude. He was showing off. Tiske. Zuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Do you think Uncle Nan's enlightenment is just to pass on the cultivation method to us? The insights of the predecessors are secondary. The most important thing is to help us start it. It saves us from the initial exploration. It would be strange if you didn't start it. Is that so? Zuo Xiaoduo's face didn't turn red. Nian Mao, I feel that I can defeat you soon. The kind that will make you unable to get out of bed. Zuo Xiaoyan snorted disdainfully. She opened her cherry mouth and a white mist appeared. Zuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt the temperature in the room drop by 40 to 50 degrees. He couldn't help but shiver. What's this? This is the moon scripture. Zuo Xiaoyan said reservedly. What I'm using now is just a little bit of power. You can use your flaming sun scripture to attack me and experience your own progress. Zuo Xiaoduo was shivering from the cold. Queen, I beg you, please retract your divine art. Zuo Xiaoyan dispelled the yin energy and went to make breakfast. Zuo Xiaoduo felt a little relieved. Looking at Nian Mao's face, it seemed that the death energy had been driven away a little, although it was still covered by dark clouds. But it seemed to have been reduced a little? It could be reduced? Zuo Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted. As he continued to explore this new cultivation art, he increasingly felt that this flaming sun scripture was truly wondrous. After a while, Wu Yuding also got up. She made breakfast with Zuo Xiaoyan and asked casually, "Oh right, I forgot to ask you too. What kind of weapon do you want to use in the future?" Nian Mao can now choose a life weapon. As for Duo, although there's still time, you have to think about it. Remember to think about it when you're free. What do you mean by think about? Literally. Wu Yuding said, I heard that a martial artist at your level doesn't deserve a weapon. Zuo Xiaoduo tilted his head and his cheeks twitched. He had a toothache and muttered, then I'll have to think about it carefully. I want to use a sword. Zuo Xiaoyan said, Master has always asked me to use a short sword to fight the enemy, but I want to use a long sword. A long sword or a short sword is not a problem. Think about the style and ask your father to make one for you. How about a long sword or a short sword? Your Uncle Nan sent so many materials. It's not a problem to make a few swords for you. Okay. What about you? Mom, you just asked me to think about it. How can I think about it in such a short time? Zuo Xiaoduo's mind was rolling. Finally, he had an inexplicable feeling. Among the people who attacked Qin Fangyang, the one who used 2 sledgehammers seemed to be very powerful. He asked tentatively, how about I use a hammer? What? Hammer? Hearing this, the mother and daughter's eyes widened. Before the update, I found that I missed a part. Although you didn't see it, I still refined it. So please recommend me. Chapter 76. Ahem. Mom, Xiaoduo can't use weapons now. Let him think about it. There's no need to rush. Zuo Xiaoyan pictured Zuo Xiaoduo waving 2 sledgehammers in her mind. She couldn't look at it directly. It was like a lobster dancing with sledgehammers. So she tried to persuade him tactfully. Then I'll think about it. Think about it more. Zuo Xiaoduo followed her advice. Her cell phone vibrated. Zuo Xiaoyan took it out and looked at it. Her face suddenly changed. She said, Mom, I won't eat. I have something to do. I have to go. As she spoke, she hurriedly ran into her room and changed into a set of clothes in an instant. She was wearing a white shirt and a white skirt. Then, she shot out of the window and made a turn in the air before disappearing into the sky. Cell phone. Yes, cell phone. Zuo Xiaoduo remembered that he hadn't checked his cell phone for a long time. He vaguely remembered that the last message was from Lu Jianxing. He took it out and looked at it. He muttered to himself, Damn, I didn't expect that the guy I beat up had a gang background. So powerful. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. The Azure Dragon Gang, the biggest gang in the local area. I don't know if they will come to stop me again in the future. Zuo Xiaoduo was worried. At this time, there was still a long time before school started, but number 2 high school was already on guard. Could be said that they were on guard in all directions. Especially at the school gate, there were several people in robes standing with their hands behind their backs and eyes like eagles. A little distance away, there were teams of soldiers patrolling from time to time. The students who arrived at school were only allowed to enter but not leave. Zuo Xiaoduo went all the way to school. At first glance, he was shocked by the strict posture. Was it because of the gang who attacked the principal and teacher Qin yesterday? Under the gaze of countless masters, Zuo Xiaoduo hurriedly entered the school with his tail between his legs. Even after he successfully entered the school, he was still a little scared and shuddered. As soon as they entered, they saw 10 big men with pale faces hugging trees on one side of the sports field. Well, to be more precise, they were shackled to the trees with handcuffs and shackles. Judging from the state of these people, it was estimated that these 10 brothers had been shackled for the whole night. It was none other than the 10 that had stopped him. These people were separated from each other by quite a distance. In front of each of them, there was one person interrogating them and another person taking notes. Then, there was another person standing to the side with his hands behind his back and a dark face. It was unknown when he would pull out his gun and shout, "You're lying. I'll kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud roar came from the other side. "You're lying. I'll kill you." And so on and so forth. It was basically the same sentence, rising and falling one after another in an endless stream. The 10 people who had exhausted their physical strength to the limit and were also mentally exhausted were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale. "Your companions have already confessed. Now you're the only one left. Try being stubborn again." Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would cause such a huge commotion just to kidnap a student. More than 2,000 masters had been mobilized, right? What kind of family's child were they trying to kidnap? Could it be the son of some feudal official? This was like poking a hornet's nest. Wuxia Duo just stood at the side and watched curiously. Then someone came over. "Student, you're not allowed to watch here. Please leave immediately." Oh. Wuxia Duo was unusually obedient. He turned around and left without stopping. If he didn't want to watch, then so be it. He didn't want to watch. After taking a few steps, he found Li Qinglong watching the commotion from afar. "What's going on?" Wuxia Duo walked over and asked. "What's going on? This is too big." Li Qinglong's face was pale. He was obviously frightened, but there was also a sense of schadenfreude. First, it said that the principal was assassinated yesterday. Wuxia Duo nodded. "I know about it. I saw it with my own eyes." Second, it said that the principal's assassination has a lot of implications. There are spies from the UMNO alliance in the school. They're investigating it. Li Qinglong was indeed well informed. "I also thought of this." Third, the Azure Dragon gang was destroyed. Everyone in the gang was killed. Little Fatty's face was pale. He was gloating. The Azure Dragon gang was destroyed? This time Wuxia Duo was shocked. "Yeah." Li Qinglong looked around and whispered in Wuxia Duo's ear, "Do you remember Zheng Dei?" "Proud? Who's that?" Wuxia Duo was confused. "That day when you went to class 1, other than Qing Fangji, he scolded the most and his mouth was the dirtiest. When he fought, he was especially ruthless. Don't you remember? He's always been the most arrogant in the school. He's always surrounded by more than a dozen people." Li Qinglong was stunned. Wuxia Duo beat people up these 2 days. Qing Fangji and Zheng Dei were the most ruthless. In the end, he said he didn't know. Little Fatty felt a little confused. "That's him? What's wrong?" Wuxia Duo remembered. "What's wrong?" Li Qinglong snorted and said, "This guy is the young leader of the Azure Dragon gang. Do you see the 10 people under the tree? They're from the Azure Dragon gang." Wuxia Duo was shocked. "These 10 people wanted to catch me yesterday afternoon, but they were caught by teacher Lu Jianxing. So many things happened. These 10 people are still alive. We should really thank teacher Lu Jianxing and the others." Little Fatty sighed. "Otherwise, if they were in the Azure Dragon gang last night, they would probably be buried by now." The entire Azure Dragon gang, from top to bottom, died collectively. Now the remaining people of the Azure Dragon gang are in our school. Well, it's these 10 people and their young leader Zheng Dei. Little Fatty looked melancholy. "Zheng Dei, this guy from now on, can take a family photo alone. 2 fucking buns are enough to fill the whole family." Little Fatty seemed to be sighing, but no matter how Wuxia Duo listened, he could feel that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. As they were talking, Qin Fangyang came. His face was still a little pale. Yesterday afternoon he immediately rushed back to catch Mu Yunfeng, but Mu Yunfeng had disappeared when he came back. This made Qin Fangyang unhappy until now. When he saw Wuxia Duo at a glance, he immediately walked over. "Why are you so late? Hurry up and come with me." Qin Fangyang walked in front in a hurry. At first glance he looked normal, but Wuxia Duo heard a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Remember, you didn't make a move yesterday. You don't know anything." Wuxia Duo's heart suddenly trembled, but his face still remained calm. He was just like how he usually was. He followed Qin Fangyang all the way into the principal's office. He saw that the huge office was already full of people. At a glance, there were at least 17 or 18 people in the room. It was full and crowded, almost squeezed into an egg. At this moment, the person sitting in the middle was not the principal of number 2 high school, Li Changjiang, but a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with a smile on his face. This person's body was slightly fat, but his eyes were particularly clear and sharp. The hair on his head was not thick and he looked like he was balding. One side of his hair was pulled over to cover his shiny scalp. In addition to this person, the more conspicuous ones were the 2 officers sitting next to him. The white battle robes they wore were different from the rest, and the military badges they wore were even more dazzling and pleasing to the eye. Zuo looked around and found that Li Changjiang was sitting at a seat closer to the side. There was only a small stool under his butt, and he looked at the door from time to time. Director Jiang, Zuo is here. Qin Fangyang brought Zuo in and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zuo knew what he meant. Needless to say, this room was full of high-ranking officials. Their administrative level was at least higher than Li Changjiang, the principal. Much higher, much higher. Hello, leaders. Hello, officers. Hello, principal teachers. Hello, uncles who I don't know how to address. Anyway, hello, everyone. Zuo's mouth was instantly as sweet as honey. His small face was white and rosy, obedient, sensible, and smart. His eyes were innocent, immature, and filled with curiosity and liveliness. What an honest, obedient, cute, sensible, and sweet-tongued young man. Many people in the room had similar praises in their hearts. Qin Fangyang subconsciously turned his head away. Li Changjiang also lowered his head and coughed softly. Looking at this piece of meat that could not be cooked, smashed, cut, or chewed was actually trying to act cute here, the 2 of them felt that they could not look straight at him. This child is not bad, very polite. The middle-aged man in the middle smiled and praised him. Because of the practice of martial arts from a young age, as long as the child has a little foundation, all of them want to have their nostrils pointed to the sky. Such a sensible and polite child is really rare. Li Changjiang's throat itched. He thought to himself, you probably haven't seen Zuo's true manners yet. He coughed and said, Zuo, this is Director Jiang of Star Shield. He asks you a question you have to answer truthfully, understand? Zuo nodded even more obediently and replied, yes, Principal. Hello, Director Jiang. Director Jiang said pleasantly, you're Zuo? Well, aren't you afraid of me? Zuo's blushing face was full of smiles. Director Jiang, what's there to be afraid of? If Principal Li hadn't said that you were the director, you wouldn't look like one at all. You look so kind, no different from the uncle in the park. You must be a good leader who specializes in doing good things for the people. It would be abnormal if I was afraid of you, right? When I first saw you, I only felt close to you. Where did fear come from? Director Jiang laughed loudly. Haha, little guy, you're not bad. Zuo giggled and scratched his head in an honest and cute manner. He looked embarrassed by the sudden praise. Qin Fangyang's face turned red. He who was always calm could no longer stay calm. Zuo, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Just treat it as a casual chat. Director Jiang said pleasantly. I know, let's chat. Let me ask you. Director Jiang's face suddenly changed. He slammed the table with a bang. From his previous gentle and charming manner, he suddenly became vigorous and resolute. His voice was like thunder, shaking people's souls and making them lose their minds. Why did you go to Class 1 to cause trouble? What's your purpose? What do you know? Speak. With this anger, all the hair on the top of his head suddenly floated to one side, revealing his shiny scalp. Zuo jumped in fright because the scalp could actually reflect his own face. Suddenly he had an idea. If he raised his head, wouldn't he be able to see his own but from the back of his head? Ordinary people didn't have this ability. It's about to be published. Brothers from all over the world, please support the official paid reading. Well, as usual, please recommend it. Chapter 77. Mom. Zuo sat on the ground, his face pale. He stuttered, I want to pee. He slammed the table. Zuo's face was pale and his body was trembling. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. Qin Fangyang grinned and his face twitched. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Tell me the truth. A dozen pairs of cold eyes suddenly shone on Qin Fangyang like searchlights. Qin Fangyang's expression remained unchanged and he took half a step back. Zhou Xiaoduo looked like he had just recovered from the shock. It's like this. They hit my classmate, so I wanted to hit them back. Speaking of this, he seemed to slowly regain his consciousness. He suddenly shouted, even if I couldn't beat them, I would at most be beaten up by them. No one can beat my classmate for no reason. This is too much. Even if it's for revenge, once is enough. Why did you go a second time? Chief Jiang's eyes were like lightning. Did you discover something? What did I discover? Zhou Xiaoduo was at a loss. Yes, I hate them when I see them. I realized that they are ugly, so I wanted to beat them up a few more times. If it wasn't for teacher who's pleading, I wanted to continue until I don't hate them anymore. Then why did you go against teacher Mu when you went in? I didn't go against teacher, absolutely not. Who spread this rumor about me? This is slander and nonsense. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little anxious in his heart. This matter seems to have gotten out of hand. Is he really going to punish me? I did whatever teacher Mu said. She told me not to cause trouble, so I went out. How could I dare to go against teacher? I went after class and went back before class. I definitely didn't delay teacher's teaching. Then why did you still go after class in the next morning? Why did you do that? I didn't vent my anger enough. I still don't like them. I hate them everywhere. So I continued to beat them up. Zhou Xiaoduo stomped on the ground with the tips of his toes. Yes, I was too impulsive. I was too caught up in the moment. Teacher, I was wrong. I destroyed the atmosphere of unity on campus, affected the camaraderie between fellow students, and hindered the order of teaching. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head, and his voice became more and more passionate. But I, at the beginning, was really only hot-blooded and full of loyalty. What I did was right to the heavens, to the earth, and to my conscience. I didn't let down my country, I didn't let down my people, I didn't let down the astral souls, and I didn't let down the tens of millions of years of glorious cultural heritage on the mainland. Silence filled the room. Even Chief Jiang was dumbfounded. What did I just ask? What was his answer? What the hell was going on? This was completely irrelevant, wasn't it? I'm asking, did you find anything? Chief Jiang had a headache. Discover what? Zhou Xiaoduo was startled. What can you discover? Oh, that Qing Fangji has a scar on his face? The officials in the room once again felt a wave of helplessness. Chief Jiang skillfully shook his head, and the hair that had deviated from its fixed position was flung back to cover his scalp. He sighed. Zhou Xiaoduo, you can go back to class. Qin Fangyang left with Zhou Xiaoduo. What did the clear heart mirror say? Chief Jiang asked. It didn't lie. Every word was the truth. It came from the heart. Another middle-aged man, who had his head lowered, replied affirmatively. What a pity. Chief Jiang looked disappointed. I thought he was a perception-type genius who could detect the Umno Alliance's spies with his senses. Sigh. Li Changjiang lowered his head and his eyes rolled quietly. A perception-type genius? He remembered one thing. The evaluation of Zhou Xiaoduo's heterodox devil heart. His extraordinary mind was completely unaffected by the illusion. However, he forcefully suppressed it right away. Now, the whole school was almost under the Umno Alliance. He really didn't know who to trust. Royan was right. Let nature take its course. Don't harm the child because of a moment of impulse. At the end of the day, Zhou Xiaoduo was still a teenager. Chief Jiang said lightly, Mu Yunfeng left the school after school yesterday afternoon, and we lost track of him since then. It has been confirmed that all 50 students in the first class have been affected by the army obliteration charm. These 50 students are the elite students of the entire second high school. Chief Jiang's expression was indignant and melancholy. Chief Sun, such a big mistake has occurred. What kind of inaction and dereliction of duty is the Martial Arts Educational Bureau? A middle-aged man stood up, his face full of sweat. This will cause a huge uproar in society. Most of the children who can enter the elite class have good family backgrounds, and they are influential in Phoenix City. List the 9th batch of students who have graduated from Mu Yunfeng's teaching immediately and hand over their scores to Star Shield. Everyone has to undergo the Crystal Pass test. Suspend all the duties and missions of these people. Yes. Isolate those 50 students temporarily to confirm the situation. Why don't we send them directly to the Crystal Pass? Another officer asked with a frown. There must be a spy among the students. Chief Jiang said indifferently, if we can't find this person, we can only isolate them forever. Yes. Also, Vice Principal Gao Yi of Second High School. Chief Jiang said, He was the one who introduced Mu Yunfeng to the school to teach, right? Who else did he introduce? Investigate all of them, including the classes he has taught and the students he has taught. Those who have graduated are also included. Li Changjiang stood up in shock. Chief Jiang, the scope of this incident is too big. If this is really the case, it could easily implicate tens of thousands of people. We still have to handle it carefully. Chief Jiang's gaze was as sharp as a needle. Handle it carefully? What if something goes wrong? Principal Li, can you bear the responsibility? Li Changjiang's face turned pale and he kept quiet. How many students had graduated from second high school over the years? Many of them already held important positions in the army, and some held positions in politics and education. There were people from all walks of life. If Li Changjiang had to take responsibility for anything that went wrong in any of the positions, Li Changjiang felt that it would be better for him to hang himself as soon as possible, with so many people who could guarantee that nothing would happen to any of them. What a joke. There was a sound at the door. The tall and thin vice principal Gao was brought in. Qin Fangyang brought Zhou Xiaoduo out of the office, but he did not send him to the classroom. Instead, he brought him back to his own teacher's office. Sit down. Teacher, don't you need to go back for another meeting? Zhou Xiaoduo was curious. His position is too high. What can I do? Qin Fangyang took a breath. Besides, I don't want to deal with this group of people. Qin Fangyang frowned as if he was thinking about something. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously. After a long time, he said slowly, Zhou Xiaoduo, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Teacher, please tell me. As long as I can help you, I will do my best without hesitation. I just want you to help me read my fortune. Qin Fangyang raised his head. His eyes were filled with indescribable exhaustion and desolation. I want to know my fate in marriage. Fate in marriage? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Teacher Qin's request was not a surprise or a shock, but a horror. Zhou Xiaoduo was still in shock. Qin Fangyang's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Li Changjiang. Bring Zhou Xiaoduo to me later. Qin Fangyang put down his phone quietly. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Teacher Qin, I wonder if you... Zhou Xiaoduo was cautious. He felt that Qin Fangyang was a little strange today. It seemed that he was not in his right mind. Zhou Xiaoduo had only been promoted to the warrior class for a few days. Strictly speaking, he was not familiar with Qin Fangyang. Due to his dignity as a teacher, he had never seriously looked at Qin Fangyang's face. How could a student stare at a teacher's face without blinking? Zhou Xiaoduo would occasionally sweep a glance, but at most he would check if the other party was filled with black qi or if a calamity was about to befall him. If there was no danger, then it was fine. Teacher Qin, are you serious? I'm serious. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, These days I've been feeling uneasy. I keep feeling that I'm going to lose something forever. Especially after I got injured, my senses have become sharper. I remember what you said before. If I didn't have a calamity, would I? Qin Fangyang did not continue. He turned around and sat upright. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him seriously for a while and murmured, Teacher Qin, your face. I don't know what to say. As the saying goes, I'm a man of iron. Just say it. Qin Fangyang said. You're asking about fate, but you're separated. Probably because you're alone and can't find a companion. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were rather reserved. Based on Qin Fangyang's physiognomy, his marriage affinity wasn't just bad, it was extremely bad. Qin Fangyang nodded as expected and said, Just say it in detail. There's no need to worry. Teacher Qin, your marriage can be said to be full of twists and turns. Although you once had a harmonious and beautiful time, you soon fell into a state of separation. After that, you probably didn't want to let go and continued to search for this fate. Qin Wanru said with a smile. Teacher Qin, from what I've seen from your face, your fate is deep but shallow. Even if it's not a bad fate, it's definitely not a good fate. Can be said to be very bad. Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and exhaled softly. I'm afraid that teacher has been searching for her for many, many years. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke more cautiously than before. Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and said quietly, It's been a long time indeed. It's been 82 years and 4 months. 82 years. Hearing this number, Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Qin Fangyang looked like he was in his 30s, but he said that they had been separated for more than 80 years. Then how old was teacher Qin now? As for his other half, she was probably part of the elderly population now, right? However, Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and did not dare to ask this question. Your physiognomy is good. What you said about the past is accurate. But you still have to tell me directly. Can I still find her? Qin Fangyang lowered his head and asked in a low voice. Find her? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little upset. Teacher, your fate is to fly to the ends of the earth, to the ends of the earth. How are you going to find her? However, Zhou Xiaoduo carefully observed Qin Fangyang for a long time. He could faintly feel that there was still some connection between the two of them. However, the connection was too shallow and it was difficult to continue. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for 2 seconds and said, Teacher Qin, please write something for me to see. 1st of July, cough, cough, I'm now thinking about how many chapters to release. Headache, so please recommend me. Chapter 78. Write a word. Qin Fangyang knew that Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to do a word reading. Without further ado, he grabbed a piece of paper and scribbled a word on it. It was done in a flash. Qian. Zhou Xiaoduo took the paper and looked at it carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Qin, it's not impossible for you to find that person. But I'm afraid that you'll regret it in the end. Love is deep but fate is shallow. There's no way to force it. What do you mean? Qian is obviously a girl's name. Just this word alone is not good enough for you. Qian starts with the word, grass. It's delicate and delicate. Based on your many years of fruitless searching, you're looking for a delicate girl. She's hidden in the grass. A blade of grass blends into the grassland. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible. And this is only the simplest Jia word. Qin Fangyang was obviously dissatisfied. What about the deeper level? You've been searching for her for a long time without giving up. The main reason you can't find her isn't because you can't find her. It's because she doesn't want to see you. It's like you want to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. How can you do that? The word Qin starts with the word grass. Grass has wilted and flourished. Below the word grass, it can be Qin or dry. When grass dries, it's withered. The girl you're looking for has a withered face. This is the cause and effect. What's more, you can't find her, but that doesn't mean you can't find her. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, where is there no grass in life? Wherever you are, she might be by your side. You're just turning a blind eye to her. Qin Fangyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Found her? Found her. Qian doesn't want to see me? It's as if I don't see her? Maybe she's by your side. Qin Fangyang stood up. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. With his hands behind his back, he paced slowly. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, what if I insist on finding her? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed, Teacher, if you are determined to look for it, you can find it. That Qian character, although it can be said that it starts with the word grass, it can also be said that it starts with the word tomb. The Qian character below, when reversed, is the word earth. Dig the soil and bury it. Teacher Qin, if you want to forcefully reverse this relationship, I'm afraid. By the time you find her, you'll already be buried. Zhou Xiaoduo said softly, Teacher Qin, you have to think twice about this matter. You have to insist on this wrong relationship. You can't allow others or yourself to have it. It's too late to regret if you keep repeating it over and over again. Why bother? The day they are found will be the day they are buried. Qin Fangyang slowly mumbled. He slowly walked to the window and looked out. He looked at the red maple leaves that were rustling in the wind. He felt that the maple leaves were like blood. Golden light danced and flowed on the red leaves, like drops of tears rolling around. The day they are found will be the day they are buried. Qian, you're so cruel. He stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and distant. It was as if he had returned to that day. It was when he had just entered the embryonic breathing realm. He had gone on an adventure with his beloved wife, Lu Qian, and 2 other companions to fight for resources in exchange for college points so that they could practice better. At the side of a deserted pool, the group had found 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old star spiritual herbs. Just 1 stalk of such 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs would allow the user to be reborn and improve their cultivation greatly. It was also at that time that a sudden change occurred. His 2 companions, who had been calling each other brothers, took advantage of the delicate moment when he was concentrating on collecting the star spiritual herbs to kill him and Lu Qian. Just as he was about to be beheaded and die, Qian used her delicate body, which had already been stabbed in the chest, to block the fatal attack for him. His dantian was completely shattered. Since Qin Fangyang had survived, he naturally counterattacked. Qin Fangyang's actual ability was far above the other party. When the two of them saw that the situation was not good, they immediately fled. Qin Fangyang did not chase after them. His whole heart was on Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian, who had been stabbed in the chest and had her dantian shattered, was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Her internal and external injuries were extremely serious. Qin Fangyang used the star spiritual herb that he had just obtained to prolong Lu Qianqian's life. Finally, the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb's effect was extraordinary. It kept her alive and improved her injuries. After the two of them returned, they searched everywhere for famous doctors. In the end, their lives were saved. However, their dantian was shattered beyond repair. The path of martial arts was cut off from then on. The 5 years of searching for doctors was a tearful journey. At that time, Qianqian was in her prime, the best time of her life. She had fallen from the heavens into the abyss. However, she did not seek death. Instead, she accepted this reality with a very calm and indifferent attitude. When the two of them went to Longzhou City, he went out again to search for famous doctors. Qianqian stayed in the hotel to wait for him to return. However, when he returned, Qianqian was nowhere to be found. There was only a piece of paper and a poem left on the table. A man's ambition in life is to fight in a magnificent city. Shouldering the responsibility of the country, how can it be limited to love? After today's farewell, the horizon is untouched. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on the emperor every night. After that, Qin Fangyang searched crazily for Lu Qianqian for 2 years. However, he could not find her. Qin Fangyang searched every city that the two of them had been to. In their hometown, Qin Fangyang even turned the land upside down to search. However, there was still no trace of Qianqian. In the end, all of Qin Fangyang's deep feelings turned into anger. He was angry at the two people who had plotted against them. 7 years later, he officially started to seek revenge. Qin Fangyang found the two people very quickly and engaged in many battles. Originally, Qin Fangyang's strength was far above them. However, during the 7 years of searching for Lu Qianqian, he practically did not cultivate. On the other hand, the two people knew that Qin Fangyang would definitely seek revenge. They cultivated diligently and improved greatly. After many battles, the one who was at a disadvantage was actually Qin Fangyang. In the end, Qin Fangyang escaped with serious injuries. However, Qin Fangyang did not want to let others take revenge for him. Therefore, he resolutely went to the Sun Moon Pass and joined the army. Through resisting the Umno alliance, he honed his own cultivation. After thousands of battles, he had countless military achievements. In the past, countless of his comrades had died in battle outside the Sun Moon Pass. However, every battle was a charge to the death. Qin Fangyang, who led the charge, miraculously survived. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on the emperor every night. Qianqian, have you been protecting me all this time? Until he reached the nascent soul realm, Qin Fangyang accumulated merits and became a general. However, at this time, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time came back with an unstoppable momentum. I've done it. Qianqian. A man's ambition in life is to fight in a magnificent city. Shouldering the responsibility of the country, how can it be limited to love? I've already completed your task, but I still can't let go of you. I can't let go of my enemy. Qin Fangyang did not care about his superior's persuasion and resolutely resigned. Then he went on the path of revenge. In the blink of an eye, he killed one of his two enemies with his sword. The other escaped with serious injuries and no one knew where he went. After that, Qin Fangyang began his journey to find Lu Qianqian again. At that time, when he left the army, Qin Fangyang stood outside the headquarters Commander-in-Chief Dongfang's tent for an entire night. He begged Commander-in-Chief Dongfang to use his unique aura observation technique to point him in a direction. After an entire night, Commander-in-Chief Dongfang still did not appear. In the end, a guard handed him a note. Where the heart is at peace is where the heart is at home. Qin Fangyang wandered the world and searched bitterly for 28 years, but there was no news. The fire of anxiety in his heart had never disappeared. Until one day when he came to Fengshu City. He suddenly remembered that Lu Qianqian had said something when they were together. According to ancient legends, there used to be phoenixes on this continent, and phoenixes have fallen in some cities. I really want to see it. Yes, there were too many legends about the continent of astral souls. Fengshu City, Fengguan City, Fengling City, Fengming City, Fengwei City, and so on. These kinds of names were said to be the places where phoenixes had fallen in the legends. That was why they had such names. Qin Fangyang's mind flickered, as if he had grasped a key point. From then on, his footsteps became selective, and he went to all the cities with the word phone. He remembered Commander-in-Chief Dongfang's words. Where the heart is at peace is where the heart is at home. However, in all the cities he set foot in, he did not feel such a feeling of peace. Instead, he became more and more anxious. Until one day he came to Phoenix City. The moment he entered the city, he felt that his restless heart had inexplicably calmed down. It was as if he had finally found his home after wandering for many years. He was no longer impatient, no longer anxious, and slowly walked around the city for half a month. Then he discovered, no, it should be said that he confirmed that this Phoenix City's martial arts school No. 2 high school, whenever he approached, he would feel exceptionally peaceful and steady. Thus, he came to No. 2 high school, applied for a teaching position, and became an ordinary teacher. Then he settled down here. If I can't fight at the border, then I'll teach my skills to the next generation. I'll train generation after generation of elites to fight against the UMNO alliance, and protect my country in another way. And this was also another way to fulfill Qianqian's wish. Qin Fangyang conscientiously carried out his teaching duties step by step, and his heart was at peace. I fulfilled your wish. It was because of this sense of satisfaction that he had been teaching here for more than a few decades. However, recently Qin Fangyang felt that his heart was in a mess again. His thoughts were like a tide and it was difficult to control. Often he would unconsciously have a feeling, a kind of emotion. I've done all your wishes for you, but where are you? It was the same as before, but there was an additional question mark. Where are you? Especially during this period, his heart was pounding, and he felt that he was going to lose his harbor. This feeling made Qin Fangyang very uneasy. Until a few days ago, when he accidentally heard Zhou Xiaoduo's theory about the strange perception of humans, this feeling of uneasiness rose to the peak. After so many years, Qianqian should be more than 120 years old now, right? She can't cultivate and her life is coming to an end. Is this feeling deliberately reminding me to see her for the last time? That's right, this is another way of telling me that my feelings are true. That's right. That's right. Writing this chapter is so tiring. I dare say that no one has ever solved the Qianqian character before, would you believe me? So, you should give me all the recommendation votes, right? Recommended new book by Platinum Guru, Saving the World, author of The Library of Heaven's Path, quite good. Chapter 79. The day we meet again is the day we part forever. Qin Fangyang's heart felt like it was being fried in oil when he thought of this. Yesterday's incident might have been a big deal in Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes, but for someone as experienced as Qin Fangyang, it was not a big deal. However, such a small matter had caused him to be injured, and then involved the UMNO alliance's military defeat. The extent of the implications made Qin Fangyang feel that this place would no longer be peaceful. Following that, as he was injured, he once again recalled the time when Lu Qianqian had risked her life to protect him, and the fear of losing him forever. This was what Qin Fangyang feared the most. That was why he could not wait to look for Zhou Xiaoduo. To Qin Fangyang, Zhou Xiaoduo was his only hope, a life-saving straw. Now Zhou Xiaoduo had finished looking at it. Although it sounded a little far-fetched, it was very different from what he had imagined. Not only was there hope, but it was also a clear direction. However, Qin Fangyang did not dare to look for it himself, because he knew very well that what Zhou Xiaoduo said was true. Forcing this fate will only make mistakes worse. The day I find it is the day I die. Why did Qianqian leave him? Because Qianqian used to be a martial artist, and she knew her own condition very well. The lifespan of a martial artist was long, and with Qin Fangyang's talent he would definitely live for at least 1,000 years. After she lost the possibility of continuing her cultivation, even if her body was stronger than ordinary people because of her previous cultivation, her lifespan was at most 100 years. No matter how beautiful she was when she was young, and how she maintained her beauty, she could only maintain her beauty for 10 or 20 years at most. What was more certain was that when she was too old to move, and even incontinent, as long as Qin Fangyang was willing, she would still look like she was in her 20s or 30s. To put it more cruelly, even if she died a few hundred years later, Qin Fangyang would still not age. When they slowly grew old together, it would be an extravagant hope for them to grow old together. Which woman could bear this kind of reality? I've already turned into a sea of mulberry fields, but you're still an elegant young man. To Qianqian this was undoubtedly more painful than death. My heart is like the bright moon, shining upon you every night. Qin Fangyang looked out the window with his hands behind his back and murmured, but where is Mingyue? His voice was hoarse and even trembling a little. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was listening from the side, could feel the pain of Qin Fangyang's heart being torn apart. It was a bleeding wound that hadn't healed. This time, Zuo was really obedient and sat quietly at the side, not daring to disturb them. He only felt that the atmosphere in front of him was unbearably sticky. After a long time, Qin Fangyang heaved a long sigh of relief. He muttered, "So you're here." His voice was soft and thin. It was as if a movie was playing in his mind. Countless figures flashed through his mind like a white steed flitting across a gap. Qin Fangyang sighed. "Teacher? Are you all right?" Zuo, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I'm fine." Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. It was rare for him to take out a cigarette and light it up. He only took a puff, but he choked on the smoke. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "I haven't smoked for a long time. I actually choked on my eyes." He rubbed his eyes and said, "Xiaoduo, don't read people's fortune so easily in the future." Xiaoduo said non-committally, "Okay." He thought to himself, "If I don't read people's fortune, where would I get the luck points from? I'm waiting for this thing to save my life." However, Xiaoduo also knew now that he had read Qin Fangyang's fortune in vain, because it seemed that Qin Fangyang had decided to give up on getting to the bottom of it. After a while, Qin Fangyang's mood slowly stabilized and returned to normal. He turned around and stared at Xiaoduo's face. He asked seriously, word by word, "Xiaoduo, tell me, you've been causing trouble for Class 1 for the past few days without stopping. What's the real reason? Did you find something wrong?" Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment and said thoughtfully, "I really just wanted to beat them up at the beginning. You must have figured it out by now. At that time, my cultivation had improved greatly. In fact, I was full of confidence when I went to find them. However, when I came to fight later, I accidentally found that the whole class was collectively suffering from bad luck. They were covered in black light. Of course, I had some thoughts." Qin Fangyang nodded. "So that's why you've been making a ruckus? If Gu Yuanhang and the others didn't apologize, which made me feel that something was wrong, would you still want to beat them up?" Xiaoduo scratched his head and smiled honestly, "Something like that. At least, I wanted to block their door for another 3 to 7 days. I wanted to beat them up every time I saw them. After all, we're all classmates in the same school. It's impossible for me not to think of a way to sort out my classmates' bad luck. The bad luck and the bad luck are mysterious. In fact, as long as there's a way to vent it, it can be resolved. At least in my opinion, if I beat them up and they were unlucky, injured, and physically and mentally, part of the bad luck would be eliminated. The more I beat them up, the more the bad luck would dissipate. After that, I found that after Gu Yuanhang and the others were bleeding, the bad luck would be reduced by a lot. It was even better than I expected." Ha 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 ha. Xiaoduo looked like he was doing a good deed without leaving his name. He spoke frankly with assurance and righteousness. Only a small part of it was true. Most of it was nonsense. Qin Fangyang's eyebrows twitched. He was a little speechless. "So, if we didn't interfere, you plan to let them be beaten up and bleed?" Xiaoduo replied innocently, "Teacher, I'm helping them. The effect is quite obvious." Qin Fangyang was now a little glad for the students of Class 1. Fortunately, he found out early and the incident broke out in time. Otherwise, these poor students would have been beaten up by Xiaoduo for a long time. He thought that Hu Ruoyun could completely suppress Xiaoduo. Now, it seemed that with this clue, Hu Ruoyun could only sigh. At most, she could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. "Teacher Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to class. If there's nothing else, remember to tell everyone not to run around. Stay in the classroom and practice." Qin Fangyang was still a little absent-minded. He paused for a while before saying, "There's still no news from the principal. He probably hasn't reached an agreement with the higher-ups. When he comes, I'll tell you what to do next." "Understood." Xiaoduo left. At this moment, all the students of Class 1 had been detained. Without exception, all 50 of them were sitting in the classroom, waiting for their punishment. As far as they were concerned, they weren't even allowed to meditate. They could only sit there idly. Other than them, there were only a few guards in the classroom. All communication tools had been confiscated at the first moment. In other words, these people had completely lost contact with the outside world. Xiaoduo walked past the door and looked in through the open door. He saw that everyone in Class 1 was at a loss. No matter how talented they were still teenagers. It was natural for them to panic when faced with such a big incident. This time, Xiaoduo did not block the door. Instead, he ran back to Class 9 with his tail between his legs. When he entered the classroom, he found that Class 9 was even more lively than a temple fair. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the incident. "Brother Zhuo is back," Li Chenglong yelled. The whole class shouted together, "Brother Zhuo is so mighty. He single-handedly took down the entire class and the head teacher. He even brought along the vice principal. That's so domineering." Ugh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating. "Brothers, please don't say that. Your brother Zhuo is only good at reading faces. I can't handle such a big incident. Don't get me into trouble. If you shout a few more times, I'll probably have to go in." Ha 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 ha. A group of people surrounded Zhuo Xiaoduo and escorted him back to his seat. "Tell us, what did Teacher Qin say to you?" "No problem. Before we parted, Teacher Qin asked me to pass on a message to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was unprecedentedly serious. Everyone quieted down. "This is outrageous." Zhuo Xiaoduo yelled angrily, as if he was trying to imitate Qin Fangyang's voice and tone. Surprisingly, it was somewhat lifelike. Everyone closed their eyes, almost thinking that Qin Fangyang was standing in front of them and speaking. "You students are the worst class I've ever taught." The whole class was beaten up collectively. "It's a disgrace. Look at all of you. Which one of you isn't bruised and swollen? Which one of you isn't full of obscenities? Now you're all rotten. You've all been beaten to a pulp. I advise you to take out your hearts, lungs, and intestines and put them under the sun. Clean them up. Think about it. 50 students in Class 1 were beaten up by Brother Zhuo. How many hours has it been? Have you forgotten? That old, crooked locust tree that was kicked by Brother Zhuo is still standing at the back of the classroom, staring at you all day and night. I've thought about it for a long time, and I've come up with 4 words for you all." Zhuo Xiaoduo said painfully, "Well done. Start practicing." "Wow. Brother Zhuo, these aren't just 4 words. Is this important? Is this the point?" Brother Zhuo is wise and mighty. So, everyone started practicing. However, the moment they started cultivating, every single student in the class felt that something was wrong. "What? Why is it so hot?" Especially Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, who were closest to Zhuo Xiaoduo. They felt as if they were sitting in a furnace practicing. They were sweating profusely as soon as they started practicing. "What's going on? What's going on?" Zhuo Xiaoduo, the initiator, was also feeling quite uncomfortable. Unlike the others, he didn't feel hot, but dry. When he started practicing the Flaming Sun Sutra, there was a corresponding abnormality in his lower body. It was valiant and full of vigor. Zhuo Xiaoduo calmly moved his thighs and pinned that guy down, suppressing him. "I'm really too hard-working. I'm really ready for battle." Although Long Yuxing and the others were sweating profusely, none of them were willing to leave. There was no other reason. The spiritual energy in the classroom was too dense. As Zhuo Xiaoduo started practicing, he was supposed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. Instead, his body was releasing a large amount of spiritual energy like a fountain. Although it wasn't invisible to the naked eye, it filled the entire classroom in an instant. This was the result of Zhuo Xiaoduo drinking far too much energy fluid in Meng Qinyu's recovery pod. It had all been converted into his own reserves. Now, with the activation of the Flaming Sun scripture, all of his reserves were forced out. After a while, the entire classroom was filled with white fog. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. And it was all of the highest quality spiritual energy. Long Yuxing and the others didn't care about the heat. They all closed their eyes and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were 2 people in a special situation. Snore snore. Li Changming was originally sleeping as usual, but he was suddenly woken up by the heat. He opened his eyes in a daze. "Damn, could it be that I'm in a fairyland?" He hurriedly practiced his family's dream sutra to its limit and focused on cultivating. The other one who was more special was the little fatty, Li Chenglong. He only felt that the special heat energy that filled the classroom had entered his meridians in a manner similar to being enlightened. For a moment, he felt as if his head was going to explode, and the meridians all over his body were swelling with pain. He forcefully endured and continued to absorb the spiritual energy. After a period of time, he actually felt that the originally obscure spiritual energy in his body gradually became lively. It surged mightily and endlessly, launching a frenzied attack against the martial warrior's barrier. That this class could be said to be the most efficient class in the history of the 9th class. Zhuo Xiaoduo alone satisfied everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, it made everyone feel as if they were about to explode. This chapter was too long. There wasn't much important content, so the word count was too long. Isn't it realistic? How about I ask for a recommendation vote? Chapter 80. Finally. The dense white spiritual fog gradually dissipated. I've broken through. Long Yuxing was indescribably surprised. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. I've also broken through. Wan Lixio's eyes widened in surprise. I've really broken through to the level of a martial master. It's really miraculous. I've also broken through. Yu Moyan was a man of few words. He had always been a man of few words. However, his flushed face expressed the excitement in his heart. Oh, woo. Li Zhongming woke up from his sleep again. He groggily confirmed his current state. I've also broken through. Oh, woo. Apart from the 4 people mentioned above, no one else in the 9th class had broken through. However, the strength of the entire class had increased by a large margin. There was no exception. At this time, a scream came from the back of the classroom. It sounded like a wild boar that had been stabbed in the butt with a knife. Oh my god. I've actually broken through. Li Chenglong jumped up and down as if he had gone crazy. He shook his butt a dozen times in the air before he landed. He was laughing and crying at the same time. Tears gushed out of his eyes. What the fuck? I've broken through. Motherfucker. I've broken through. Woo. As he shouted, he suddenly burst into tears. They said that I can only be a teacher and tell history. Now I've broken through. Woo. The others who had not broken through and were originally ranked higher than Li Chenglong were happy for him. However, they felt as if they had been ruthlessly smashed in the head with a stick. Even Li Chenglong had broken through. But why didn't we break through? This sense of loss was indescribable. When Zhuo Duo finished cultivating and saw this scene, he understood the situation. His heart ached so much that he almost fainted. Even though he didn't faint, his mouth was crooked and his entire body was twitching. This old man's young maiden's heart is cracking. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that he couldn't speak. This damned flaming sun scripture actually evaporated all the spiritual energy within his body and gave it to an outsider. What he didn't know was that the spirit chi that the flaming sun scripture had evaporated this time was only a small portion. When he cultivated in the future, it would continue to evaporate. As for the spiritual chi that was originally left in his meridians, it was absolutely impossible for him to truly use it for himself. Instead, because of the sedimentation, it would affect his future cultivation progress. Even if it was bejeweled nectar, after a long time, it would still precipitate. Zhuo Xiaoduo was only a martial master at the moment, but the energy liquid he consumed was completely refined from the high-grade astral soul stone. It was not something he could perfectly refine and absorb at the moment. What he did today was to help others and himself, bringing out the best in each other. At this moment, other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, the entire class was celebrating. 5 of them had broken through to martial master, and the others had also made great progress. This was definitely a good thing. Qin Fangyang heard the commotion and hurried over. When he entered the classroom, he was shocked. All 35 students of the 9th class gathered around him, their faces filled with excitement. Teacher Qin, I have broken through to martial master. I have also broken through. Me too. And me. Teacher Qin, look over here. I have also broken through. I have broken through to martial master. Li Chenglong didn't manage to get a closer seat, so he simply jumped around and shouted. Broken through? All of them have broken through? Even with Qin Fangyang's composure, he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment as his eyes widened. According to his estimation in the 9th class, even Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, who had the highest cultivation and the best talent, would need at least 2 months to break through to martial master. As for Yu Moyan and Li Changming, they would need at least 3 months to break through. However, he didn't expect that in just one morning, they would all break through together. This wasn't just inconceivable, it was simply unheard of and inconceivable. At this moment, Qin Fangyang began to doubt himself. Could it be that the effect of cultivation is only better when I am not around? Or is it because my teaching is too poor? However, what puzzled him the most was Li Chenglong. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio and the others had broken through, or perhaps it was because of an epiphany that their cultivation had improved greatly. Then, the first person to break through had caused a chain reaction, causing the top few in the 9th class to break through successfully. This might be rare, but it was still reasonable. However, Li Chenglong had also broken through. This was too strange. The movement of the qi when breaking through couldn't have skipped over the students ranked before Li Chenglong and landed directly on Li Chenglong's head. His breakthrough was truly incomprehensible. What's going on? What happened? Qin Fangyang was extremely puzzled and instinctively asked this question. All of a sudden the entire class was silent, and their excited hearts slowly calmed down. However, no one answered Qin Fangyang's question. Indeed, everyone knew what was going on, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was so heartbroken that his whole body was twitching. How could he say it? For an extremely stingy person like Zhuo Xiaoduo, this was equivalent to spending tens of millions of yuan. Master Zhuo was so depressed that he wanted to close himself off. He was really angry in his heart and evil thoughts grew in his heart. Forget about the others, how much did these few people who broke through take from me? They are simply too greedy. No way. I have to think of a way to make them compensate Master Zhuo. Master Zhuo couldn't suffer this loss for nothing. Consolidate the foundation. Qin Fangyang touched his chin and said, "The 6 of you can't stay in the classroom any longer. You have to go out and practice immediately to improve your breakthrough. The next few days will be very chaotic, and you can use these few days to calm yourself down. After this incident, I will send you to the Tower of Astral Souls to begin the second test." Yes. A white shadow flitted across the sky at high speed, and entered the office building of No. 2 High School in an almost intangible state, and went straight to the top floor. As soon as the person landed, a shadow flashed and said, "Is it spiritual thoughts?" The white shadow revealed herself. She was tall and slim and exquisite. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan. As usual, she wore a veil that covered her entire face. "Yes, it's me. Is Grandma He here?" "Yes, she is waiting for you." Zhuo Xiaoyan entered the office, and the door behind her closed quietly. She smiled and ran a few steps forward. "Grandma He, I'm here to see you." The old woman was sitting in a wheelchair in the office. When she saw Zhuo Xiaoyan, she smiled happily. "Oh, my little Nyener is here. How come you have time to see Grandma He today? I miss you." Zhuo Xiaoyan walked behind the wheelchair obediently and pushed the old woman to the wide floor-to-ceiling window. She said softly, "My master is worried about you, so he asked me to come and see you and bring you the Dragon Soul liquid." She took out a small bottle as she spoke. The old woman smiled faintly and said, "I know my own body well. Even if I have the Dragon Soul liquid, it will be useless." She raised her withered hand and took Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. She gently touched Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate face and smiled. Good. Zhuo Xiaoyan squatted down and looked up. She asked, "Grandma He, the story you told me last time, it seems that you didn't finish it. Can you finish it?" "Some stories don't need an ending." The old woman looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan kindly. "Especially our little Nyener, she doesn't need an ending." Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't quite understand. After a while she said, "Grandma He, my master wants me to ask you something. She wants to see if you know something." The old woman smiled faintly. "Your master has reached the peak of nascent soul, half-step to cloud transformation. What doesn't she know? Why does she want to ask me, an old woman?" Zhuo Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue and said, "She is an outsider in Phoenix City." "Okay, go ahead." "My master suspects that there is a big secret in Phoenix City. She wants to ask you if you know the whole story." "The big secret of Phoenix City?" The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly became sharp. At this moment there was a looming momentum. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed the wheelchair slowly along the floor-to-ceiling window. She said softly, "Because in the past few days too many things have happened in Phoenix City." "What things?" "Some time ago I found traces of the disciples of the Tantalizing Wolf sect and intercepted a Tantalizing Wolf's heart." When Zhuo Xiaoyan finished her first sentence, the old woman's face became unprecedentedly serious. Tantalizing Wolf. A few days ago there was an assassination outside the city. It was even more shocking. There were many casualties. My master went to check it out for 2 consecutive nights. She was sure that the assassins were from the 7 Kill sect. 7 Kill sect. The old woman's face became even uglier. "Yesterday Mr. Qin Fangyang from your school suspected that Pejuan's forces had infiltrated the school. So he and Principal Li Changjiang took 5 students to check it out. They were intercepted on the way. Although Mr. Qin and Principal Li were on guard, the strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations. In the end, a master at the peak of nascent soul appeared. This person's strength was not inferior to my master's. Both Mr. Qin and Principal Li were seriously injured. The old woman's back suddenly straightened. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. Qin Fangyang was attacked? Seriously injured? Are he and Headmaster Li seriously injured? They are fine. Although the injuries are not light, they are not fatal. They just need to rest for a while. It is a blessing in disguise. Zhuo Xiaoyan did not feel anything unusual. She said, "Today the city guards, the inspection office, the governor's office, the martial arts bureau, and the Star Shield have sealed off Second High School. They are investigating the hidden dangers that may be related to the school." Zhuo Xiaoyan explained everything in detail and waited for Grandma He's response. Unexpectedly, Grandma He was absent-minded at this moment. It seemed that she did not listen to her at all. She could not help but ask in surprise, "Grandma He? Grandma He?" The old woman quickly came to her senses. She forced a smile and said, "What? What did you want to ask?" Zhuo Xiaoyan had to repeat her words. She said, "Now the general situation is like this. The situation is very bad. I have a feeling that the tantalizing wolf sect, the Seven Kill sect, and the Pajuan sect have suddenly gathered in Phoenix City. Their plan is not simple. Let's not talk about other things. With the three sects together, the Pajuan sect has already formed. I will accompany my wife to my mother-in-law's house. If there are any mistakes, please point them out. I will come back and correct them. Am I being serious? So, please recommend me." Chapter 81. Zhuo Xiaoyan furrowed her brows. In history, as long as there is a kill-break-wolf situation, it is always an earth-shattering event. Phoenix City is just a small, remote city. If there is no major reason, how could it attract a kill-break-wolf gathering? Furthermore, in the legends, the kill-break-wolf situation will have its own Big Dipper luck. Even if the people who came this time are only the lower-level figures of the three sects, their combined strength is still not to be underestimated. Zhuo Xiaoyan spoke eloquently. In this period of time, little Nian has read all the historical records of Phoenix City from ancient times to the present. She even visited the surrounding areas, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. I really don't understand, how did Phoenix City attract such a monstrous disaster? The old woman furrowed her brows and lowered her head, deep in thought. After she lowered her head, her white hair appeared even more withered, without any luster. It was like a weed that had completely exhausted its life force. I originally thought that in my lifetime, these things would not happen. Who would have thought that they would still come? After a long time, the old woman said indifferently, "I'm afraid this is what you wanted to investigate, right? Your master should not know, at least not all of it." Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. The old woman also smiled, but then her face became serious. She furrowed her brows and muttered, "Kill break wolf, kill break wolf, kill break wolf." She muttered a few times, and the expression in her eyes became more and more worried. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoyan, her gaze became more and more pitiful and heavy. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "Nian since you have read so many records, then you should have heard of a legend. That is, the reason why our Phoenix City is called Phoenix City is because a phoenix had once descended. Whether this legend is true or false, it has long been impossible to verify, but in Phoenix City there really is a phoenix aura." The old woman's eyes were misty and she said softly, "Ever since my astral souls was destroyed, I relied on the aura viewing technique. I have studied this path for many years. Nian, do you know what mountain is north of Phoenix City? What does the top of the mountain look like?" North of Phoenix City is Spirit Deer Mountain. At the top of the mountain is a very famous site in our Phoenix City, Deer Turning Head. The Zhuo Xiaoyan had obviously put in a lot of effort, as she was very familiar with the story. Legend has it that a celestial deer was seriously injured, but was saved by someone. After it recovered, it stayed there for a long time and was reluctant to leave. It stood on the top of the mountain and looked back several times, leaving behind the celestial flower that formed the shape of the mountain. The mountain where the accident took place was called Spirit Deer Mountain. What's wrong? The old man smiled and said in a deep voice, "That has been a legend for over 10,000 years. As for the scenery at the top of the mountain, rather than saying that it was a deer turning its head, it would be better to say that it was a phoenix turning its head." Phoenix turning back? Not bad. It was a bird's eye view of Phoenix City. Standing on top of Phoenix Head turning, one could see the entire Phoenix City. Not one bit more, not one bit less. Because the terrain of Phoenix City is actually a peculiar arc, a strange arc. Phoenix City is tall in the middle and slightly lower in the front and back. In the north, it extends all the way to Spirit Deer Mountain before it gradually rises again. It's like The old man's eyes flashed. A phoenix's neck raised high. And in the middle of Phoenix City, it's slightly higher like a chicken squatting here. The old man smiled. The Zhuoxiaonian suddenly understood. A phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken. Or it could be a phoenix squatting here. The mountain ranges on the left and right of Phoenix City are very steep mountains. Do you still remember their names? How can I not remember? The mountain range on the left is called Phoenix Ridge, and the mountain range on the right is called Carefree Peak. It's also called Carefree Slope. If the first impression is the strongest, combined with the initial appearance of a phoenix on the ground, and the three connected, doesn't it look like a phoenix squatting on the ground and spreading its wings to fly? The Zhuoxiaonian thought about it in her heart and did not speak for a long time. The old man smiled. My theory is mostly based on the aura observation technique, but as long as you look carefully, it's not difficult to see. Although meteor showers have been crashing down over the years and the original appearance of the mountain range has changed a lot, you can still see it if you pay attention. In the south of Phoenix City, there's a small mountain that's not very steep. It's only about 70 meters high. It's very low. Do you have any impression of that mountain? Of course I do. That mountain is called Phoenix Tail Mountain, right? It's Phoenix Tail Mountain. The old man was silent for a long time and said, the ancient legend of this mountain is unverifiable. However, there was a sentence related to it that I remembered very clearly. That is, an ancient monument that appeared 40,000 years ago. Not many people know about this monument, but I believe that many people still remember the poem recorded on it. The Zhuoxiaonian smiled like a blooming spring flower. Grandma, I know that poem, but can it still be called a poem? There's no rhythm or rhyme. The old man did not smile but only said slowly, the phoenix in the dragon's yin dies, the phoenix in the dragon's yang soars. Before the sun and the moon, the city is covered in blood. 43,000 years, gathering power to the purple court. Once it's banished, the world becomes empty. The old man said slowly, do you know why I'm working so hard to research this poem? The reason is actually very simple. From 40 years ago, 43,000 years have passed. In other words, the current Phoenix City has already coincided with the date recorded on the stone tablet. In other words, 43,000 years have already passed since the time when the stone tablet was buried. Are there such a thing? The Zhuoxiaonian was very surprised. The old man faintly said, originally, I had also obtained it by chance, so I didn't pay much attention to it at first. But I discovered something else which made me inexplicably shocked. About 40 years ago, the female martial artists in Phoenix City were much more talented than in the past. There were also more and more talented martial artists such as the 8 9-star spirit body, and even the 9 39-star spirit body. There were many. What's even more frightening is that none of these female prodigies were able to grow up. Ever since they were tested for their talents, they would all die prematurely. And they all died an unnatural death without exception. Huroyun was like this, astral souls were everywhere. But when she was a martial warrior, her dantian was suddenly destroyed. In the recent 10 years, there were 3 more geniuses who were detected with astral souls since young. I used all my means at the first moment and hid all their information. These 3 girls, one is you, Zhuoxiaonian. One is your junior sister, Meng Qinyu, and the last one is Ning Xiaoyu. The name Ning Qingcheng was actually changed by my suggestion to her father. Therefore, other than people who know her background, no one knows that she has the name Ning Xiaoyu. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's family background is very strong. Although it gave them excellent cultivation resources and living conditions, they were exposed to the world too early. Almost everyone knew about them from the moment they were born. So, the concealment of their information wasn't very successful. Only you, your family background was the most ordinary, especially when I was the one who personally monitored you. After the results were out, I sealed all the relevant information and erased all traces. Although there will still be people who know, compared to the other 2, it is much more secretive. The old man said indifferently, then I used all my power and my old face to make a scene. Only then did I invite the experts of Kunlun Dao sect and Zizai Dao sect to take you, Meng Qinyu, and Ning Qingcheng as disciples respectively. Since then, only a few people in the cultivation world know about you. As for the ordinary people in Phoenix City, other than your parents, no one else knows. Now, do you know why I'm doing this? Because I suspect. Phoenix City has been gathering for 43,000 years. It is very likely that there will be a Phoenix vein soul rush. And this kind of thing, the most obvious sign is the continuous emergence of female cultivation geniuses. This is the effect of the phoenix vein. Now, what makes me suspicious is that there are very few male cultivation geniuses in Phoenix City. This should not have happened. The old man frowned and said, no matter if it is based on the prophecies or logic, wherever there is a phoenix vein, there will be a true dragon's protection. The dragon and phoenix cry together, that is the sign of prosperity. If there is only a phoenix vein, the yang will not grow and the yin will not be born. Even if one is lucky enough to be born in this world, it is inevitable that they will fall. This is something that I cannot understand. Zhou Xiaoyan's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but she coughed softly and swallowed her words. Your astral souls are 9 astral souls. They are only one step away from perfection. Meng Qinyu is 9 astral souls. Although she is a bit behind you, she has the 2 words 9 and 5. As for Ning Qingcheng, she is 9 astral souls. She is strong, but she is not absolute. Her fate is not as good as the 2 of you. Before sending it out, I checked it one last time and deleted some unnecessary things. I added some unexpected things. Sorry for the delay of half an hour. In order to express my apologies, please give me a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 82. The old man said softly, Sha Palang gathered the power to kill and break the power. If the 3 sects are planning something in Phoenix City, then it must be the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Umno Alliance has been alone in the universe for a long time, and the power of the Phoenix Vein has been exhausted. They will definitely not let it go. The old man's expression became extremely serious. If what you said is true, then Sha Palang's ultimate goal is the power of the Phoenix Vein. Zhou Xiaoyan muttered to herself, the power of the Phoenix Vein. If we are sure that they are here for the power of the Phoenix Vein, then how can we defeat them? Or rather, how can we make their plan fail? Zhou Xiaoyan asked in a low voice. It is formed by gathering the power. It cannot be broken. The old man shook his head gently. Cannot be broken? Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked. Yes, it cannot be broken. The old man emphasized again. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan lovingly. The only thing we can do now is to deal with the situation as it arises. If we want to break it, we have to destroy the Phoenix Vein on our own to break the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Phoenix Vein has gathered the power of the Phoenix Vein for 43,000 years. Are you willing to destroy it? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Zhou Xiaoyan wanted to say that the power of the Phoenix Vein was the enemy's ultimate goal. It was the source of all the disasters. As long as it was destroyed, everything would end. Especially since it would not bring any benefits to the Umno Alliance. How could it be said that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages? It could even be said that it would solve the problem once and for all. But the power of the Phoenix Vein had been gathered in Phoenix City for tens of thousands of years. It affected millions of people in Phoenix City, and it could even affect millions of people's descendants. Could it be destroyed? Thinking about it, it was also impossible. Even if the government confirmed this matter, the conclusion would only be to ensure the safety of the Phoenix Vein, regardless of the cost. Especially this time, the Phoenix Vein soul cleansing. As long as it succeeds, there's a great chance that a super expert will be born. In the future, there's even a chance that he'll be able to fight against the ancient gods of the Umno Alliance. Who would be willing to destroy this hope? The old man was also very helpless and said softly, therefore, it is absolutely impossible to destroy the power of the Phoenix Vein. Not only are we unwilling to do so, even Sha Palang from the Umno Alliance will not allow the Phoenix Vein to be destroyed. Zhou Xiaoyan said anxiously, Grandma He, since you have thought it through so thoroughly, what do you think we should do? How can we prevent the power of the Phoenix Vein from falling into the hands of the Umno Alliance and ensure that we can benefit from it? The old man let out a long sigh and said, Aura gazing art. Even in my generation there aren't many who know it. It's extremely difficult to master this art, and even if you can master it, it's useless in improving your martial arts. In fact, the main reason I studied this art was because my Dantian was destroyed and I wanted to use it to kill time. Just say it. I've already mentioned it many times. But the higher-ups here didn't care about what I said at all. They thought it was nonsense. I still remember the 2 female geniuses who died 16 years ago. I thought there was a reason behind it, so I reported that I had the power of the Phoenix Vein. But the governor's mansion in Phoenix City didn't believe me at all. They just brushed me off. I still thought it was a serious matter and I didn't want to give up. So, I submitted it to the prefectural court. But it was still useless. In the end, I personally went to the Prince of the Central Plains mansion. But they still turned a deaf ear to me. And, as I reported it again and again, more and more people said that I was exaggerating things to scare people. Now that things have come to this, it's hard to get help from the higher-ups. I've tried too many times, but I've failed too many times. The only thing I've done is to protect the three of you. Grandma, he sighed helplessly. Looking at it now, I'm afraid that I might not even be able to protect the three of you. You are the only three people who have the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Umno Alliance will not let you go. Once you're exposed, they will definitely point their spear at you. Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. How could she not understand what Grandma he meant? Grandma he had been working hard to run the school for so many years. She had students all over the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was highly respected. However, if even such a person's words were useless, then it would be even more impossible to rely on oneself. The old woman lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she said in a low voice, "Since the killing wolves have been gathered, it means the time for the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is not far away. It should be in the next few months. Right now, there are only 3 people who are qualified to take the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. It's either you, Ning Qingcheng, or Meng Qinyu. It must be one of the 3 of you. I think the enemy must have confirmed the target before they take action. According to my research, only when the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is activated can the target be killed. Only then can the Phoenix Pulse Spirit be absorbed and turned into one's own power. And this target, based on the current situation. If all of this is true, the possibility of the target being you is more than 80%. Because you are the most suitable one. I am the most suitable one? Zhou Xiaoyan did not know what to think. She only felt that her heart was in a mess. In a trance, she recalled the fortune that Zhou Xiaoduo had read for her and that ominous comment. 2.5 months later, the star weapon gold crystal. Yes, you are the most suitable one. You have the highest cultivation and the strongest talent among the 3 of you. You are also the one who is about to break through. The old woman said softly, breaking through has always been a great opportunity for cultivators. This opportunity is yours, it is the Phoenix Vein and it is also the Killing Wolves. So, if the Killing Wolf formation is formed, the target will most likely be you. The old woman let out a long sigh. Nyener, you must be careful. Zhou Xiaoyan finally connected the dots and connected the dots. She could not help but murmur, So this is the truth of my death? Grandma he did not hear Zhou Xiaoyan's murmur clearly. She asked in confusion, What? Nothing. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed softly. What is my son doing now? Is he still trying his best? He wants to save me, his sister. However, he did not know that in the face of absolute power, even if he knew in advance and was prepared beforehand, he still could not do anything. Then Grandma he said softly, Little Nyin, when you break through, you must be sure that nothing goes wrong before you try. This is not going to be easy for you. What if I break through in advance? Zhou Xiaoyan murmured. It is fate and misfortune at the same time. It is impossible to break through in advance. Grandma he sighed and said, Since the person with the Phoenix bloodline is blessed by the Phoenix bloodline, he or she will have to bear the great danger of the Phoenix bloodline. Even though the spiritual qi in the world is abundant and the souls of the stars are boiling, he or she will not be able to do it earlier. Unless he or she has a fate that is even stronger than the one who has been accumulating for 43,000 years. You can increase your cultivation as much as you want. You can also take all kinds of elixirs that are beneficial to you. However, it is impossible for you to break through in advance. Doesn't that mean I can only wait for death? When I break through, I will not be able to resist the interference from the outside world. Zhou Xiaoyan murmured. The fate of the phoenix is to seek life from death and rise from the ashes. Only when you are reborn from the ashes can you get the true meaning of the phoenix. Without going through the fire, how can the phoenix make all the other birds submit to it? This is the fate. The fate of fate. The fate of fate. The fate of fate. Then what should we do? Death is right in front of us. There is no way to avoid it. Isn't death inevitable? Child. The old woman's eyes were filled with longing. It was as if there were white clouds floating in her eyes. In an instant, hundreds of years had passed. Go. Go. You are the phoenix. The phoenix can dance in the sky. If you can't, that is, your fate. Grandma He's expression and tone of voice kept replaying in Zhou Xiaoyan's mind until she reached home. As she thought about it, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly flew up into the sky. She was like a white line that went straight up to the sky. She flew up to 10,000 feet in an instant. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She took a deep breath and flew even higher. After a while she stood at the highest point that she could reach. She looked down at the Phoenix City. North, south, east, west, and central. Looking at the terrain of the Phoenix City, it really looked like a phoenix that wanted to spread its wings and soar. The wings on both sides were already spread open. However, her body was still lying on the ground. She could not fly. Although she was trying her best to flap her wings, there seemed to be an endless force on her back. She could not fly. She stared blankly. Grandma He's last few words floated in his ears again. The Killing and Breaking Wolf Formation is indeed a ferocious formation. However, the Killing and Breaking Wolf Formation has already appeared. Even if we don't know who the Killing and Breaking Wolf Formation belongs to, it will give you more time to prepare. You came to me today to investigate this matter. This is already a great help from the heavens. However, the Killing and Breaking Wolf Formation alone may not be enough to break this 40,000-year formation of Providence. I'm afraid that the left assistant and the right assistant may also have a hidden force. It won't be strange if another mysterious underworld being shows up to suppress the formation of Providence. Don't just focus on the Killing and Breaking Wolf Formation. What you need to face and be careful of is the entire Big Dipper 9 and Big Dipper 6. If any Star Lord had intervened, the situation you would have been faced with would have been 10 times more dangerous. Little Nian, you're in the most perilous situation this time. The more Wuxiaonian thought about it, the more hopeless she felt. At this moment she was eager to seize Wuxiao Duo. Even if all the masters in the world gathered together to protect her, she still felt that it would be safer to be with Xiao Duo. Damn it, what should I do? It's a cloudy day. I'm afraid it's going to rain. So, please recommend me. Also, I recommend Wandering Toad's new book, Banished Immortal Martial. It's very good. Students recommend me. Let's get high. Chapter 83. Thinking of this, Wuxiaonian was eager to go home. She immediately turned around and went home. At this time, a figure slowly appeared in the clouds behind Wuxiaonian. Looking at Wuxiaonian's back, he murmured, "What is this girl doing in the sky? Is she just looking at the scenery? Why does he look so serious?" On the other side. After Wuxiaonian left. With Wuxiaonian's speed and her desire to go home, she arrived home in the blink of an eye. Xiao Duo was still at school. The house was quiet. Zhu Changlu and Wu Yuding were not at home. Looking at all the decorations and furniture in the house, it was a kind of complete peace of mind. Wuxiaonian looked at the house in a daze. She could not bear to leave. If I can't pass this test, this house will no longer belong to me. I can't accept it. I can't bear to leave. Wuxiaonian quietly entered Xiaoduo's room. She smelled a familiar scent. She felt her heart, which had been floating in the air, slowly calm down. She walked into the room slowly and sat on Xiaoduo's bed. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes and murmured, "Dog, you have to protect your sister." When she was talking to Grandma Wuxiaonian had a very clear feeling. The power of the phoenix vein this time was a tribulation in her life. She would definitely die. She could not advance or postpone it. She had to wait until a certain time to break through. When she broke through, she could not interfere with anything in the outside world. Instead, if she was disturbed, she would go mad and die. Everything could only be entrusted to the protector. The opponent was the Umno Alliance, the Wolf Sect, and the Wolf Sect who had been plotting for a long time. There might even be other Umno Alliance forces involved. The other party had been waiting for this moment for so many years. And on their side, the higher-ups didn't attach any importance to it. No, they simply ignored it. It was as if they didn't see it and turned a deaf ear. After thinking about it, Wuxiaonian really didn't feel that she had any chance of survival. Thinking back to the incident at No. 2 High School and what Grandma had said, Wuxiaonian felt a chill run down his spine. Did the higher-ups not believe him at all? Or perhaps something else? Wuxiaonian was sitting in Xiaoduo's room in a daze. However, it seemed that only this little brother who had always been slippery, stingy, and eccentric could give him a sense of security. Because he was the first to see that a calamity was about to befall him. Furthermore, he had been working hard for his own calamity. Every day he would tire himself to death, all because of that one reason. Wuxiaonian sat on Xiaoduo's chair and sighed faintly. On the table there was a large dictionary, Star Souls Chronicles. It looked brand new and was as thick as 2 fists. It had a hard cover and looked very impressive. It was a very high-class model. Wuxiaonian finally broke into a smile. Doggy's secret stash. Sigh, this doggy was always careful and tiptoeing around to secretly hide his money. But every time, he was actually under her watch. She had already counted his money 7 or 8 times when he secretly came in to check if it was missing. She flipped it open. Sigh, this doggy's secret stash. If she died, she wouldn't be able to check if he spent his secret stash on other girls. She flipped it open and saw that the dictionary was indeed hollowed out. But where was his secret stash? Oh, that day he had moved it under the bed inside the leather boots. She quietly scanned it with her divine sense and was a little surprised. One of the leather boots was filled with money, but why was there a small book hidden in the other? I don't remember there being one before. Xiaoyan curiously took out the small book and flipped it open. She found that a few pages had already been torn out. On the top page it was written, "There are still 66 days until Nian Cat breaks through." The handwriting was very heavy. It seemed to be written with gritted teeth. Then were the pages that were torn out 67 days? 68 days? This was a countdown log? She casually flipped through it and found that the other side of the small book was filled with dense and messy handwriting. The handwriting was abnormally messy and there were many strands of words. Her complexion hasn't improved. It's still very dangerous. How can it improve? Meng Qinyu is arrogant and domineering. She is also very unlucky, but her life isn't in danger. What? Teacher Mu's death aura is also very heavy and very dangerous. Wearing the greedy wolf's heart feels very strange. That girl's clone is dead. Elder sister said that she belongs to Greedy Wolf? What is Greedy Wolf? She turned a page. All people from the Umno Alliance. Then with the addition of the 2 sects, the 7 Kills sect? Wouldn't the 7 Kills Greedy Wolf and the Army Destroyer sect be Kill Break Wolf? The Kill Break Wolf 3 kills are all gathered together. It's really too dangerous. Nian Cat is about to break through. With the strength of her sect, normal disturbances won't affect anything. At most, she won't succeed in breaking through. How could she be in danger of losing her life? Could it be that the Umno Alliance is secretly playing tricks? If it's really the Umno Alliance, what will they do? Today when I entered the first class, the Greedy Wolf's heart actually reacted. This is too abnormal. Could the reaction in the school be the infiltration of the Greedy Wolf's forces? But judging from the information at hand, it shouldn't be the Greedy Wolf. The 7 Kills sect's hidden forces are wantonly killing people outside the city. Then, the one causing trouble in the school is probably Army Destroyer sect? In just a few days, the things that happened consecutively had already proved too much about Wuxia Duo. However, it also showed how much preparations Wuxia Duo had done for this matter and how much information he had read. Too weak. His handwriting was extremely messy. From between the lines, it could be seen that Wuxia Duo was so anxious and desperate that he was about to go crazy when he wrote. Too weak. He wasn't talking about others, he was obviously talking about himself. Seeing that those messy words were too weak, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes turned red. Her nose was sour and she almost cried. Xiao Duo, puppy dot, because of me he's almost driven himself crazy, but in front of me he's still so heartless. Is he afraid of increasing the psychological pressure on me? It's too early to reveal what happened in the school. There will definitely be other dangers coming one after another. But I can't care about it now. There's no way to hide my background more securely. If the hidden danger is detonated early and everyone is on high alert, the crisis can be shared and there will be more opportunities in the future. Now, I don't have anyone I can trust. Uncle Nan left without waiting for me to tell him. That night he was enlightening me all the time. Why did I fall asleep? I had already thought of an excuse. It's not easy to meet a strong helper. Sigh. I don't care. I'll expose this big matter directly. I don't believe that the higher-ups will ignore it. Now, I can only take advantage of the chaos and see if I can find a turning point. I can't count on Yen Mao's master. She has been implicated by Yen Mao. Mr. Qin is too weak. He was actually almost killed. I thought very highly of him. How can he be so weak? How can I count on him? I wanted to ask him for help. Now, it seems that even if he is willing to help, it won't change the situation. I'm so angry. Sigh, Mr. Qin is really too weak. I just believed that he was reliable, but he turned out to be a weakling. I can't find out. The governor. He won't easily ask me to read his fortune, right? However, yesterday's interception reminded me of one thing. These students have families, so I might be able to find a way. Now, no matter what, I can't let go of anyone. Everything depends on the effort. Maybe it's possible. Zhou Xiaoduo's notes were very messy. There was no order to it at all. However, it was obvious that Zhou Xiaoduo was racking his brains to find a way to help Zhou Xiaoyan break out of this situation. What's more, Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked to find out that the number 2 high school's maelstrom of destruction was actually caused by Zhou Xiaoduo after he found out about it. Moreover, it was done with a premeditated plan. The true meaning behind it was to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This little bastard. Zhou Xiaoyan almost cried out. Doesn't he know how big of a risk he is taking? Such a big conspiracy was exposed in such an unreasonable way. On the surface, it seems that it has nothing to do with you, but how could it be exposed if you didn't make a fuss? Do you really think that you can hide it from everyone's eyes by accident? In this world, how can there be so many coincidences? Even if the other party acknowledges that it was an accident, won't they be angry? Once you attract attention, how many lives do you have to fill in the gap? Do they need a reason to target you? I'm so pissed off. You've just learned how to cultivate for a few days, but you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Are you trying to make me anxious to death? With the strength of an ant, you exposed this earth-shattering conspiracy. Duh. You don't want to live anymore. Zhou Xiaoyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. However, inexplicably, her heart was suddenly filled with sweetness, as if it was suddenly filled with honey. Little dog. The fear of death that had been lingering in his heart just a moment ago had disappeared in an instant. What's there to be afraid of? I have someone behind me. Although my dog is weak, he's trying everything. Take responsibility for me. Holding the notebook, Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. Her eyes were red as she snorted. Little puppy, that's what you get for messing around. I'll beat you up later. Although she said she would beat him up, her tone was gentle as if she was greeting him. Are you tired? Her eyebrows were curved, full of smiles. It will be published in the early morning tomorrow. Let me give you a heads up. There's still one more chapter in the afternoon, and I need to write a speech. I've written so many speeches and I've even used them to act cute and cry about being poor and miserable. I need to think about how to write the speech in the afternoon. My head hurts, so please recommend me and prepare to subscribe. Chapter 84. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was chatting with Li Chenglong. Swollen, tell me about the Umno alliance. Anything will do. What did you call me? Swollen. Zhou Xiaoduo was very curious. You're beaten up every day. You're not fat, but you look like a little fatty. Isn't it because you're beaten up every day? Swollen, this name suits you so well, Basher. Please call me by my full name, Li Chenglong. Thank you. Okay, Swollen. Quickly tell me. Li Chenglong's expression was very ugly. Half of it was because he was angry and the other half was because Zhou Xiaoduo was hugging his neck. Slow down. Li Chenglong was not pretentious and slowly explained. Zhou Xiaoduo listened carefully and seriously digested the information that was useful to him. Can you focus on the information related to Kill Break Wolf? Didn't you say that Kill Break Wolf appeared in our Phoenix City? Yes, there's quite a lot of information related to Kill Break Wolf. Li Chenglong talked until the end of class. On the contrary, Li Changjiang, who originally wanted Zhou Xiaoduo to go over, did not appear. In the end of the day, several teachers were taken away just by looking at the door. Even the vice principal was handcuffed as he walked past the door. The few strands of hair on his head that were always neatly combed were now even more messy, and his face was gloomy. During lunch break, all 50 students of the first class were taken into the car. However, the students were obviously treated well, and there were no detention measures. In the afternoon, the 2 chefs in the school cafeteria and the 3 teachers from the political education department were also taken away. Next, dozens of students from the martial master grade, more than 40 students from the Hotian grade, and 7 or 8 students from the Xiantian grade were taken into the car one after another. Furthermore, there were far more people who should be taken away. It should be known that martial artists who had reached the level of martial master and above all needed to go out on missions. When it was almost time for school to end, a teacher from the martial disciple class and his entire class, which consisted of more than 40 little fellows, also boarded the bus. The group of little fellows cried and wailed for quite a while. It was a rather unique scene. After this ferocious operation, the armed troops withdrew, the inspection bureau withdrew, and the city guards withdrew one after another. Only the Martial Arts Bureau and Star Shield did not leave. They remained in second high. This scene was witnessed by all the students in the 9th class. Everyone's heart was heavy. Everyone could feel that something big had happened this time. Moreover, it was an earth-shattering thing. Almost 300 people had been taken away from second high school. There were only about 4,000 people in the entire school, and almost a tenth of them had been taken away. How big of a deal was this? For a school, it was as if the sky had collapsed. At the school entrance, the cars that the group of executives were leaving had only taken a few steps when they suddenly stopped. This was because their path had been blocked by someone. The person blocking their path was a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat an emaciated old lady with one foot in the grave. The wheelchair was right in the middle of the school's main entrance. The old lady's pair of cold eyes looked coldly at the cars in front of her. Her white hair fluttered slightly in the wind. Qin Fangyang, who had gone back to accompany Li Changjiang to send the people out, trembled when he saw the old lady. His eyes were filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. His eyes were fixed on the old lady's body and did not move at all. He had seen her a few times during the previous meetings, but he had never thought in this direction. After all, the image of his peerlessly beautiful wife in his heart was too different from the image of the old lady in front of him. However, this time, after Zhuxiao's fortune-telling, especially after the saying of withered glory, "Oh my ancestor." When Chief Jiang of Star Shield and Chief Sun of the Martial Arts Department saw the person opposite them, they immediately exclaimed, jumped out of the car and ran quickly. More than half of the high-ranking officials who came today hurriedly got out of their carriages and walked over respectfully. Each of them had a look of respect and admiration on their faces. This group of people made a neat movement and bowed respectfully. Then each of them stood at the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was as if this old lady was the sky in their hearts, an existence that they absolutely could not afford to offend. "Teacher, why did you personally?" Chief Jiang jogged all the way, not daring to use the power of astral souls at all, for fear that a gust of wind would blow the old lady away. "It's windy outside, oh my God." As Chief Jiang ran, he took off his cloak and carefully put it on the old lady. Then he began to complain, "If there's anything, you can just call or send someone to pass a message. Tell me, why did you come to the school entrance and it has to be a windy area?" Sigh. "Hurry up and get some people to block the wind. Hurry up." Before he finished speaking, he picked up the wheelchair and leaned sideways to block the wind. He walked steadily toward the wall to take shelter from the wind. "If I directly invite you into the office now, I'm afraid you'll scold me again. Fine, let's talk here. What instructions do you have, old lady? Tell me." Chief Jiang's face was full of heartache. "The bright jade ginseng and red blood Ganoderma that I gave you last time, those things? Have you taken them? Why do you still look so pale?" "Big face Jiang, don't talk nonsense with me. Did I come here to talk to you about these minor details?" The old lady snorted and said, "Do you think that I'm old and have a bad memory? Do you think you'll be able to change the topic by spouting a bunch of nonsense? How would I dare? If I did that, wouldn't your students rebel against me?" Chief Jiang's face was full of sweat. "Hurry up and tell me. After you're done, I'll send you back to rest." "Okay then, a few things." The old lady sat in the wheelchair, but it was as if she had a seal in her hand. She said in an unquestionable tone, "It's natural for you to catch spies. I don't object to it at all. But those 3 people from the political education department, you have to keep them. They are definitely not spies." Chief Jiang's face was bitter. "They are in charge of the political investigation. They can't get away with it." "Bullshit. You're still from S.H.I.E.L.D. There are so many spies. Are you going to take the blame for dereliction of duty? Are you going to take the blame and resign?" The old lady said angrily, "If it wasn't for second high school exposing the truth, what would S.H.I.E.L.D. have found out all these years? Now you want 3 teachers from one school to take the blame? This is the action of a villain, a bastard. If you take them away, will they still be alive? On what basis? On your face?" Chief Jiang looked embarrassed and was speechless for a long time. "Give me a quick answer. Are you going to let them go or not?" Let them go." Chief Jiang hurriedly said, "Those 3 from the political education department, let them go. Hurry up and let them go. Also, it's fine if you take away the teacher from the martial disciple class, but let those children go. With their level, do you think they can withstand the UMNO Alliance's medicine? Even those children are taken away. Only you can think of that. Let them go. Okay. Let them go. Let those martial disciple children go too. Also, these students from second high school have very low cultivation. They are far from the standards to be absorbed by the UMNO Alliance. You should know this, right?" The old lady's face was as cold as frost. "I'm telling you seriously, big face Jiang. You can take them away to be the mirror of clear heart. You can enter the crystal gate, but if any of them are injured, don't go to my grave in the future. I can't take your incense." Chief Jiang was sweating profusely. "Teacher, please be magnanimous. There must be a spy among these students. This matter is already set in stone. There is no way I can protect everyone. Your request is too difficult. The old lady snorted. You took away more than 200 students in one go today, not including those who didn't come back from their missions. If you include those, you'll probably take away 70 to 80 more people. In total, there will be more than 300 people, almost 350. Among these 350 people, how many spies do you think there will be? Have they been cleared? The old lady's sunken eyes looked coldly at Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang was sweating profusely and didn't answer for a long time. The old lady didn't relax at all. She said coldly, "Can you give a number?" 50. Chief Jiang tried to test. "Fuck you." 30. "Fuck you." 20. "I can't go any lower." Chief Jiang complained. "Jiang Zhangbin, you're now a leader. My words don't have any weight. Pretend that I didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want." The old lady looked disheartened. Go. I've wasted your time. I'm sorry." Chief Jiang's face turned pale. He threw himself in front of the wheelchair and hugged the old lady's leg. He actually started to make a scene. "How many? Give me a number. I'll do it, okay? I won't bargain. Don't talk to me like that. I can't take it." The leader wiped his tears. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to afford to go to martial arts school. You're closer to me than my own mother. Don't talk to me like that." I can't take it. The old lady's expression softened. She sighed and said, "Get up and talk. How can the dignified chief of Star Shield be like this?" "I'm not getting up." Chief Jiang acted shamelessly like a child. "Unless you say so. Based on my experience, there are at most 5 students who have been cleared. If there are more, it won't be the UMNO Alliance's method." The old lady said, "It can only be less, not more." Chief Jiang's face contorted. "Teacher, I promise that I won't accuse anyone wrongly. If there's anyone wronged, don't ever see me again. Is that all right? But if there are more than 5, you can't blame me. No matter what, I can't let go of those who have been cleared." The old lady sighed softly. "That's it. Get up." Only then did Chief Jiang stand up. He wiped his tears and pouted. "You scared me to death. You're still as shameless as when you were young." The old lady sighed. "Hurry up and leave. I won't delay you any further." "I'll send you back." "I don't trust anyone else to send you back." Chief Jiang insisted. He carried the old lady in the wheelchair and was about to walk back. At this moment, Qin Fangyang stepped forward and strode in front of the old lady. He asked excitedly, You are?" Chapter 85. Qin Fangyang's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone jumped in fright. Was he going to harm the old principal? Director Jiang and Director Sun were shocked. They immediately stood in front of the old lady and faced Qin Fangyang together. They covered the old lady tightly and shouted in unison, "Qin Fangyang, what are you doing?" Behind the two of them, the old lady, who was covered tightly, had a strange look in her eyes. She quickly regained her composure and did not make a sound. The next moment, more and more people stood out and blocked the wheelchair. Li Changjiang was among them. They all looked at Qin Fangyang with hostility. Their intentions were clear. If he wanted to harm the old principal, he would have to step over them. In Second High, in Phoenix City, this old woman could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. She didn't have any influence or power in the government, but as long as she said a word to some extent, it would be more effective than the words of the governor of Phoenix City. It was said that she came to Phoenix City when she was young and single-handedly improved Phoenix City's education system bit by bit. She single-handedly established Second High School and dedicated her entire life to Second High School and its students. She never talked about marriage in her life. She did not have any cultivation. She was just an ordinary person, but she did what countless martial artists could not do. Her students were all over the mainland. She had students all over the world. When she was teaching, every graduate of No. 2 high school treated her as their biological mother and loved her. Every day, there would be many letters written by students flying into the campus like snowflakes, reporting to her about their situation. They had been promoted, gotten married, had children, were about to go to the battlefield, were about to go on a mission, that they were like sons and daughters reporting to their mothers about everything that had happened to them. Such a person was like a living god in Phoenix City. Director Jiang of Star Shield was also a student she had personally recruited into the school. Back then, Director Jiang's family was poor and he couldn't afford to cultivate at all. Not to mention tuition fees, he couldn't even afford to wear clothes. It was the old woman's support that helped him advance to martial master. He could do missions to support himself in exchange for enough cultivation resources. As long as the students had the ability to support themselves, she would let them go and ignore them as if they didn't know them at all. Then he went on to help the next one and the next batch. But of those students whom she had helped, as long as they weren't cold-hearted people, who would forget her? Even 20 years ago she could no longer teach because her body could no longer bear the burden. She could only retreat behind the scenes, but she still did not stop sponsoring students. Later on, Director Jiang was promoted step by step. He could have gone to the big city to become the director of Star Shield, but he insisted on staying in Phoenix City. The most important reason was for her. He wanted to stay nearby and take care of his old mentor. I want to stay here. Teacher, he is old. I'm worried. I'm afraid that if I leave, someone will bully my teacher. This reason sounded ridiculous. Even though it was simple, it didn't seem like something a bureaucrat or a politician would say. However, he used this reason and refused to leave no matter what. He stayed in Phoenix City until today. It was such a person that Qin Fangyang had suddenly jumped out and shouted. His intentions were unclear. Unclear intentions were based on the premise that Qin Fangyang was a teacher of second high school and that he had exposed the UMNO Alliance's conspiracy. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be unclear intentions. It would be a conspiracy. It wouldn't be impossible for him to be killed on the spot. In fact, at this moment, everyone was extremely angry. Qin Fangyang. Li Changjiang shouted angrily. What are you doing? Qin Fangyang's chest rose and fell rapidly. His face was flushed red. He swallowed hard and stared in the direction of the old woman. However, the old woman's figure was now completely blocked by the crowd. He couldn't see any trace of her at all. However, he still didn't give up and stared at her. His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been torn for 100 years. He said hoarsely, I just want to ask. Who is this? What's her name? Does she recognize me? The corners of his eyes were already tearing because he was trying so hard to open his eyes. He was no longer glaring but really tearing. Chief Jiang stood in front of him with an unprecedented aura. His entire body's power had been raised to the maximum. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. His body was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. It was obvious that he would go all out if there was any disagreement. He said in a low voice, Qin Fangyang, who is she? What's her name? Why do you want to know these things? She's the mother of all of us, the most respected person. Who do you think you are? How dare you jump out and ask questions? Chief Son of the Martial Arts Department looked at Qin Fangyang angrily and said loudly, Qin Fangyang, back off. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. He took a long breath. At the same time, Chief Jiang and the rest felt that the air around them was almost sucked dry by Qin Fangyang. It was as if they were suffocating in a vacuum. Qin Fangyang was so strong. He was so strong that it was beyond everyone's expectations. It was beyond everyone's understanding of Qin Fangyang's strength. Everyone immediately became even more vigilant in their hearts. Qin Fangyang's strength was different from usual. What did this mean and what did it mean? There were too many things to think about. It was thought-provoking, but it also sent chills down their spines. The mother of all of you? She should have a name. Even if she's a god, she should have a name in this world. Just a name. Can't I ask? Qin Fangyang's face was full of sorrow. There was nothing greater than despair. I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask for a name. Back off. Chief Jiang shouted again, his murderous intent overflowing. Obviously. If Qin Fangyang still refused to back off, he would attack. Wait a moment. The old lady's gentle voice came from behind. Teacher Qin, I know you. You've been in second high for many years. You've been teaching diligently and the quality of the students you've taught is very high. Although you usually have a cold face, you're very responsible for every student. You've even sponsored many students from poor families. The old lady's voice was very gentle at this moment. Her words were mixed with undisguised admiration. For so many years, other than maintaining your normal living expenses, all your income has been used to sponsor the students. You're a good teacher. I admire and like you very much. It's just that I don't agree with the way you do things. The way you refuse the students' gratitude is to wait until they can earn their own money and ask them to return the money one by one. I know that after you get the money, you use it to sponsor new students. But this cycle is really unfair to you. I just don't know why you're looking for me. After the old woman's words, everyone looked at Qin Fangyang in a completely different light. His vigilance was replaced by a deep sense of respect. A teacher like this was indeed worthy of everyone's respect. But why would such a respectable teacher do such a thing at this time? Everyone found it harder and harder to understand. They were even more suspicious. Qin Fangyang's voice was hoarse as he muttered, "I'm very sorry for my presumptuous impulsiveness. My wife was separated from me 82 years ago. I still haven't found her. When I saw you just now, The old lady smiled softly and said, "Do you actually think that I'm your wife who has been missing for 82 years?" The other party's voice was so calm that it even contained a trace of absurdity that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fangyang's heart was immediately shaken. His gaze changed from pain to bewilderment. "Yes, this. I know Teacher Qin's purpose. Ask Teacher Qin to come over." "It's okay," the old lady said. "Teacher. This." Chief Jiang was very hesitant. "Xiao Jiang, as the chief of Star Shield, how can you not have the ability to see through people? It's a blessing for me to meet such an infatuated person and such a good teacher. Even if he's a spy, what's the benefit of assassinating an old lady who's about to be buried?" Seeing that Chief Jiang and Chief Sun were still hesitating, the old lady's face darkened. She shouted, "Jiang Zhangbin Sun Yunha. Don't tell me the two of you want to detain me? We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." Hearing the old lady's reprimand, the two of them finally moved away unwillingly, revealing the old lady's true face. It was an old face that had long since lost its youthfulness. Her skin was wrinkled, her hair was sparse, and her face was covered with age spots. She was so shriveled that she looked like a mummy, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Only her eyes were still a little bright. However, compared to a normal person they were much dimmer. At this moment, her eyes were quiet, gentle, and had a hint of a smile. She stared at Qin Fangyang and said in an almost joking tone, "Teacher Qin, look at me. Do I look like your wife?" Qin Fangyang only felt that his mind was in a mess. The face in front of him was too different from Qianqian's face in his memory. On Qianqian's face, there was a very small mole between her left eyebrows. The old lady in front of him did not have that. Qianqian had double eyelids, but this old lady had single eyelids. Just based on the outline of their faces, they were completely different. There was no resemblance at all. But why did my heart throb like that just now? It was a kind of deep throbbing that made one want to cry. "May I ask?" "My surname is He, I'm He Yuanyue. The moon has a waxing and waning moon. Actually, this is not a secret. Everyone in Second High knows about it." The old lady smiled and said, "Teacher Qin, do you have any other questions?" Qin Fangyang closed his eyes in pain. "No, I'm not Qianqian." "So she's He Yuanyue, the god of Phoenix City? The goddess revered by millions of people in Phoenix City." Chapter 86. Teacher Qin. "Grandma," he smiled gently. "I can understand how you feel. Newlyweds have been separated for almost 100 years. No matter who it is, that person will go crazy. If you really feel bad, you can come and talk to me when you are free." She smiled faintly, but her words naturally revealed a feeling of keeping people 1,000 miles away. She said that she was inviting him, but anyone could hear the coldness in her words. This was an obvious courtesy, but also the most resolute rejection. Qin Fangyang was disheartened. "Thank you." Director Jiang said faintly, "Teacher Qin, although it is a little presumptuous, if you really want to find her, why don't you tell us your wife's name? Our star shield is still very good at finding people." As soon as he said this, he felt the old woman's eyes turn gently and stare at his face. Director Jiang was all too familiar with this gaze. She was angry. And not just angry but sullen. Director Jiang's head broke out in cold sweat, and he almost knelt down on the spot. In his heart he really couldn't understand why this ancestor was angry. With his identity and background, there was nothing wrong with saying this. Qin Fangyang replied absent-mindedly, She is called Lu Qianqian. She. Boom. Jiang Zhangbin's body swayed. Director Jiang didn't hear what Qin Fangyang said after that. Because this name was like a clap of thunder that shook him into an empty shell. At this moment, he felt as if all the lightning in the 9 heavens had struck his pitiful little head. When he had just taken up the position of Star Shield, the old woman had asked him to check her own files to see if there were any traces of her before. If there were, erase them all, the cleaner the better. Although he didn't know the old woman's intentions, Director Jiang still did as he was told. Thus, he learned of He Yuanyue's name before she came to Phoenix City. Lu Qianqian. As for why she changed from Lu Chanshan to He Yuanyue, Director Jiang didn't know and he didn't dare to ask. He just followed his teacher's instructions and erased all traces. He even specially found a few internet experts to sweep the virtual network back and forth to make sure nothing went wrong. From then on, there was no longer any trace of Lu Chanshan in this world. There was only He Yuanyue. At that time he had excitedly rushed over to show off his achievements. Teacher, according to your instructions, I have already erased all traces of you. From now on, even the gods will not be able to find out about your past. This memory could be said to be a major event that Chief Jiang would never forget. Now that he suddenly heard this name from Qin Fangyang's mouth, he was dumbfounded. His face unconsciously twisted, his mouth opened wide and his eyes glazed over. The next moment, Deputy Chief Jiang instinctively turned to look at the old lady. However, he met a pair of stern eyes that were as sharp as lightning. That stern gaze seemed to convey thousands of words in an instant. Everything was conveyed without words. Chief Jiang shuddered as if he had just woken up from a dream. His body swayed and his face turned pale as he gasped for breath. It was a pity that Qin Fangyang, who was in a daze, did not notice the abnormality of Bureau Chief Jiang. All of a sudden, his heart palpitated and his blood rushed to his head. Then he was suddenly disappointed. The disappointment this time was even greater than total despair to Qin Fangyang. At that moment his mind was completely blank. Even his eyes became empty. Vaguely someone was calling him. Teacher Qin? Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang opened his eyes in a daze. When his gaze refocused, he realized that the person calling him was He Yuanyue. Teacher Qin, it seems that you really have deep feelings for your missing wife. He Yuanyue sighed and said, Jiang Bin. I'm here. Chief Jiang wiped the sweat on his head and bowed. Remember to help Teacher Qin investigate properly, the old lady instructed. The old woman exhorted, it would be best if you could find it. That would be a great deed. Chief Jiang's heart started to churn like a gold thread. Do you want me to find out or do you not want me to find out? I'm already in a daze. Teacher Qin, you don't have to be too discouraged. In life there's still hope. Grandma, he said softly, I believe that your wife, no matter where she is now, will always be able to feel your deep affection. Qin Fangyang's soul was still floating. He had no home at all. He nodded blankly. His whole body was like a puppet. His vitality was gone. After a long time, he lowered his head bitterly and said, I'm sorry to disturb you. At that moment, all of Qin Fangyang's energy seemed to have been sucked away from his body. He turned around and walked back in loneliness. His footsteps were actually a little light. He took 2 steps and suddenly his body swayed. A mouthful of blood gushed out. He swallowed it back forcefully. However, he felt that his eyes were blurred. His body went soft and he fell down. He Yuanyue, who was in the wheelchair, narrowed her eyes. Her hands instinctively grabbed the armrest tightly. However, Jiang Bin was faster. Chief Jiang of Star Shield. He dashed forward and supported Qin Fangyang. 2 people. Chief Jiang hurriedly shouted. Quick. Quick, quick, quick. Send Teacher Qin back. You must ensure Teacher Qin's safety. Everyone around was once again in a state of confusion. What was going on? Weren't you the one who shouted the loudest just now? Why were you so gentle and considerate now? The old woman looked at the 2 people supporting Qin Fangyang's back. They walked forward step by step. Her expression and eyes had already calmed down. There was no change at all. Chief Jiang walked back with sweat on his head. After a long time, the old woman said softly, Jiang Bin, it seems that you have slacked off a lot recently. Look at your sweat. How old are you? How can you be so weak? Even though you are in a high position, you can't neglect your cultivation. Your own cultivation is the foundation. Chief Jiang was sweating profusely. Yes. Let's go. Qin Fangyang's figure turned around the corner and disappeared. The old woman seemed to have lost all of her strength. She collapsed in the wheelchair. It seemed that she couldn't even sit still. I'll send you back now. Chief Jiang insisted. I still have something to say to you. Scram. The old woman shouted angrily. Jiang Bin, I'm telling you now. Even if I die, I won't. Don't. Chief Jiang said helplessly. I'll leave immediately. If I find out that you are doing something behind my back, turning a deaf ear to my words, and harming my students, even if I die, I don't want your paper money. The old woman warned him one last time. Chief Jiang's heart was filled with bitterness as he agreed. There were so many people present, but he was the only one who knew the true meaning of this sentence. What could he do? What could he do? What could he do? This was a problem that no matter what choice he made, no matter what he did, it seemed like the cars left one by one. Chief Jiang's car was the last to leave. The old woman had already gone back to rest. Her body was too weak, so she was the first to be sent away. Before Chief Jiang left, he patted Chief Sun's shoulder. Old son, it's better for Principal Li to continue working in second high. Let's forget about the suspension. All right. Chief Sun heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Changjiang is the most reliable here. Also, Chief Jiang looked at Principal Li and smiled. Principal Li, I'll have to trouble you to take care of old madam in the future. Li Changjiang said solemnly, that's for sure. As long as Li Changjiang is still alive. Sigh, I'm not talking about this, I'm not talking about this. Chief Jiang smiled and waved his hand. He wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time he chuckled and said, and that teacher Qin is also a good teacher. If they have any difficulties they can call me directly. Yes, no matter what, they can look for me directly. Understand? Principal Li was a little confused by this. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Why was teacher Qin involved again? After a while he agreed. Okay. Well, if in the future. Chief Jiang's expression was extremely conflicted. He weighed his words carefully, but before he could finish, his phone rang. He looked at the number and hurriedly picked it up. It's me. A clear word came from the other end. Get lost. The voice was very heavy. Okay. Chief Jiang wiped his sweat and jumped up from the chair. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out of the door as if he was running for his life. Like a horse that had its butt cut, he ran away with a swoosh. Why did he leave halfway through his sentence? Li Changjiang was a little confused. These leaders were too hot-tempered. Why did he leave halfway through his sentence? Did all of them have such a temper? That's why Xiaoduo chatted with Li Chenglong for an entire afternoon. He only had a rough understanding of the Umno Alliance, Kill Break Wolf, and even the related concepts of the Big Dipper 9 and the Southern Dipper 6. It had to be said that Li Chenglong's cultivation talent was not good, and his strength was shallow. Well, he couldn't be blamed for being shallow for the time being. After all, he had jumped to the top 5 of Class 9. However, in terms of historical facts, related legends and knowledge of the cultivation world's enemies and allies, Li Chenglong was really better than others. Whenever Zhou Xiaoduo asked a question, it was rare that he didn't know the answer to it. No matter what it was, no matter how remote it was, he could quote from the classics and answer 10 questions. He didn't miss any details, no matter how big or small. Zhou Xiaoduo listened to him and was even more impressed by his knowledge. Good kid, your brain is only a little bit worse than mine. However, the more he understood the details of the enemies he was thinking about, the more frightened Zhou Xiaoduo was. Chapter 87. At the end of the day, Phoenix City was just a small, remote city. Although everyone knew that the Umno Alliance was their biggest enemy, they had no idea about the true strength of the various sects in the Umno Alliance. Really, they had no idea at all. This included many of the warriors in Phoenix City, and even the high-level warriors. Phoenix City was located in a remote, peaceful location. Other than the threat of the meteorites, it was almost like a paradise. To be honest, if they had not seen the prestige and privilege of the warriors, even if they knew that there was a strong enemy outside, not many people would choose to practice martial arts. Phoenix City, Antai City, Nanji City, Ishui City, and Boyang City, these 5 cities were connected to each other. The distance between the cities was at most 1,800 miles. Although the outside was a wasteland destroyed by the meteorites, the main roads were always open all year round. There were sentries set up every 30 miles. Those ferocious beasts and even star beasts did not dare to come here. But as far as the living environment of humans was concerned, it was very safe. As warriors, Zhou Xiaoduo and the other students were taught how scary the Umno Alliance was, how strong the enemy was, how dangerous they were, and so on. There were many theories. However, it was not necessarily true that the students had a sense of urgency in their hearts. What? The reason was very simple. The enemy was not around. Everything only existed in his imagination. You fantasize that there is an enemy? I even fantasize that there is a ghost. This was the basic thought of most of the ordinary people on the continent, as well as some warriors who had never come into contact with danger. Especially at the end, when Li Chenglong said those words from his own feelings, Zhou Xiaoduo had a lot of thoughts. Swollen's words were very extreme. Actually, the world is like this now. Every moment there are people who fall at the border. And those who fall, every one of them used to be like us, spoiled and loved by their parents since they were young. I grew up painstakingly, cultivated painstakingly, and gained experience painstakingly. Finally, I reached the stage where I could participate in the battle. Of course, I only went up to do my part, but it's not that I didn't want to make a name for myself, and it's not that I didn't want to be admired by the masses. However, I was reduced to minced meat in just a second. There was once a retired and disabled martial artist in Phoenix City. After he retired from the Sun Moon Pass and returned to his hometown, he saw that the martial artists here were living a comfortable and lazy life. He was so anxious that he fell ill. Before he died, he roared, "We are fighting a bloody battle in front of you because we want to leave you an environment to cultivate and become stronger. We hope that you will grow stronger as soon as possible. We hope that you will join the battle as soon as possible and make all of humanity safe." But what are you martial artists doing? All you do is laze around. As martial artists, you don't go out to gain experience, you don't go out to fight. You're gambling. But what are you guys doing? Playing cards. Playing mahjong. There are so many people at the front lines waiting for new blood to come in. Why are you guys so lazy? Come in. If you guys go on like this, you'll make the sacrifices at the front lines meaningless. Meaningless. Li Chenglong's face was full of pain. Don't think that this is just a rumor. The martial artist who died immediately after he said this was my uncle. I heard these words with my own ears. Although I was still young at that time, I remember every word that my uncle said. They were engraved in my heart. You thought that my talent was only passable, but you kept on cultivating. Even though you knew that there was no hope, you still refused to give up. You even crazily accumulated knowledge in the field of history. It was because of these words that I was alerted. It made me realize the responsibility I have. Even if it's difficult to cultivate, I still have to do my part and do my part in my own way. Don't think that I'm just talking big. I've always put my actions into practice. Don't think that I'm being extreme. So what do you know about our society? There are many scholars and scientists who don't have strong physiques. They are just ordinary people. However, there are too many people who live in the laboratory for a few years. Some of them even live in the laboratory for their entire lives. Even in their dreams, they want to develop a kind of technological weapon that can harm martial artists and kill the experts in the UMNO alliance. These people sacrifice even more. They don't have the strong physiques of martial artists. The time they live is very short. In their lifetime they only live for a few decades. However, by the time they are able to do research, half of their lifetime has already passed. The biggest regret of many highly respected scientists before they die is that they wish they could become martial artists. It's not that they covet the strong strength of martial artists, which can move mountains and fill seas or fly in the sky. Their regret is that their lifespans are too short. If they could become martial artists and reach the nascent soul transformation, even if they were embryonic breathing realm experts, they would have a lifespan of 500 to 600 years. With a lifespan of 500 to 600 years, coupled with a strong physique, they would definitely be able to develop more and better weapons. However, they didn't. After becoming a martial artist of a certain stage, they would have the responsibility of a high-ranking martial artist. Moreover, to become a high-ranking martial artist, which one of them didn't give up on knowledge in other areas? Most of the high-ranking martial artists, more than 99% of them can't do research. Those who do research can only be done by most ordinary people and low-ranking martial artists. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I believe you would never know. It's hard to imagine that those respectable old people couldn't even move the things that they researched. Even when they used it, they couldn't withstand the huge sound waves that were formed in an instant. They could only watch helplessly from afar. You wouldn't know that many people use their entire lives to research something. However, until they die, they have only just touched the door. They can only turn their life's achievements into a disc or a record for the future generations. They can only close their eyes regretfully. These people all hope that everyone in our Jianghu empire can be like a dragon. Everyone has the heart to become strong forever. However, what awaits them is disappointment. Actually, it seems like the strong's duty to protect ordinary people has always been the strong's duty. However, if you think deeper, why should they? Even if they don't protect ordinary people, what can they do? The strong weren't actually protecting ordinary people. Their protection was actually waiting for hope. They are waiting for their bloodlines to multiply and for more children to awaken their astral souls. They are waiting for generation after generation of strong people to stand out, until the day they counterattack the UMNO alliance, defeat and destroy the UMNO alliance. The martial artists at the front lines are sacrificing themselves at this moment. The scientists at the back are also working hard. I am also a citizen of the Jianghu Empire. This is also my responsibility. Li Qinglong sighed sadly. Phoenix City is not peaceful now. People are constantly dying and causing trouble. When I returned home, I told my father about it. My father pondered for a long time and said, "This might be a good thing." Why is it a good thing? Because only when they come into contact with danger and feel the threat personally can people take it seriously. Everyone, including those ordinary people who can't cultivate, will take it seriously. I believe that they will tell their children the truth about this crisis. This world is actually very dangerous. Children, you have to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself, your parents, and your hometown. Li Qinglong was very emotional as he spoke. Zhou Xiaoduo was also very moved. Then the two half-grown children fell into silence. I have always known that my cultivation aptitude is too poor and I don't have enough resources. I most likely won't be able to jump through the dragon's gate before the age of 20. Therefore I have long been prepared. In the future I will take teaching as my main role. I will impart to every one of my students what I know and the sense of urgency that I personally feel. I will let them know about this world and all the dangers. I will let them experience my sense of urgency. However, it is different now. I have become a martial master by chance. The power of the astral souls in my body is no longer as viscous as before. My path of cultivation has a greater possibility. Li Qinglong's eyes looked into the distance. His chubby little face was filled with yearning. Since this is the case, I choose to experience the danger more realistically. In the future, no matter what, I will go to the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass. My name is Li Qinglong. The reason why I am called this is because my father wishes for his son to become a dragon. He hopes that I can become a dragon. As long as there is a slight possibility, I will jump through this dragon's gate with my life on the line. Why is the Sun-Moon Pass called the Sun-Moon Pass? The sun and the moon are bright. Bright pass. Let this world be filled with light. Let everyone no longer have the shadow of the UMNO alliance on their heads and in their hearts. That is the light. The Sun-Moon Pass is the pass of a man. The pass of a warrior. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was deeply touched by Li Qinglong's words. He had never thought that he would be touched by a child of the same age, or even a child who was younger than him by a few years. But now, it was Li Qinglong's words that made his heart tremble violently. It was also at this moment that Zhou Xiaoduo had another goal in his heart. The Sun-Moon Pass. The pass of a man. The pass of a warrior. With this goal in mind, Zhou Xiaoduo even felt that his chest could be held higher than before when he walked on the road. There was never a moment when Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was so manly. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said softly, "Swollen, your way of thinking is reasonable, but it is still a little extreme. The world is so big, there are all kinds of people. You can't force everyone to have the same way of thinking as you." Zhou Xiaoduo said softly, "There is no such thing as a peaceful life in this world. It's just that there are people who carry the burden for us and move forward." I've seen this sentence many times, but only now do I understand half of it. Ordinary people have their own way of living. Their comfort is the current situation of the human race, and it is also the result of countless warriors who fought against foreign invaders. Warriors should not destroy this comfort, and they should not be indignant because of the comfort at the back. Warriors need to protect the comfort of ordinary people the most. Otherwise, what is the value of warriors? Warriors have their own way of living. You have to have a higher level of understanding. Of course, there are also trash and dregs among warriors, but if there are not so many dregs, how can we gain experience? Zhou Xiaoduo's words instantly disintegrated Li Qinglong's heavy mood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Boss," I was still amazed by Zhuo's words. "You are so calm today." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled, but his expression became more solemn. He said softly, "Qinglong, you said something very well before. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one be qualified to say something. Empty talk is meaningless. I believe that even for us, only when we truly arrive at the Sun-Moon Pass and see or experience those bloody sacrifices, can we truly understand the true meaning of those words, the other half of the peaceful years. Those who haven't been to the front can't really understand it just by their own imagination. Don't be too demanding, just be yourself. Be yourself." Zhou Xiaoduo patted Li Qinglong's shoulder. Li Qinglong was stunned for a long time and then he said, Yes. Li Chenglong's heart was suddenly touched. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were more comprehensive and mature than his own, and not as extreme as his. Yes, he and his uncle might have been too impatient and extreme. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. He could even clearly feel that his state of mind was transforming. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's third transformation. It was also from this day onwards that a vague idea sprouted in his heart. I want to go to the Sun and Moon Pass. Fight against the UMNO alliance. Protect my parents, my hometown. This idea, although still very vague, was like a seedling that had sprouted. It seemed that this was the real responsibility of a man. Chapter 88. That afternoon. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming were fighting with their lives on the martial arts field. They were fighting and learning from each other. They were polishing their newly promoted cultivation and turning it into their own strength. The other students were practicing even more diligently in the classroom. There were already 6 students in the same class who had broken through to the martial master level. This was too much of a shock to the other students. Therefore they were all practicing with red eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were the exceptions. One had a lot of questions while the other was a teacher. They talked for the whole afternoon. It was not until school was over that the two of them started to spar. It was a one-sided fight. Li Chenglong's whole body was swollen after the punches. His resentment had reached a point of no return. I explained to you, but you fucking attacked me immediately. What happened to respecting your teacher? What happened to a teacher for a day, a father for life? I can't even lie on the ground and admit defeat. You rolled 40 to 50 times with one kick. Are you fucking kicking me like a ball? Li Chenglong exploded in anger. Then he was beaten up again. Zhuo Xiaoduo waited until school was over, but Li Changjiang didn't summon him. In the end he had no choice but to leave by himself. Walking on the road, he vaguely felt that there were more people paying attention to him. No matter where he went, he felt like he was being scrutinized. Some of them were malicious, some had bad intentions, but there were also others. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked to the window of a shop and deliberately stopped to look at his face in the mirror for a long time. Not to mention other things, the young man in front of her was really handsome. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, his lips were red, his body was tall and slender, and he was as handsome as a tree in the wind. Zhuo Xiaoduo was mesmerized by himself. He almost forgot the purpose of reading a person's face. He's so handsome. How can a person be so handsome? If I didn't know that I was looking at a mirror, I would have fallen in love with this young man. I can even consider being gay. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. She wondered which girl would be so lucky in the future to be able to find such a handsome and good husband. I was so envious of her because my wife would definitely not be as good as her husband. What a loss. After being narcissistic for a while, a certain someone finally looked at his own face and was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. The heavenly court was full and round. In the imperial court, it was the image of an emperor. In the martial world, it was the image of an overlord. Not bad, not bad. There was no danger at all. Then the phone rang. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan. Oh, Nian Nian cat. Ah, it's Nian Nian cat. Why are you looking for Honduada-sama? Zhuo Xiaoduo was still immersed in the narcissistic atmosphere. He was still in a daze when he picked up the phone. He spoke freely. The Zhuo Xiaoyan on the other side snorted. Dare I ask, Lord Duo, are you wandering tens of thousands of meters high in the sky? Otherwise, how could you float like this? Zhuo Xiaoduo quivered when he heard that. All of his narcissism instantly disappeared. He went from being aloof to being a pug. He bent down and lowered his head to flatter the phone. I was wondering whose voice was so nice. So it's my gentle and beautiful sister Nian Nian. Ah, sister, your voice is getting more and more charming. It's so nice. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. Cut the crap. There are 2 things. Sister, I'll do whatever you say. I'll climb a mountain of swords and plunge into boiling oil. You fought with someone and you didn't even tell us when you went home. How did you fight? My master was so angry that he couldn't sleep last night. He's still angry today. He said he's going to punish you. Zhuo Xiaoyan said angrily. What? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He didn't know how to react. After a while he said, I didn't see Master Mu either. You want to see my master with your little skills? Zhuo Xiaoyan was angry. My master couldn't hold it in anymore after more than a day. He called me and scolded me. He said that it's okay for you to teach your brother the unique skills of the sect, but you should at least teach him how to use them. How did the Dragon Gate kick and Starry Sky steps turn into a crotch kick? Who would be embarrassed if someone saw through his moves? What's going on? Zuoxiao Duo, Jie. My master also said that your brother's cultivation is shallow and he's not good enough. But if he still does this in the future, won't the reputation of the Kunlun Taoist sect be ruined? Zuoxiaonian repeated Mu Yanyan's words angrily. If the Kunlun Taoist sect is notorious because of your crotch kick in the future, kicking me out of the sect is secondary. Punishing someone is imperative and will not be easy. Zuoxiao's face was sweating. How did Mu Yanyan know? She saw it? He was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with crotch kick? Is it against the law? Didn't you see that so many people were beating me up? Why do you have to tell me where to hit? How can I consider so many things? It's almost a life and death situation. Zuoxiao Duo responded with a series of yes and ahs. He made up his mind. Mu Yanyan is too controlling, isn't she? Humph, I must carry forward the crotch kick in the future and make my name known to astral souls. The truth of the matter was more or less like this. That day Mu Yanyan went out to do something and looked down on the ground. She was patrolling intentionally or unintentionally, and then she accidentally saw Zuoxiao Duo, who was blocked at the school gate. To be fair, she had a good impression of Zuoxiao Duo. In her mind, Zuoxiao Duo was well-behaved and sensible, handsome, and very good at making trouble. Who wouldn't like such a child from the bottom of her heart? When she saw her beloved junior being blocked, she naturally wanted to help. But before she could do anything, she saw Zuoxiao Duo skillfully use the unique skills of Kunlun Taoism. Star-picking palm, Dragon Gate kick, star steps. These three sets of martial arts were displayed in Zuoxiao's hands to the point that he was extremely familiar with them. As someone who had personally guided and trained Zuoxiao Duo, Mu Yanyan was very gratified. This child really learned well. It was not difficult to see that he had put in a lot of hard work in the past few days. When facing the enemy, he was not nervous at all. He fully demonstrated the mastery of these three sets of martial arts, which was quite pleasing to the eye. But within half a minute of pleasing to the eye, Mu Yanyan's expression became stunned and tongue-tied. Because of the mysterious star steps, Dragon Gate kick, and star-picking palm. Every move was aimed at the lower part of the body, attacking those delicate spots. 1, 2, 3. Mu Yanyan was stunned on the spot. Then she fainted on the spot. She almost fainted from anger. After all, from her point of view, there were too many opportunities. Zuoxiao's unfinished kick could have landed on the throat, the back of the head, the eyes, the dantian, and other vital parts of the body. But he just missed them all. He didn't even hesitate to increase the difficulty of his kick and aimed it at the crotch of his pants. And his posture was getting more and more skillful, more and more routine. It seemed that other than the crotch, he had no other target. The Dragon Gate kick, star-picking palm, was it supposed to be used like this? How could the three unique skills of Kunlun Taoism be used to kick the crotch? After Mu Yanyan went back, she was angry for half the night. Then she thought for the rest of the night. She wanted to just let it go and see Zuoxiao Duo less in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. But this afternoon she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Zuoxiao's progress was really too fast, and he was also unusually diligent. With his current speed of advancement, she estimated that he would soon climb to the embryonic breathing realm. By then, the range of his activities would be even larger. When that time came, his opponents would naturally increase. At that time, if he still used the crotch kick, oh no, the Dragon Gate kick, it would be very difficult for the Kunlun Taoist sect to not lose face in the eyes of those who knew the ropes. If Zuoxiao Duo became famous, Kunlun Taoism would probably be called the crotch kick sect or the crotch kick sect. These were all completely possible. Then, how could Kunlun Taoism survive? Thinking of this, she quickly called Zuoxiaonian and scolded her. Take care of your brother. Listening to Zuoxiaonian on the other side of the phone scolding him, Zuoxiao Duo was submissive. He swore that he would change in the future, but in fact he was only indignant in his heart. That old woman actually complained about me. It's really too much. When my cultivation is high enough in the future, I will definitely beat her up. The kind that will make her unable to get out of bed. Cough, cough, cough. Sister Nian Nian, didn't you say there were two things? Zuoxiao Duo quickly changed the topic. What's the other thing? The second matter. Meng Qinyu said that her brother invited me to dinner tonight. It will be a brilliant sky. Zuoxiaonian sighed. Are you going or not? I'll go. Of course I'll go. I have to go. I have to go. Zuoxiao Duo was immediately energized and asked to go. At this moment, Zuoxiao's fighting spirit was high. His whole body was filled with a fierce aura of a person who was about to enter a decisive battle. It lasted for a long time. I want to see what kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be my brother-in-law. Damn it. Wishful thinking. What a joke. I am not related to Sister Nyen Nyen by blood. I didn't dare to think about it before because I couldn't cultivate. But now that I can cultivate, don't tell me I still don't dare to think about it? How could he not? What a joke. My parents raised me personally and I watched the bye-bye grow up bit by bit. Someone actually coveted it. This can't be tolerated. If Master Zhuo is angered, I'll push it away tonight. This is simply trying to provoke a lion, pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth, stealing a treasure from under a dragon's claws, and stealing a woman from Master Zhuo's arms. I just want to ask, who dares to do this? A certain person hardened his heart for a long time, but in the end he still suppressed the most impulsive part. Master Zhuo's current strength was still not enough. For the time being he could not beat this tigress. If he tried to expose himself, losing face would be a small matter, but he would definitely be beaten. Master Zhuo did not want to be beaten. What Master Zhuo needed to do now was to hide. Of course he also needed to protect my bye-bye. Requesting subscriptions, requesting recommendation tickets, requesting monthly tickets. Brothers, support this wave. There will be an update in the afternoon. It will be done by the Alliance Master. It should be around 3 or 4. Chapter 89. On the other side of the phone, Zhuo Xiaoyan was very hesitant. But you said you'd go alone. If you go, what excuse do you need? Excuse? That's easy. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. It's a coincidence. A coincidence? How so? We agreed to eat at Brilliant Sky. Do you know where that is? You don't have to worry about that. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6:30 p.m. The sky was not completely dark yet. The streets were packed with people and carriages. Young and beautiful girls were walking around with young men. They were full of youthfulness. In front of Brilliant Sky. Brilliant Sky was the most high-end club in Phoenix City. It was said that the cheapest dish here cost at least $1,000. A simple meal cost more than $10,000. On the left side of Brilliant Sky was a singing and dancing club. Yes, that night in that club, young ladies stood at the door. Their fragrance was enchanting. They welcomed middle-aged men with big bellies as they walked in. Their voices and gestures were all over the place. Zhuo Xiaoduo strode past the entrance of the club. Suddenly, a young lady grabbed his arm. Handsome, come in and have some fun. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was grabbed, had goosebumps. He flung her hand away and said angrily, "What time is it now? The nightlife hasn't started yet." Yo. Handsome, you're very creative. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. How much does it cost to go in and have some fun? Not much at all. These young ladies had rarely seen such a handsome and spirited young man come to this kind of place. Immediately, they gathered around him and started to talk about him. Zhuo Xiaoduo resisted the discomfort of his nose being smelled by all kinds of fragrances and revealed a sly smile. In just a moment he was chatting enthusiastically with the young ladies. His face was full of excitement. Young lady, you're so beautiful. How much do you weigh? Wow, 87. Young lady, why are you so tall? The giggles of the young ladies sounded like silver bells, ringing out one after another. The fragrance wafted and the curves were exquisite. After a moment, damn it. An angry and stern voice that was obviously about to explode suddenly rang out. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear was twisted by a fair and slender hand. Out of habit she twisted it twice. Ow! Zhuo Xiaoduo's ears spun 720 degrees and he almost fell to his knees. Ouch! Why are you here? Who else could it be but Zhuo Xiaoyan who was twisting his ear? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was frosty. Obviously she was very, very angry. Even her eyes flashed with a murderous look, as if she wanted to kill her brother to prove her Tao. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, would you have gone in? Don't. No, how could I? I definitely won't. Let go of me first, my God. This is too embarrassing. Zhuo Xiaoduo twisted his body awkwardly and repeatedly begged for mercy. Sister Nyen Nyen, don't. I'm too unlucky. My ear was twisted in front of the nightclub. Can you leave me some face? You still want face? I think I'll just twist your ear off and completely embarrass you. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still twisting Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear. She mercilessly pulled him to the side and began to interrogate him. Speak, what are you doing here? Are you trying to anger me to death? Speak, hurry up and speak. At this moment, the group of young ladies standing at the door all shrank to the side, not even daring to breathe. These young ladies were all experienced people. Although it wasn't common for men to be caught by their own women for fun, it wasn't rare either. Usually they would pretend to mediate, but in reality they would mock them for not being charming enough, but using violence to pressure them. Didn't they know how to reflect on themselves? They should learn more gentleness and kung fu. But at this moment, such thoughts were all gone. The reason was simple and violent. The sudden appearance of this woman was also very violent, but she was too beautiful. It was the kind of beauty that was cold and pure. When they saw her, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if people like them, even standing beside her, was a kind of blasphemy. At this time, besides Wuxiao Nian, a tall and handsome young man in white casual clothes with a friendly smile on his face said, "Nian Nian, may I ask who this is?" Wuxiao Nian said faintly, "Young Master Meng, I'll say it again. You shouldn't call me Nian Nian and you shouldn't call me that. You can call me Miss Swa, or just call me by my name. If you call me that one more time, I'll turn around and leave." The young man awkwardly touched his nose and laughed. "I'm sorry for my slip of the tongue. Miss Swa, please don't be angry. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later, okay?" Then he said, "This is..." Wuxiao Nian sighed, "This is my younger brother, Wuxiao Duo. I'm so angry. He's so disappointing. He's only a few years old, but he's already messing around in this kind of place." "Your younger brother." The young man smiled warmly, "Then he's not an outsider." "You're so angry. Stop. Where are you going?" As soon as Wuxiaonian let go, Wuxiao Duo tried to sneak away. Suddenly, Wuxiaonian twisted his ear again. It was the root of his ear again. Her movements were so skillful that she caught him easily. "I'm fine. I want to go home." "Let go." Wuxiao Duo screamed, "I'll go home. I'm not an eyesore." "Go home." "You're not going anywhere now." Wuxiaonian said sternly, "Come with me." "I'm not going." Wuxiao Duo said angrily, "You're going on a date. What do you want me to do? Be a third wheel?" Ouch. The word date successfully touched Wuxiaonian's reverse scale. She tightened her grip and squeezed Wuxiao Duo until he screamed, "Date my ass. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." "You went in the moment I left, didn't you?" "No. You're being wronged. Slander. Slander." "Not yet? You were smiling so obscenely just now. What else do you want? You're still there. Why is it so high? Where is it high? Where is it high? Come with me. You're not going to leave my sight tonight." "I'm not going." "You're not going? You have to go even if you don't want to. Do you think it's up to you?" Under everyone's gaze, Wuxiao Duo screamed and begged for mercy. He swore that he would never do anything wrong. Wuxiaonian grabbed his ear and dragged him into the brilliant sky. She only let him go after they entered the building. "Be a good boy and come with me for dinner." Wuxiaonian dragged Wuxiao Duo into the elevator. Although she knew that this was just a chance encounter that Wuxiao Duo had deliberately created, she was still angry. After entering the elevator, she kicked Wuxiao's butt a few more times. "Xiao, you're still young. You're actually fooling around in the clubhouse. Who did you learn this from?" Wuxiao Duo covered his butt and leaned forward after being kicked. He kept begging for mercy, "I'm really not." On the side, young Master Meng tried to smooth things over. "That's enough. Your brother didn't really go in. Ah, you've punished him enough. Let's forget about it." Wuxiaonian said angrily, "It's because he didn't really go in that I'm angry. If he really went in, it wouldn't be because of anger. I'll beat him to death." "Miss Swa, please calm down and introduce him to me." Young Master Meng looked at Wuxiao Duo with an amused expression. Wuxiao Duo looked back with an aggrieved expression. His ears were already red from being twisted. "This is young Master Meng, Meng Qinyu's brother. He's also the eldest son of the Meng Group in Phoenix City. He's also the current executive director, Meng Qintian." Wuxiaonian sighed and introduced, "This is my brother, Wuxiao Duo." "Hello, Xiao Duo." Meng Qintian gently extended his hand. "It's nice to meet you." "I'm nice? Which part of me is nice?" Wuxiao Duo grumbled, "I've only met you once and your ears are already swollen. You're clearly a jinx, aren't you?" Wuxiao Duo snorted but still extended his hand to shake. While he was at it, he glanced at young Master Meng's face. Without mentioning anything else, this guy's appearance was really something. He was the same type of person as Meng Qinyu. His face was a little square and he had thick eyebrows. However, he did not give off a fierce feeling. His eyebrows were raised, almost reaching his temples. He looked very handsome. Below his eyebrows were a pair of slightly sunken eyes. They gave off a very calm and steady feeling. In short, he gave off a very reliable feeling. His nose was straight and his lips were not thin or thick. His face was not pale and tender but rather a manly wheat color. His black hair was thick and was neither long nor short. It was casually parted in a 37. His face was steady and generous and he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. At a glance he was at least 1.9 meters tall. He was neither fat nor thin, and it could be said that he had the ideal body for any man. He was definitely the type of man who looks thin when dressed, but shows muscle when undressed. His entire body gave off a feeling of strength but he did not give off any pressure. His speech and actions were proper and natural. He did not give off the slightest feeling of being high and mighty. Anyone who saw him would have the same feeling. This person is not bad. After that, although this person's position was high, he was a good person to make friends with. His personal charm is quite good. Zhuo muttered to himself. Even if one looked at him with a picky eye, this person was an extremely outstanding person. But his physiognomy does not look very good. Although from a normal person's point of view, this person has a sunny, reliable and steady appearance, in the eyes of a professional like me, your hidden darkness has more or less been exposed. Then, he's not a good person. Zhuo immediately came to this conclusion. This was not a prejudice, but a conclusion drawn by the physiognomy method. This person looks gentle and steady, and his speech and actions are gentle and polite. But deep down he's a ruthless person. Once he makes a move he will kill without any mercy. It's a pity that I only have 1.5 providence points left. I have to leave them for Sister Nian in case she needs them. I can't waste them on him. But my intuition tells me that this person is very, very dangerous. He's like a peerless demon beast wearing human skin and hiding in the crowd. I was fooled by the Alliance Masters. I didn't update at first, but that day I was hot-headed. I was just joking. But they didn't let me go. Where is the trust between people? Okay, I beg for monthly votes, subscriptions and recommendation votes. At least give me some comfort. Chapter 90. Meng Qintian spoke cheerfully and wittily. Every sentence was gentle and steady, and there was often a hint of humor. It could make people smile involuntarily, but it would not make them laugh out loud. He had a good grasp of the propriety of his speech. Throughout the entire process, he spoke with ease as if it was his own arm. Your little brother is very good. I heard Qinyu mention it before. She said that although Xiao Duo is a little naughty, his diligence and hard work in martial arts made her feel ashamed of her inferiority. Meng Qintian paused for a moment and laughed. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have heard Qinyu look at a boy so favorably. That girl's vision is not ordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is as high as the sky. His words were clearly flattering Zhuo Duo, but there was no sense of flattery. Instead, it seemed to be the most pertinent evaluation. He only has this good point. Other than that, he is a headache. Zhuo Xiaoyan had a headache and turned to ask Zhuo Duo, "Did you get into trouble again today?" "No." Zhuo Duo protested, "I am so obedient. How could I get into trouble?" "You are obedient?" These two words came out of Zhuo Xiaoyan's nose. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the top floor. On the top floor of Brilliant Sky, there was only one room on the entire floor. The room was completely transparent with a glass cover. Inside there was only one table. It was a table that could expand or shrink at will. When there were fewer people, the table could be retracted. When there were more people, the table could be pulled out. This retractable table could accommodate up to 60 people eating at the same table. When it was shrunk to its smallest size, it could only accommodate 2 people sitting at the same table. The surroundings were illuminated by the jade of astral souls. Even if it was broad daylight, it gave off the feeling of starlight. The top floor had already been properly arranged. The lights and curtains were all turned on. The gentle music was like a quiet river flowing slowly. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 small seats. It was a classic candlelit dinner. You two are on a date. Enjoy your candlelight dinner. I'll just stand. Don't mind me. Zhuo Duo said, but don't be too slow, hurry up a bit. Remember to tell me what this table of dishes tastes like. I heard that this Brilliant Sky is the best restaurant in Phoenix City. You guys eat, I'll just smell it. You're so pitiful. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Ah, Xiao Duo is really funny. Meng Qintian laughed heartily. Without calling for the waiter, he adjusted the seats into 3, 2 side by side and 1 across from each other. He was very skilled in this operation, and it was obvious that he had eaten a lot here. Come here, Miss Swa. Sit here. He gestured for Zhou Xiaoyan to sit beside him and was about to sit down. Zhou Xiaoduo pouted and said, I can't reach the food here either. What? Are you two sitting opposite me to interrogate me? Okay. You sit here. Zhou Xiaoyan patted the seat beside her and looked at Meng Qintian apologetically. It's okay. I'll sit over there. Meng Qintian stood up gracefully and gestured for Zhou Xiaoduo to sit beside him. He then sat down opposite of them and pressed the bell on the table. Stars twinkled on the curtain and started to rotate. It was so beautiful that it felt like they were in the Milky Way. It was so beautiful and magnificent. After a while, a group of beautiful girls in white clothes and white dresses came in one after another with dishes in their hands. The aroma instantly filled their nostrils and refreshed their hearts. This is. Meng Qintian would elegantly introduce each dish and then invite them to eat. When he introduced the third dish, Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Brother Meng. Meng Qintian turned his head and smiled. Xiaoduo? You introduced it in such detail. Are you afraid that we have never eaten this dish and would be rude in front of others? Zhou Xiaoduo said, Are you afraid that you will lose face or are you afraid that we will lose face? You're making me feel like a country bumpkin. Meng Qintian was stunned and laughed. It's my fault. It's my fault. Come on. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Zhou Xiaoyan did not feel this way at first. However, after hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words, she suddenly felt that Meng Qintian was treating them as poor people. His heart was immediately filled with displeasure. Meng Qintian stopped introducing the dishes and waited for the 7th dish. This dish looked very strange. It should be some kind of star beast that flew in the sky. In short, it was the kind that was rarely seen. This dish was accompanied by soup, sauce, and other ingredients. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan had never eaten this dish before. For a moment, they did not dare to move for fear of showing their cowardice. Just as Meng Qintian was about to move, Zhou Xiaoduo opened his mouth and sighed, I say, Big Brother Meng, your treat is a bit. This dish is so out of the ordinary. How can we eat it if you don't introduce it? If we lose face, won't you lose face as well? Meng Qintian was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. So, should I introduce it or not? It's my fault. Meng Qintian apologized again and punished himself by drinking another cup. Then he began to introduce, This is a dark star bird that I hunted by chance when I went out for an adventure. This kind of bird only appears when the sky is completely dark. Even if it is moving, its speed is very fast and it flies silently without any signs. Hunting this kind of star beast is not only difficult but also requires a bit of luck. However, this kind of dark star bird's meat is very delicious. Probably because this kind of bird does not have a star pill in its body, the power that should have formed a star pill dissipates into its flesh. But because of this, it is very beneficial for cultivation. Zhou Xiaoduo curled his lips. Meng Qintian's words were said casually, but it revealed a sense of superiority. Not only am I the son of a big family, not only am I a rich man, but I am also an expert. It must have been hard on him. How did he come up with such a secretive way of showing off? If it wasn't for my intelligence, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to tell. Zhou Xiaoyan could tell too. She smiled slightly and said, Young Master Meng's current martial arts attainments should be at the highest level, right? Meng Qintian smiled embarrassedly and said, You flatter me. In front of Miss Swa, how could I say that I am at the highest level? I believe you can tell at a glance that I am still far from breaking through to the high stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He laughed and said, With my current level, even if there were 100 of me, it would not be enough to defeat Miss Swa, right? Zhou Xiaoyan smiled faintly and said, Young Master Meng is too humble. She then turned to ask Zhou Xiaoduo, Did you fight today? Yes, I did. Li Chenglong has also been promoted to martial arts master. Today I had a great battle with him. We fought so fiercely that the sun and moon did not shine. Zhou Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted, and he began to boast non-stop. The dishes were served one by one. Zhou Xiaoduo held the chopsticks in his right hand and the fork in his left. He did not even use his hands to drink. He lowered his head and held the wine glass in his mouth. Then he continued to boast non-stop. He boasted about his battle with Li Chenglong. He talked about how the two of them fought fiercely and how exciting it was. He talked about how despicable Li Chenglong was and how he was calm and collected. He talked about how he dealt with his opponent's moves calmly and how he was wise and elegant. He talked about how Li Chenglong was sinister and how he came up with another plan after one failed. He had endless schemes and tricks. He fought calmly from the ground to the tree, and from the tree to another tree. He talked about how he used the leaves, how he used the light, how Li Chenglong set another trap, and so on. Later he talked about how they fought on the martial arts practice platform, the sports field, and the martial arts hall. After finishing the sumptuous dinner, Zhuo Duo was still boasting, but he was already full. During the dinner, Zhuo Xiaoyan did not eat much. At most she only tasted the food. Especially the dark star bird that Meng Qintian had hunted himself, he didn't even try a single bite. All he did was to pick up food for his younger brother with his chopsticks and quietly listen to his bragging. Throughout the whole process, he maintained a look of special interest. Meng Qintian had been in the society for many years and could be said to be very knowledgeable. But during the dinner, he did not find a chance to speak. Zhuo Xiao's mouth was stuffed with food and he was chewing all the time. He did not stop boasting. Eat slowly, don't choke. Zhuo Xiaoyan patted Zhuo Xiao's back. Zhuo Xiaoduo showed a comfortable expression of, I choked and got patted. After introducing the dark star bird, Meng Qintian was silent for the whole night. He did not have a chance to speak, nor did he give him a chance to perform. I'm full, I'm full. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his belly and said sensibly, I'm full. Why don't you and brother Meng find another place to shop? I'll go home by myself. Zhuo Xiaoyan grabbed his ear and said angrily, You brat, do you want to go there again? I'm telling you I'm here today, so you'd better keep your dirty tricks to yourself. You're not going anywhere and we'll go home together. You're meddling too much. I said I'll go home by myself, and I don't even have that much credibility. Zhuo Xiaoduo protested loudly. But Zhuo Xiaoyan did not care. Brother Meng, thank you for your hospitality, but I have to send my brother home. Why don't we meet again when we have time? Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled reservedly. Okay, let's meet again next time. When will Miss will be free? I'll call you next time. Zhuo Xiaoyan said gently and apologetically, I don't have a fixed schedule. How about this, when I have time I'll call you. Finished speaking, she pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Meng Qintian walked them all the way to the glorious gate of heaven. He watched as the siblings disappeared into the crowd. Only then did he gently sigh. You're calling me? Even in my dreams I wouldn't dare to think like that. Up until now you haven't even asked for my number. He stood in front of the splendid divine gate, where the lights were shining and the neon lights were flashing outside. He kept a smile on his face and did not move for a long time. After a long time he exhaled. He murmured to himself, normal chance 0. Next chapter 6 o'clock p.m. Looking for monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters reading outside, please come to Qidian to support the official subscription. Thank you. Chapter 91. Behind them, a manager who had been waiting heard him exhale and asked respectfully, Eldest young master, do you have any other arrangements next? Arrangements. Meng Qintian's face fell and he said calmly, Arrange for a few people to practice with me. The manager's face fell immediately. Last time, 3 of the 4 practice partners had died. This time, how many would he want? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan walked slowly on the road. What do you think of this, Meng Qintian? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and added, His physiognomy? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Why don't you tell me what you think first? Zhuo Xiaoyan's sixth sense was extremely sharp. It had been proven many times before. Zhuo Xiaoyan pondered for a while and said, It's hard to say, but there is a strong sense of danger lingering in my heart. This person is definitely not simple. Strong sense of danger? And such a strong sense of danger? Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded. I have seen him a few times before. His demeanor, temperament and manners are all very good and impeccable. However, there is a cold sense of danger. Otherwise, if Meng Qinyu asked me to have a meal, I would have agreed. I asked my master to arrange for you to go to that place to practice. However, Meng Qinyu took the opportunity to raise conditions. I could have ignored her, but since you know physiognomy, I wanted you to see if this person gives me a strong sense of danger. Is my breakthrough related to him? Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression suddenly became serious. What was Zhuo Xiaoyan's cultivation? It was a stable primordial core grandmaster's cultivation. Moreover, with Zhuo Xiaoyan's foundation, A normal primordial core grandmaster would not be her opponent at all. On the other hand, Meng Qinqian's cultivation, which Zhuxiaoyan could see clearly, was not even at the high stage of the embryonic breathing realm. It might be an exaggeration to say that the Zhuxiaoyan could defeat 100 of him, but it was not difficult for the Zhuxiaoyan to kill 30 to 50 warriors of this level. She could do it easily. However, it was such a person who made Zhuxiaoyan feel an unusually strong sense of danger, and he didn't leave for a long time. This was very unusual. If that's the case, then the danger level of his body is definitely much higher than what he appears to be. Then, his cultivation is definitely not limited to the embryonic breathing realm. Zhuxiaoduo frowned and said, if that's the case, then the eldest son of the Meng group is a hidden master? But that didn't make sense. The stronger he was, the safer Meng Corporation would be, right? Why didn't he show it? With his age, even if he has the backing of the Meng Corporation, his achievements are enough to show disdain for the masses. It is only right for him to show off his abilities. Zhuxiaoyan paced forward, seemingly in a good mood. She said, that's their business. What does it have to do with us? Zhuxiaoduo nodded and said, that's true. However, this person's desire for you is very strong. Zhuxiaoyan said calmly, regarding this I also feel it. Today there was one time when he looked at me. Because I suddenly turned my head, he didn't have time to change his expression, and I saw it. Zhuxiaoyan thought for a while and said, that was probably a look that said he couldn't wait to eat me up. Eat it in one gulp. Zhuxiaoduo was shocked. Yin. Sister, this guy is really not a good person. He actually wants to eat you up. He is definitely not a good person. For some reason, ever since Zhuxiaoduo had officially started practicing, especially after he had reached a certain level of cultivation, he always felt that Zhuxiaoyan was very weak and needed his protection. Then he always wanted to call her Nian Cat. This feeling was actually very strange. It was completely illogical. Zhuxiaoduo clearly knew that Zhuxiaoyan was much stronger than him. She didn't need his protection at all. In comparison, if there was something that could pose a threat to Zhuxiaoyan, Zhuxiaoduo would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, this desire to protect her was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more uncontrollable. Zhuxiaoyan looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She thought to herself, this guy has probably been oppressed by me for the past few years. His recent arrogance is really asking for a beating. You still haven't told me about your fortune-telling? Zhuxiaoyan said. This person is definitely not a good person. Zhuxiaoduo had a vague guess in his heart. He said, Sister Nian, from now on, you have to be careful of this person. Not only him but also his sister Meng Qinyu. Zhuxiaoyan suddenly turned around and said, what do you mean? This Meng Qintian is dangerous to you. Meng Qinyu may not have any evil intentions towards you, but his brother and his family may not. Zhuxiaoduo said it very vaguely. But he still mustered up his courage. Even if it was just a vague feeling, he still said it. Zhuxiaoyan's footsteps suddenly stopped. She was stunned. A sentence rang in her mind. Yuanyue said it. If it's the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, there are only 3 targets. You, Meng Qinyu, and Ning Qingqing. Ning Qingqing's 97 astral souls. Although Meng Qinyu's is only 95, she occupies the highest number. But at present, the most likely target is you. This sentence made Zhuxiaoyan stunned. Meng Qinyu. Meng Qintian. Meng family. The first financial group. Could it be? Zhuxiaoyan shook her head hard and threw this thought away. However, it was impossible to get rid of. Zhuxiaoyan sighed deeply, her bright eyes flashing. When I first arrived, you were chatting and laughing with those young ladies. Your eyes were almost stuck into their chests. It was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? Zhuxiaoyan asked in a strange tone. How big? Did you see it clearly? Zhuxiaoduo quivered. I didn't see it clearly, but they should not be as big as you. Bang. Zhuxiaoduo's whole body flew 127 meters in the air. Zhuxiaoyan's face was red. Her mouth was muttering something, but looking at her gnashing her teeth, it should not be anything good. Then Zhuxiaoduo was miserably thrown 8 or 9 times in the air. After a good round of swearing and begging for mercy, he finally won Zhuxiaoyan's temporary forgiveness. Back home, Zhuxiaoduo went into his room and hid under the bed. Well, this guy was looking at his secret stash to determine the specific amount. Through the attack on Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang, Zhuxiaoduo had a lot of feelings in his heart. He was sure of one thing. Hidden weapons would be his essential weapon. Otherwise he might really be caught unprepared. Therefore, it was necessary to make some hidden weapons and carry them with him just in case. But what should he make specifically? He counted the money. During this period, his little stash had increased to 25,000 yuan, which seemed to be a lot. It's still too early to talk about weapons because once I make a weapon, it will inevitably form a relatively fixed fighting style. But it's not suitable for me to form a fighting style at my current level. It's too early, too weak, and too shallow. Once I form a fixed fighting style, I will be limited by my thinking when I meet a strong enemy in the future. So, it's still necessary to make a batch of hidden weapons now. Well, I still have the same question: what should I make? Zhuo Duo was a little melancholy. What kind of hidden weapon could be used to show off, looked good, and had enough lethality at the same time? It would be best if it had a strong personal signature style? Thinking about it, if one day he used a hidden weapon, it would make everyone on the battlefield exclaim at the same time. People on his side were wild with joy. Wow! Master Xiao Duo is here. That's great. Master Xiao Duo is mighty. The enemy screamed, "Oh no! Master Xiao Duo is here, run. These hidden weapons are fatal. Everyone run, run." What's more, when the enemy saw his hidden weapons, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "Master Xiao Duo, please spare my life. I was forced to do this. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. Please have mercy and spare my life." Ha ha ha. As he thought about it, Zhuo Duo laughed heartily and his eyes narrowed. Great, this is the trick, I've decided to do it. It was just that the imagination was beautiful, and the decision was delightful. But when it came to the actual operation, how could it be distinguished? How could it be cool? How could it strike a chord in people's hearts? How could it be terrifying? There was still a long way to go before he could do all this. The path of the classic trick was never easy to walk. Zhuo Duo sat on the bed, thinking hard, but he still couldn't find the main point and direction. At this time, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were also discussing something. Nian'er's sword, what kind of weapon are you going to make? There are no skilled craftsmen in Phoenix City now. Wu Yuding frowned and said, such good materials, there is no reason to compromise. It would be a joke if it was wasted. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly, I have already made arrangements for the craftsmen, they should be here in a few days. But when the time comes, we don't have to care too much, let Xiao Duo and little Nian do it themselves. After all, everyone has their own fate. Yes. Indeed, we shouldn't get too involved. After all, we don't have any practical ability now, it's not good to let them know too much. Yes, that would be a trap for them. If they encounter a strong enemy and know that their parents are experts, they will come and see that we can't do anything to help. Their backing has fallen, and they still need to rely on their protection, it will directly harm the children. Yes, that's what I said. Let them go on their own. Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, who doesn't walk their own path? Relying on the heavens, the earth, and their parents, how many can go far? You have to walk your own path step by step, only then can you be strong. By the way, the two of them didn't eat at home tonight, so there's a lot left, Wu Yuding said. You have to slowly get used to it. Now that Xiao Duo has been promoted to martial master, he will probably go to the martial master class soon. Going to the martial master class means that he will often go out to carry out missions, and the time he will spend at home may not exceed 2 days a month. Zhuo Changlu's expression was a little deep and he said, when a baby eagle grows up, it has to learn to fly by itself. How can you not understand this principle? Wu Yuding's expression was full of depression and disappointment. She sighed deeply and murmured, I clearly felt that yesterday he was still a baby running around in front of my knees. How can in the blink of an eye? Zhuo Changlu smiled, hugged his wife in his arms and sighed softly, this is life, the life of an ordinary person. No matter which pair of parents it is, they have to face the day when they have to let go. The so-called taste of life is not just a saying. No matter how much you don't want to let go, when the time comes, you have to let go. In another room in the house, Zhuo Xiaoyan sat by the window, quietly practicing the Moon Soul Sutra that she had just learned. Strength, strength. I must break through the gate of death. I must protect my dog at least for 1,000 years. 10,000 years. I am Xiao Duo's best shield. The storm in Phoenix City was in the ascendant, and the power of the Umno Alliance was gradually surfacing. No. This Meng Chen Tian, the Umno Alliance wants to kill me and steal the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, and if I am right, is the Meng family also or the Meng family and the Wu family thinking of this? Zhuo Xiaoyan stopped thinking about it. She must find an opportunity to discuss it with Grandma. He first thought for the time being, she could not tell Master. Because Master was in danger now. Moreover, the place where she lived and practiced was arranged by the Meng family. And it might not be the case. Zhou Xiaoyan comforted herself. Jinyu should not be that kind of person. This matter was too big. Flying dagger? I can consider making a few more. The style should be based on the small flying dagger that Uncle Nan gave me. When I was playing with it before, I felt that it was quite handy, but there is only one, so it is a bit monotonous. Also, it is too ordinary. Zhou Xiaoduo lay on the bed. Flying dagger, good concealment, but it is mostly used by girls. It is too effeminate for a man like me to use it. Round dart? I can consider this. Gold dart? Vulgar. Give up? Iron dart, it is heavy enough and lethal enough, but it is not flashy enough and it is not cool enough. Forget it, I will not think about it for now. I will cultivate. The next episode was really 6 o'clock. Monthly ticket subscription recommendation ticket. Chapter 92. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo still couldn't come to a conclusion. Instead, he started to cultivate the Flaming Sun True Qi. The moment he started cultivating, the Flaming Sun True Qi started to circulate vigorously. Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that his spiritual energy was circulating faster and faster, to the point that the spiritual energy in the air was being sucked into him like a tide. The Dantian flame was getting hotter and hotter. The flame of the astral souls was getting hotter and hotter. That purple flame was burning more and more merrily. As the flame of the astral souls continued to dance, the spiritual energy in his meridians surged at a high-speed wave after wave, faster and faster. It was indeed a rare top-grade cultivation technique in the world. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than when he was cultivating ordinary cultivation techniques. The only fly in the ointment was that his crotch was still hard. From the moment he started cultivating, he had been in a ferocious state all the way. So much so that after cultivating for 4 hours with a ripping sound, a hole appeared in his underwear. A black dragon poked its head out? Oh my god. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. I'm still thinking about hidden weapons. This, in the future, can it also become an ultimate move? Thinking about it, it seemed a little shameful. Zhou Xiaoduo pressed it down, pushed it in and pressed his thighs down. Cultivate. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Zhou Xiaoyan had already left home and didn't even eat breakfast. Zhou Xiaoduo first drank half a pot of porridge, ate 12 buns, 8 eggs for corns and 2 pieces of boiled sweet potatoes. He wiped out the entire family's breakfast in one go. Still not satisfied, he took out the remaining steamed buns from last night and dipped them in chili sauce and ate another 4 steamed buns. Finally, he poured a big bowl of water and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he burp and walk out the door. Wu Yuding, who had watched the whole process from beginning to end, was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Zhuo Changlu had just finished brushing his teeth. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of foam. He wiped his mouth and walked over. What's good this morning? Where's the rice? Rice? You only know how to eat. No, your son only knows how to eat. Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. I think this kid can't be called a dog anymore. Zhuo Changlu was surprised. Ah? What? Your son ate all the breakfast. I'll make it for you again. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and went into the kitchen. What? Xiao ate it all by himself? There were so many of them just now. Zhuo Zhanglu checked the pots one by one. Finally he flew into a rage. You really didn't leave anything behind? Pig? At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was in front of a very famous martial arts workshop in Phoenix City. This was a place that specialized in making weapons for martial artists. At least in the area of Phoenix City, it was very famous. Is the boss here? There's a guest here, so I'm making some hidden weapons. As soon as Zhou Xiaoduo entered the door, he slammed a thick stack of 10,000 yuan on the table. Do you know what this is? This is the power of money. When the person opposite him saw this, the conclusion he came to was, wow, today's guest is a fat sheep, the kind that is unrecognizable. A burly middle-aged man with a towel draped over his shoulder came out after hearing the voice. His eyes lit up the moment he glanced over. Yo, this little brother, it seems that you're a martial arts master. Zhou Xiaoduo reservedly said, I can't say I'm an expert, I just know a little bit of skill. I'm just a beginner, a rough beginner. Look at your concealed weapons. Bring them all up for me to see. With this posture and this tone, he was not only a fat sheep, but also a big customer. The man didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately he brought out 2 or 3 of the high-quality products that he produced. On the table there were no less than 40 to 50 types of products. Then he introduced them one by one in detail, sparing no effort in recommending them. Too ordinary. These are all too ordinary. Zhuo was really stunned at this moment. He was testing the feeling of a meridian nail in his hand. According to the man, this meridian nail was made of fine steel. It was strong and tough, enough to withstand the strongest spiritual source of a practitioner at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. However, as Zhuo poured the power of the flaming sun scripture into it, he wanted to confirm the specific spiritual energy tolerance of this thing. In the end he realized, the meridian nail in his hand actually softened. The meridian nail, which was said to be made of fine steel, actually softened? Zhuo's eyeballs were about to fall out. I wanted to use a hidden weapon. In the end, as soon as I used my power, the hidden weapon directly softened. Damn it, how am I supposed to play this game? Others are shooting out projectiles one by one, but my projectiles are shooting out in bundles? Are there any other materials? Zhuo asked as he held the meridian nail in his hand without batting an eyelid. Other materials? The man was stunned for a moment and said, there are high-quality ones such as Astral Soul's iron. We also have other cold iron magic copper, but the price is not cheap. Let me have a look. He laid out a few more. Zhuo picked out the cold iron sleeve arrow, which was said to be the hardest material, and held it in his hand. Then the sleeve arrow followed in the meridian nail's footsteps and softened as well. Zhuo was left speechless. Could it be that this man is targeting me, Zhuo? Do you have any other hidden weapons made of other materials in your shop? The man couldn't help but be suspicious. He looked up and down at Zhuo. Could it be that this kid is here to take advantage of me? You already have 2 hidden weapons in your hands. Did you think I didn't see it? Could it be that you're planning to use the excuse that you don't like them and take the opportunity to steal the 2 hidden weapons in your hands? No more. No more? Zhuo was shocked. You have such a big weapon shop and this is all you have? Isn't this the best weapon shop in Phoenix City? The man became more and more annoyed. He said in a muffled voice, Customer, you've seen more than 100 types of hidden weapons and you still think it's not enough? Then tell me how much is too much? The hidden weapons that are commonly seen in the world are none other than the ones that are displayed in this shop. To boast, in the entire Phoenix City, there isn't another shop that has more hidden weapons in stock than this shop. As long as I'm looking for hidden weapons, it's fine with any material, not limited to steel or metal. Zhuo said, show me everything you have. We don't lack money. As he spoke, he patted the stack of money on the table. His face was full of wealth and generosity. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. This brother obviously didn't have much confidence in earning money from this kid in front of him anymore. There's really no other material. Gold and silver are too vulgar, right? Just show me. A pile of hidden weapons made of gold and silver was taken out. These things were purely for decoration. They were completely useless in actual combat. Zhuo tested them in his hands. He found that they were even more useless than the meridian needle sleeve arrow. They were too soft. Is there anything else? The man looked at Zhuo's right hand. His eyes were wide open. What's the structure of your right hand? Is it a gold-swallowing beast? Why doesn't anything come out after it goes in? No more. There's really nothing else this time. The man shook his head like a rattle drum. That's it? Zhuo was very dissatisfied. Think about it again. This is the #1 weapon shop in Phoenix City. The man held his breath. There's a type of hidden weapon made of jade. But those are all used by young masters to show off. Do you still want to see them? Used to show off? Zhuo's eyes lit up. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and bring them out. The man? With a clatter, a pile of very ordinary jade knives, small gourds, small buttons, small ingots, small flowers and small grass were taken out. These little things were all the size of a fingernail. There were only smaller ones, but there was no smallest one. It looked exquisite and translucent, flowing with light and vibrant colors. It was very beautiful, but this thing's other characteristic was that it was brittle. They would break at the drop of a hand. After all, they were of the most ordinary quality and not the jade of astral souls. When the jade of astral souls was placed in Zhuo's hands, the spiritual energy in it was sucked out when he used his internal energy. It became gray and unsightly. As for this kind of ordinary jade, there was no spiritual energy in it that could be used for cultivation. It was purely good-looking. Zhuo fell in love with it at first sight. He took one of them and kept it in his palm. Then he started to use his internal energy. The man opposite him stared at it with his eyes wide open. Why did he take another one? Zhuo was surprised once again. This was because the jade in his hand, which had been affected by the sun flame true qi, was still cold. There was no change at all. Good stuff. Zhuo placed it in his palm. He couldn't bear to put it down and looked at it from left to right. This is the most suitable treasure for me. Zhuo smiled. Using the weakest jade to cause the strongest damage. This feeling of acting tough is simply off the charts. I believe that other than me, no one else in the entire continent would use this as a hidden weapon. This is really wonderful. It's so wonderful that it's made in heaven. It's a match made in heaven. The man was even more confused. What's wrong with this guy? Is he crazy? Why did he choose this after such a long time? What's the price for this? Zhuo picked up a small gourd. This is cheap, the man said weakly. 1 yuan for 2. That's too expensive. Zhuo stared at him. You're asking for too much. Last year I bought 400 of them online for 50 yuan. You're asking for too much. Are you trying to ruin your own reputation? The man was even more speechless. After a long while, after some hard bargaining, Zhuo finally got the order at 1 yuan for 10 gourds. Make 1,000 of this, 1,000 of this, 1,000 of this, 1,000 of this as well. And these 7 or 8 types, 1,000 of each. You must guarantee the quality. Don't try to fool me. If you do, you'll be ruining your own reputation. Let me tell you, if you dare to fool me, I'll hire over 100 old ladies to block your door every day. The kind that you can blow away with a single breath. Chapter 93. The burly man only had one feeling now: he was weak. There were 10,000 of them and they were worth at most 1,000 yuan. What a waste of my time. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. The deal hadn't even been done yet, and he was already scared shitless by the threat. Also, if you want to show off, you can say that you're the only one in the world. Bullshit. Are you shameless? What kind of cosmetics did you use to maintain your skin so thick? I've seen so many young masters like you, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Leave a deposit. Deposit? Zhuo was furious. You need a deposit for something worth 1,000 yuan? How much? 500. 10 yuan. After a long time, the burly man held the 50 yuan deposit and wanted to cry. You have to hurry. I need it urgently. These hidden weapons are used to kill enemies, protect the country, and protect the people. I told you 6 days at most. You have to finish them. The 40 to 50 on your table are all useless. I'll take them and hold them off for now. It's a waste to leave them here. Other than me, who else would want them? Money? You're interesting. I've placed an order for 10,000 pieces. What's wrong with giving me a little extra? Zhuo educated him. Don't be so calculative. Be generous. Okay, you don't have to send me off. Why did you send me so far? What about those 2? What do you mean by those 2? Money? Didn't I give you 50 yuan? You want more? What kind of quality do you have? Zhuo left contentedly, feeling satisfied. The burly man squatted at the door, his eyes dull. This morning's work. Why does it feel so strange? Am I possessed or am I seeing a ghost? He was a miser. At this moment, number 2 high school was still in a state of lockdown. Even the volume of the students walking and talking was much lower. Originally, on the street in front of 2nd high school, many of the shops that were originally doing very well had closed their doors. No one knew where the shop owners had run off to. After all, the commotion this time was too big and the news was too tense. No one knew when a great battle between the cultivators of 2nd high would break out. The shop owners here were basically ordinary people. Once a battle broke out, just the aftermath alone would kill a lot of them. Because of this, they naturally hid. For the next 3 days, the entire Phoenix City was in a state of panic, as if every bush and tree was an enemy. Phoenix City's current situation could no longer be considered to be in a state of panic and trepidation, because the flames of war had already spread to this pure land. The sounds of battle could be heard from time to time. After a while, an explosion suddenly came from the east of the city, and a battle suddenly broke out. The next moment, a huge fire rose to the sky in the west of the city, and the fire was monstrous. In the center of the city, a large number of city guard experts suddenly flew back and forth. The health department was also in a terrible fix. The originally clean and tidy city would be stained with blood at some point. It was a complete mess. At noon that day, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang above their heads. The entire city seemed to shake for a moment. But the sky was clearly clear for thousands of miles. Where did the sound of thunder come from? When they raised their heads and looked over, everyone was shocked. In the sky, a graceful figure, holding a weapon that flickered with cold light, was engaged in a great battle with a demon shrouded in black fog. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky, and the rumbling continued. The demon wanted to rush down countless times, but it was blocked by the fairy. At the end of the battle, the demon let out a long roar and a rain of blood fell. Then black smoke rolled toward the north. The graceful fairy with a long sword in her hand was unwilling to let go and chased after it. As the demon went far away, the sky finally became clear again. It was also during this great battle that another legend suddenly appeared in Phoenix City. I saw a fairy. Many people took videos and photos of this battle, and the internet was very lively for a while. However, this lively atmosphere only lasted for less than 10 minutes. In a trance, all kinds of fairy images that were quickly climbing to the top disappeared, and a harmonious society reappeared. Those sensational news and headlines took over people's attention again. The super popular star Gu Luoyan is on a nationwide concert tour. All the proceeds will be donated to the Sun Moon Pass to help the soldiers resist the UMNO alliance. First stop, fourth stop. Sixth stop, Antai City. Antai City? Everyone in Phoenix City was shocked. Antai City was the sixth stop of Gu Luoyan's nationwide concert tour. This was simply unbelievably explosive news. It must be known that Phoenix City was only a few hundred miles away from Antai City, and there was no danger on this road. It was very safe. After quickly realizing this point, all of the Phoenix City Wild Goose fans suddenly went crazy. Gu Luoyan. She was the most popular female star in the Jianghu Empire. 6 years ago, when she debuted, she became famous with the song Blood Rain from the Sky. Her female, neutral, magnetic voice sang about the sacrifices and heroism of all the warriors in the Astral Souls continent. It was said that the current finance minister of the Jianghu Empire, Nanjing Qian, who was the first marshal of the Southern Army at the Sun Moon Pass, praised this song as iron blood and tender feelings. He ordered all the soldiers to turn around and salute his wife who was far away in their hometown. The day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home, you said that your country was behind you. You fought in the plains, you fought in the desert. You should remember when you are tired, you look back at me. I heard that you roared at the sun and the moon, you stood in the fire, you had your comrades by your side, you had me behind you. The day you came back, it was blood raining from the sky. The quiet smile in the photo is my youth. You are always smiling, smiling to me. You protected your home, you protected your country. But I told you in my heart, you protected everything, but you will not protect me. The day you left, it was snowing from the sky. The day you came back, it was blood. It was this song. Every word and sentence sang about the heroism and sacrifice of warriors and soldiers. It also sang about the endless love of a daughter. It was said that this song was based on a true story. From then on, Gu Luoyan wore the words iron blood tender heart on her head. In the next 6 years, Gu Luoyan composed many military songs, praising martial artists and soldiers. He even went to Sun Moon Pass many times to perform there, which was very popular with the soldiers. Gu Luoyan's reputation in the Jianghu Empire was already resounding. Her reputation in the army was even more impressive. The soldiers all affectionately called her, our little sister. The recent nationwide concert tour had caused countless fans to lose their voices from all the shouting. However, all this had nothing to do with Zhuo Duo. To Zhuo Duo, no matter how popular Gu Luoyan was, she could not compare to his Nian cat. For the past few days, he had been training hard in school. Other than enduring Qin Fangyang's daily beatings, he also had to face the joint attacks of Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong. When he was free, he would chat with Li Chenglong. Little Fatty felt that Zhuo was getting friendlier and friendlier to him. The stingy Zhuo actually bought him a lollipop that day. This was unprecedented generosity. He wondered if he would ever get such an honor again in his life. Little Fatty was so touched that he almost cried. In these few days, Zhuo Duo recommended himself to read the fortune of Long Yuxing and the others. Each of them received 200 yuan. This round of fortune-telling made up for the loss of the hidden weapon. He did not feel the pain in his heart anymore. The other benefit of reading the fortune of the 5 of them was that the 5 of them received exactly half a drop of luck points. To be honest, Zuoxiao Duo was quite dissatisfied with this result. These 5 people were too useless. Did they not know that only by helping those in danger, giving them guidance and escaping from calamities, could a fortune teller gain more luck? However, Zuoxiao Duo insisted on reading the fortune of the 5 of them. Although his original intention was more for the luck points, he also had good intentions. Previously, Zuoxiao Duo had roughly read the fortune of the 5 of them. However, he did not receive any money, so it was not really a fortune-telling. The results of the previous reading were as follows. Long Yuxing, success at a young age. Has the potential to soar into the sky. Has a broken pattern between his eyebrows. Mainly when he spreads his wings. Dies young in middle age. Wanli Xiu, success at a young age. Has the appearance of a phoenix. Has a broken pattern between her eyebrows. Mainly when she spreads her wings. Dies young in middle age. Yu Moyan, dies young in middle age. Li Zhangming, luck at a young age. Nervous in middle age. Broken mountain roots in middle age. Desolate in old age. Li Chenglong, mediocre in life. As students all over the world. This was Zuoxiao's understanding of the original fate of the 5 of them. Therefore, he insisted on reading the fortune of the 5 of them this time. He wanted to give them guidance so that they could get out of their predetermined predicament and turn misfortune into good fortune. At the same time, he could earn the luck points of the 5 of them. Wouldn't that be a lot? However, when he officially read their fortune today, Zuoxiao Duo was shocked to discover that the fortune of the 5 of them had all changed. It was very different from what he had seen before. This made Zuoxiao Duo feel that he had suffered a loss. It was simply unbelievable. Long Yuxing, success at a young age. Soars into the sky. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Stars gather between his eyebrows. Light gradually converges. Fortune comes from the 5 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Wanli Xiu, success at a young age. Dragon roars and wind howls. Spreads his wings in all directions. Soars into the clouds. Mountain roots are continuous. Stars appear between his eyebrows. Phoenix Palace has a bottom. Light gradually converges. Fortune comes from the 5 directions. Fortune comes from the 8 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Yu Moyan, success at a young age. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Li Zhangming, success at a young age. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Li Chenglong, success at a young age. Spreads his wings and goes straight to the clouds. Fortune comes from the 5 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Hiss. After looking at the fortune of the 5 of them, Zuoxiao Duo couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Why were these bastards so lucky? Moreover, this was too strange. Why were all the fortune tellers saying that they met a benefactor in life? Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Wasn't the similarity a little fake? Thinking about the similarities between the 5 of them, could it be because they were classmates? When Zuoxiao Duo thought of this, he hurriedly used the excuse of going to the toilet to look at his own face in the mirror. I'm also their classmate. I'll also meet a benefactor in my life. I'll borrow his power to soar to the heavens. Today's update will be 9 chapters. Currently, the subscription is not very ideal. Please help me. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. The 10th anniversary of the Feng family will be starting soon. Please don't miss it. Thank you to all the leaders for your tips. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for subscribing. Thank you. Chapter 94. Zuoxiao Duo rushed into the washroom anxiously. It wasn't important to take advantage of the situation. It would be great if the benefactor could help Nian Cat and help her get through the death calamity. However, Zuoxiao Duo looked at himself in the mirror for a long time and almost cursed it out loud. He cursed. Where was the benefactor? Why were the 5 of them the only ones who could take advantage of the situation? This was too fucking unfair. Zuoxiao's face was originally bright and cheerful because he had received 1,000 yuan subsidy, But after he came back from the washroom, his face turned dark and gloomy. He brazenly attacked the 5 people and beat them up again and again. He was so envious and jealous that he was going crazy. I can't beat them anymore. Wan Lixio was the one who screamed, I'm going to be disfigured. As she screamed, Zhou Xiaoduo punched her in the face and sent her flying. Wan Lixio flew more than 100 feet away. She lay on the ground and covered her nose as she screamed, You bastards! I'm a girl. I'm a beauty. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zhou Xiaoduo punching and kicking Long Yuxing and the other 3 people away. Then he rushed toward her. Wan Lixio yelled, I'm going to kill you. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned around and rushed into the washroom. Zhou Xiaoduo? He almost followed her into the washroom and beat her up. For 3 days, Zhou Xiaoduo beat the 5 people with all his might. The 5 people who were weaker in cultivation could only take it passively. However, as they fought, they found that their resistance was much stronger. However, Zhou still felt it was unfair. During the training he said, You 5. Come and massage Zhuo's legs and shoulders. Long Yuxing and the others. When Qin Fangyang came to the field, he saw this scene. Mr. Zhuo was lying on the recliner. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong, and the other 3 were waiting on him with sullen faces. Wan Lixio's hands moved quickly and massaged his shoulders. Li Chengming and Li Chenglong each massaged his arms. Finally, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan massaged his legs. Mr. Zhuo was lying on his back. He squinted his eyes and yelled from time to time, Shoulders harder. The key is the clavicle point. Xiao, your hand speed is good, but your hand strength is too weak. Didn't you eat? Put more strength. You're already so big and you're not even a massage? Long Yuxing thighs. A little higher, a little higher, a little higher. Where the hell are you pinching? Are you mute? Do you need to move your mouth for a massage? Don't you know that your mouth is idle? Can't you talk about history while massaging? Talk about the Umno Alliance? Talk about killing wolves? You guys listen carefully. This is all knowledge. Guluoyan? What about Guluoyan? I'm not listening. Talk about the Umno Alliance. Don't waste time. If you dawdle, I'll beat you up and make you swollen. Qin Fangyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this strange scene. What was going on this time? They are too good at enjoying themselves. This is the training field, the martial arts field, the place to practice martial arts. Teacher Qin didn't say a word. In a flash, he was already near Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. He pulled Wan Lixio away and pressed his hands on her. Mr. Zhou squinted his eyes happily. Yes, this is the strength. Ah, not bad, not bad. You've improved. Masters was suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream that was absolutely earth-shattering. What the fuck? La 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 la. What the fuck? Masters' voice changed and even his face turned yellow. Large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. He struggled to turn around and look at her. Little girl, I think you don't want to get better. Watch me give you a swollen punch. Teacher Qin? Qin Fangyang sneered at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou, you sure know how to enjoy life. Not only did she have to enjoy a massage, she even had to listen to a storyteller. Are you planning to live a comfortable life straight away? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed dryly. No, Teacher Qin, please listen to me. You must listen to me. It's mainly because my 5 junior brothers and sisters are too considerate of me. They see that I fight with them every day and it's really too tiring, so they took the initiative to serve me. Haha, this is the friendship between classmates, the sincerity between fellow students, and the camaraderie between fellow students in the future. He turned around and said, Don't you think so? Zhou Xiaoduo glared at him. He thought that everyone was intimidated by his abuse of power. No, it was friendship, camaraderie, and camaraderie. They would definitely approve of it. Unfortunately, Wan Lixio and the others obviously didn't intend to give him face. After all, if they admitted it, Teacher Qin wouldn't stand up for them in the future. No. Teacher Qin, he forced us to do it. Yes, as long as you're not around, Zhou Xiaoduo will abuse his power. Not only will he beat us up, but he also forced us. No matter what, I'm still a lady from a respectable family. He forced me. Wan Lixio's words could be said to have destroyed the current atmosphere. Respectable lady? You. The 6 of them, including Qin Fangyang, looked at Wan Lixio with eyes full of suspicion and disbelief. Did he make a mistake by saying that? It's not like I've never seen a lady from a respectable family. Was there a lady from a respectable family who was beaten up every day until her face was disfigured? Didn't she have a bloody nose and a swollen face every day? Respectable lady? It's true. Wan Lixio was anxious. My father is. I'm not listening. Zhou Xiaoduo took the lead and the other students shook their heads. Can we not talk about family background? That's too boring. Who doesn't have a family background? It's embarrassing to talk about that. We don't have to fight for our own path. Let's not talk about other things. I have my own struggles too. Wan Lixio felt wronged. I'm a beauty. Beauty? Ah. Ha 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 ha. The 5 boys winked at her. Wan Lixio was so angry that her stomach almost exploded. You're all straight men. You're all destined to be alone. Beauty Wan cursed, turned around and walked away. Where are you going? Bastards? Can't you see that it's already 6:30? School is over. If you're so capable, stay here and don't leave. Wan Lixio cursed and walked away. Oh, it's already so late. I'm leaving too. Long Yuxing and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They got up and ran away quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo, you stay here. Qin Fangyang called out to Zhou Xiaoduo, who wanted to take the opportunity to run away. Why are you leaving? Don't be in a hurry. I see that your foundation hasn't been stabilized yet. You'll have to touch it again soon. Come. I'll help you consolidate it. It won't take much time. No. In less than half a minute, Uncle Zhuo was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Qin Fangyang squatted beside him and stepped on his back. I said it won't take much time. You were taken care of everywhere just now. I just missed a step on your back. I'll make it up for you. Burp. Burp. Zhou Xiaoduo kept burping. Teacher, I'm wrong. Wrong? What's wrong? I'm wrong. I'm wrong because I didn't see you coming. I won't dare to do it again. Burp. 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 Eat dirt. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted and bit on the ground. Teacher, I'll eat it. Fuck. Qin Fangyang was speechless facing this lazy guy. He let go of his foot and let him get up. Around the corner, the 5 little heads retracted their heads in satisfaction and left. That felt great. We'll let you bully us again. And we'll think of a way to provoke him again tomorrow and let him hit us. Then we'll think of a way to lure Teacher Qin here and beat him up again. The 5 of them winked at each other. As long as they could see Zhou Xiaoduo get beaten up, why would the 5 of them be poisoned? That was insignificant. Watching Zhou Xiaoduo get beaten up every day was a great pleasure. You've been looking for books about hidden weapons in the school library these days? Qin Fangyang asked. What are you planning to do? I've already made up my mind. That's why I'm searching for skill books. It's not time for me to form a fighting style yet. In order to prevent my natal weapon from being fixed too early, I have to find another way. As a martial artist, there are too many risks that I have to face at all times. Finding something to defend myself is a foolproof plan. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously. Based on this consideration, I've chosen to prepare some hidden weapons. Jianghu is dangerous and people's hearts are not what they used to be. There are some things that we have to guard against. Qin Fangyang squinted at him and smiled faintly. You're young but you're quite far-sighted. Teacher, you flatter me. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded proudly. Suddenly, he said with some surprise, Teacher Qin, you seem to be very happy these days. Qin Fangyang laughed and said, Am I? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. More than that. Qin Fangyang's current conduct was like the word happy hanging on his face. Even his walking was much more relaxed than before. During class he was not even interested in joking with the students. Occasionally he would pull Zhou Xiaoduo out and beat him up excitedly. Well, this was how Teacher Qin behaved when he was happy. This was something that all the students in class 9 could see. However, this was only revealed in their own class. Other than that, although he was also relaxed in places where there was no one, when he was in front of others, his face returned to being serious and unapproachable. Qin Fangyang chuckled and said, Look at my face again. Damn. Zhou Xiaoduo was depressed. Was he treating him as a free labor? However, he still looked at it with a frown. It's not much different from the last time I saw it. There are some changes. Zhou Xiaoduo was really surprised this time. The things that happened to him these days seemed to be a bit strange. Why did the faces of everyone around him change to a certain extent? This shouldn't be. The subscription data was not very ideal. 4,800 for 24 hours, less than 5,000. I still need more. I need subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. Chapter 95. Normally, A person's physiognomy wouldn't change much once they were born, unless they encountered a major event. The so-called major change was the kind of encounter that could change the course of the person's life. Ordinary people rarely had the chance to encounter such a major event. For example, a car accident, paralysis, divorce, serious injury, illness, or the breakup of a lover who had been deeply in love for many years, or the death of a loved one. All of these could change the life trajectory of the person involved. Of course, if you met the person you were destined to meet, your life trajectory would also change. Life wasn't just about reporting the bad news and not the good news. One had to encounter all of the above to be able to change one's physiognomy. At the same time, changing one's physiognomy also meant that one's fate had changed. This sudden turn of events caused the predetermined direction of fate to change in another direction. What change? Qin Fangyang asked with a smile. Give me a word. Life is full of setbacks. I don't have the ability to deduce it. Qin Fangyang purposely made things difficult and said, it's not that troublesome. I'll stick with this word. As he spoke, he used his hand to write another word, Qian, on the ground in front of him. This Qian word. Your writing style, technique, and bearing are all different. Zuoxiaoduo was more and more surprised and said, Teacher Qin, you've really encountered a good thing. This Qian word starts with the word, grass. There are fragrant grasses everywhere in the world, or withered and flourished all the time. This grass of yours is full of vitality. There is still hope for this relationship after all. Qin Fangyang was overjoyed when he heard this and asked, really? There's a turn for the better? However, even if the grass has signs of flourishing and withering, the Qian word at the bottom is still withered and slightly deviated. It's still the original result. But it's much better than before. After all, there are fragrant grasses everywhere in the world. In other words, you can see that person at any time. Zuoxiaoduo pondered for a moment and said solemnly, which was rare for him, of course water has a source and trees have roots. It's a good thing that withered trees can come back to life. But too much is as bad as not enough. That grass can only be seen on the ground. It can't go any further. If it's forcefully pulled up, it will only have the word, withered. Also, the word, grass, still started with the word tomb. Teacher Qin, your final outcome is still ordinary. The day you recognize each other is the day you are buried. Be careful, be careful. Zuoxiaoduo said in a deep voice, Mr. Qin, you have to make a careful decision. It's better not to meet her. Qin Fangyang was silent for a long time before he said softly, I am already very satisfied to know that she is safe. He paused for a moment before continuing, aren't you looking for books related to concealed weapons? I can help you with this. Come with me. Help me? Zuoxiaoduo was flabbergasted, but he still followed Qin Fangyang. As Qin Fangyang walked, his heart surged with emotions. That day after seeing He Yuanyue, his blood surged. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he was already in his own bed. His mind went blank. He was just mumbling. Why is it He Yuanyue? Why was it He Yuanyue? Not Lu Qianqian. However, in the midst of his disappointment, he suddenly seemed to have grasped something. Qin Fangyang's spirits were lifted at once. This isn't right. I am Fangyang and she is Yuanyue? What a coincidence. My heart is like the bright moon shining on you every night. Is it this month? If all these are just conjectures, then I only said that my wife is missing, but she said that newlyweds suddenly separated. I didn't say that she was a newlyweds, so why did she say newlyweds? I have traveled the whole world, but I have never found a place of peace in my heart. Why did I find it here? The more Qin Fangyang thought about it, the more excited he became. She is 100% my Qianqian. But she doesn't want to acknowledge me. It's the same reason she left that year. You don't want to acknowledge me? From that day onwards, Qin Fangyang suddenly felt that the clouds parted to see the blue sky. His eyes were full of sunshine. It's good to finally find you. I know what you are worried about and I know how stubborn you are. For the time being, let me protect you in silence. However, in some crowded places, it was a little difficult to keep a straight face like before. However, fortunately there was still Zuoxiaoduo. He was really a lucky star that fell from the sky. If he held it in too much, he would beat him up. After beating him up, he felt refreshed. What a good student. Zuoxiaoduo followed Qin Fangyang all the way to the office building, and went straight to the top floor. The top floor of the office building was a large flat floor. The elevator door opened. Someone was about to come in, and was stunned when she saw the two of them. Instructor Qin? Xiaoduo? It was Hu Ruoyun. Instructor Hu. Zhou Xiaoduo bowed respectfully. Why are you here? Hu Ruoyun was surprised. At least, from what she knew, Qin Fangyang and Zhou Xiaoduo were not supposed to be on the top floor. It's like this. Qin Fangyang frowned and said in a lonely voice, Xiaoduo has recently broken through to martial master level. He's about to face the important juncture of 3 touches and 5 evaluations. Hu Ruoyun became nervous when she heard that. She said, What do you mean, Instructor Qin? I think that Xiaoduo is still far from being able to form his fighting style. His strength is still in the middle stage. The most important thing is that this child has a jumpy personality, and it's not suitable for him to be fixed with traditional weapons. So he wants to figure out the way of hidden weapons. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. But I really don't know much about hidden weapons. There are no books in the library to refer to. Now that Headmaster Li is not here, I'm really afraid of delaying the child's cultivation. Hu Ruoyun said, Instructor Qin, you're really thoughtful, but there are no books in the library. She frowned. Who is more proficient in hidden weapons? Qin Fangyang said, Headmaster, he should know best. Why don't you ask him for us, Instructor Hu? Or we can directly ask the old principal for advice. Qin Fangyang's face suddenly turned pale. He covered his chest and coughed softly. He said, After all, the headmaster knows best. It's our good fortune to ask him for advice. Hu Ruoyun asked with concern, Instructor Qin, your injury hasn't healed yet? Qin Fangyang waved his hand nonchalantly. It's an old problem. It's not a problem. As he said that, he pretended to be relaxed and laughed out loud. Hu Ruoyun was also more concerned about Zhou Xiaoduo. She thought quickly and said decisively, I'll take you to see the headmaster now. It was an extraordinarily spacious office with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. The floor was unusually flat and suitable for wheelchairs. The old woman, He Yuanyue, had already heard that there were guests. Her eyes flashed with a trace of uncertainty, but she quickly recovered. Qin Fangyang walked in with Zhou Xiaoduo. Qin Fangyang's complexion was much better than before, but it was still a little pale. However, it was hard to tell if one didn't look closely. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo saw the old headmaster, he suddenly had a feeling of realization. Although this was the first time Zhou Xiaoduo met the old headmaster He Yuanyue, he knew what kind of person Master Zhou was. The old headmaster and Instructor Qin were obviously a couple. Even if they had gone their separate ways, the ties between lovers were still as clear as day. Looking at the situation, Master Zhou was obviously used by old Qin. Zhou Xiaoduo instantly understood the current situation. He glanced at Qin Fangyang and thought, this old man is quite smart. However, although he was used, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, he felt uneasy. Old Qin, you have to hold it in. You have to hold it in. I didn't say it casually when I said that reuniting with you would be forever. Old headmaster, Qin Fangyang said respectfully, last time, I offended you. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. He Yuanyue said faintly, it's okay. Instructor Qin has always been diligent in teaching and is very effective. I admire you very much. Old headmaster, you're too kind. Qin Fangyang respectfully told her about Zhou Xiaoduo and said, now this is the problem. Old headmaster, you see, this child is very talented. Hidden weapons. He Yuanyue looked at Zhou Xiaoduo from head to toe. Zhou Xiaoduo showed an innocent and shy smile at the right time. He looked like a young boy who was uneasy in front of his leader. Show me your hand. He Yuanyue moved her wheelchair and came in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo stretched out his hand. He Yuanyue only glanced at it and nodded. The shape of your hand is excellent. It's indeed the best material to use hidden weapons. However, your hand is too strong. It's more suitable for heavy weapons. Zhou Xiaoduo's hand was very big. It was almost twice the size of a normal person's hand. Qin Fangyang said respectfully, he hasn't reached the embryonic breathing realm yet. If he forms a weapon now, it will be a hindrance in the future. Looking at it this way, there's still a long time before he can form his life weapon. Therefore, he intends to practice his hidden weapons now to deal with the tasks of the martial arts master level. He Yuanyue agreed. That's a very good plan. Now is indeed the best time. The martial arts master level is the best time to train one's control. The martial arts warrior level is too early. If you force it, it will be like pulling the seedlings to help them grow. However, this child seems to have reached the pinnacle of the martial arts master level. Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, Yes, but this child broke through to the martial arts master level less than a week ago. He is only at his current level because of a fortuitous encounter. Yuanyue suddenly became serious. Opportunity? She looked at Zhuxiaoduo's face and said calmly, Teacher Qin, you have to be careful with what you say, especially the word, opportunity. You can't say it casually. At this moment, Yuanyue's eyes were a little serious. Only when one reached a certain level would one understand the meaning of the word, opportunity. Under normal circumstances, those who could obtain an opportunity were those who were favored by the heavens. At the very least, they could be the central figure in a small circle. They were also the protagonist that people often talked about. Opportunity was definitely not something that everyone had. I won't write about Teacher Qin's thoughts in detail. If you scold me again, think about it yourselves. Yes, as usual. It's as usual. Looking for monthly votes, subscription and recommendation tickets. I'll add more chapters for the league leaders in the afternoon. I have a stockpile of chapters so I can be willful. Awesome. Chapter 96. Qin Fangyang replied calmly, I know. I'm sure. It's fate. Yuanyue heaved a sigh of relief and asked, You're Zhuxiaoduo? Zhuxiaoduo answered obediently, Yes. Little Nyener. Yuanyue drawled. My sister. Zhuxiaoduo chuckled. Didn't you say your sister is disabled and has cerebral palsy? Qin Fangyang interrupted. Ha ha ha. Yuanyue burst into laughter. Her smile was one of genuine joy. Qin Fangyang looked at Yuanyue's smile. His expression did not change at all, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of affection. Sure enough, you can't change the habit of smiling. The left side of your lips will always be the first to curl up. At that time, what I liked most was to see you smile. Your smile will never change. My love for you will never change until death. Zhuxiaoduo was extremely embarrassed. He explained in exasperation, She's just a little stupid. Why don't we? Well, he could not make it up anymore. The old woman in front of him obviously knew his sister. If his sister heard what he said, he would definitely be in trouble. Yuanyue's smile deepened. Let's get down to business, kid. Show me your finger. Zhuxiaoduo was very smart. He stretched out his right hand and withdrew 4 fingers, only showing the ring finger. Then the ring finger nimbly turned a circle, bent, hooked, stabbed and flung. He did all kinds of movements. Yuanyue's eyes lit up. One had to know that among the 5 fingers, the ring finger was the most blunt. Zhuxiaoduo's ring finger was already able to make such a nimble movement. One could only imagine how nimble the other fingers were. He was truly a pair of skillful hands. Very good. She pondered for a moment and said, Royun, remember to come to me tomorrow. I'll go back and find the 100-weapon spectrum. Then you can send it to Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang hurriedly said, There's no need to trouble Teacher Hu. I'll come again tomorrow. That's fine too. Qin Fangyang said, There's one more thing. Old principal, I have some questions that I'd like to ask. Would it be convenient for you? Yuanyue frowned and said impatiently, What is it? The current students have changed a lot compared to the past few batches. Perhaps Teacher He has noticed it as well. It's probably because Phoenix City is located in a remote area, so life is relatively easy. Especially in the past few years as technology has become more and more advanced, the students' laziness and enjoyment have increased day by day. Coupled with the so-called carpe diem atmosphere, it has caused their mentality to become biased. I have a headache over this, but I can't think of a solution. I think that maybe we can improve this problem in the martial arts school, but I don't know where to start. If there is really an effective method, it will be of great benefit to the future of the students. Qin Fangyang said. After hearing Qin Fangji's words, Yuanyue immediately fell into deep thought. This was indeed a new problem that had emerged as their lives became more and more comfortable over the years. Nowadays, there were indeed signs that money was the most important thing in society. A person's life is but 100 years. Even if you enjoy it now and then, how long can you be happy? Happiness proves that you are still alive. Happiness in body and mind is the best for you. Such arguments were incessant and became more and more intense. That's good too. Yuanyue looked at Qin Fangyang again. She felt that he was really full of worry about this and didn't sense anything else. She finally relaxed and said, I am grateful that Teacher Qin has such a great heart. If you have any feasible suggestions, you are welcome to discuss them with me. Thank you, old principal. Qin Fangyang didn't show any signs of joy. He was still deep in thought. he sighed and said seriously, when it comes to teaching, it is easy to spread the fragrance of the peach forest, but it is very difficult to achieve great results. Yuanyue felt the same. By the time Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue left the office and went to the field, it was already late. The two quietly walked to the school gate. Qin Fangyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, "Remember to come early tomorrow." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, "Teacher Qin, why did your face change? Don't you want to say a few words of thanks?" "Thank you." Qin Fangyang nodded and then kicked Zhou Xiaoduo out of the school gate. The most sincere gratitude is practical action. If you can use your hands, don't use your mouth. Whoosh. His meridians felt pleasant. Cool air poured down from the top of his head. It was so comfortable that Zhou Xiaoduo almost moaned. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned when he felt a whole drop of luck points enter his account again. This was a whole drop. It was enough to cleanse all the meridians in his body. Most importantly, he could see another person's misfortune for 3 more months. But why was there a drop? Where did this theory come from? Where did it come from? Where did this reward come from? Zhou Xiaoduo thought hard for a long time and organized the timeline of today's events. The timeline of events, the physiognomy, the word reading, the meeting with the old principal. And the kick. I fucking understand now. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned by his own understanding. What kind of explanation was this? Kicking me was actually my reward? And it was converted into such a generous reward. Zhou Xiaoduo looked around like a thief. This matter could not be known by others. Otherwise, he would be beaten up every day after reading someone's physiognomy. Even if the reward was generous, 8 or 10 times a day would not be too much. But the title of masochist that came with it was something he could not accept. Just think about it. The divine image of a generation, the incomparable heroes with Xiaoduo, who was also known as the masochist, how could he bear it? But now it was a good thing. There were 3 drops. When he saw Meng Qintian, he had to take a look. Why wasn't he here yet? As the matter fermented, it gradually evolved into a thorough investigation of the entire Yanwu Empire. Every student who graduated from Phoenix City's No. 2 high school was the focus of attention. Especially the students taught by Mu Yunfeng and a few other teachers. Almost all of them were suspended from their positions and were being investigated and probed. The scope of the investigation was like a rolling snowball, expanding rapidly. In the end, more than 9,000 people were investigated. A super major case involving more than 9,000 people had shaken the entire Central Plains. During this time, Phoenix City was also in an uproar. The families behind the hundreds of students who were taken away covered almost all the businesses in Phoenix City. Many of them were the only children in their families. Suddenly involved in this matter, the parents almost went crazy. Those with connections looked for connections, those with connections asked for help, those with connections asked for help, and those with money threw in all kinds of money. All kinds of forces were active everywhere. Unfortunately, this matter had already involved Star Shield. No matter who came forward, there were only 3 words. No good. Jumping up and down in anxiety? Even if they fell sick from anxiety, it would not be good. Those who spoke rudely and were directly arrested. Could it be that you are also a suspect? Star Shield's director Jianghu did come forward, but only said a few words of comfort. There is a problem with the students. Although we are not sure what their true intentions are, it is a fact that they have been tricked. They need to go through the crystal trial and go to Qingxin Lake to remove the enchantment before they can go home. I believe that the parents do not want their children to become spies on the battlefield, right? Also, you parents shouldn't just think about your children. For the next month, stay in Phoenix City. No one is allowed to go out. Anyone who shows signs of escaping without permission will be killed without exception. Now, all of you go home and wait for the summons. It had to be said that the people who did not listen to any persuasion or explanation became obedient in an instant. The entire Phoenix City, all the law enforcement agencies, all the experts, were operating with unprecedented efficiency. Even the experts from the major sects who were stationed here participated in the Qingqing operation. Yes, it was the Qingqing operation. Xiao Duo, who was the instigator of this storm, was now flushed with success. He got the custom-made hidden weapons. There were a total of 10,000 hidden weapons, all made of jade. Red, green, yellow, white, blue, darts, buttons, gourds, small melons, small flowers, small rings, there were all kinds of designs. According to Zhou Xiaoyan, Zhou Xiaoduo made 1,000 of the shiny things that little girls liked the most. When Xiaoduo carried these things home like a scalper, he was immediately tortured and interrogated. Zhou Xiaoyan flew into a rage on the spot. What are you trying to do with these shiny things? Speak honestly. Are you trying to use these things to trick girls? Be- Speak honestly. What are you trying to do? Why did you make such flashy things? Be- Speak honestly. Zhou Xiaoyan was so angry that her lips were trembling. She looked like a wife who had caught her husband having an affair. She was flustered and exasperated, filled with grievances and anger. What's more, this time, no one in the family stood on Zhou Xiaoduo's side. Zhou Changlu, this is outrageous, this is a waste of money. Wu Yuding, this is outrageous, how can you bring these things home? Zhou Xiaoyan was about to cry. Mom, what do you mean by that? Is it reasonable for him to pick up girls? Is it tolerable for him to be sneaky? How can you be so biased? Wu Yuding slapped the back of Zhou Xiaoduo's head and scolded, You brat, how dare you? Zhou Xiaoduo felt so wrong that he couldn't speak. Who said I wanted to pick up girls? These are hidden weapons. Hidden weapons. Zhou Xiaoduo looked helpless. I was planning to use these to practice martial arts. Were you kidding? Mom and Dad don't know martial arts, I don't understand. Who would choose to use such fragile things to practice martial arts? Zhou Xiaoyan added insult to injury. Mom, I heard that there is a girl in the top 3 in their class and she is the youngest daughter of Governor Wan. Wu Yuding's eyes lit up. Governor Wan's youngest daughter? Is she pretty? How's her figure? She is in the same class as Xiao Duo, so she must be a few years younger than Xiao Duo, right? Zhou Xiaoyan's mouth was wide open in shock. Chapter 97. Not even Governor Wan's daughter. Wu Yuding hurriedly corrected herself. Tell me, what do you see in her? Zhou Xiaoduo looked miserable. This is really a hidden weapon. I don't know how much effort I put in to get it. How can I endure those supercilious looks? Mom, Dad, Sister Nian Nian, it's like this. Zhou Xiaoduo used his fastest speed to explain everything from beginning to end and said, This is all Uncle Nan's fault. The cultivation technique he gave me is indeed very good, but the effect is too good. Don't talk about steel, even if it's gold, when it's in my hands. As long as I use my cultivation technique and inject my star spirit force, it will become soft. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, he took out a few other hidden weapons made of metal that he had stolen along the way. He placed them in the palm of his hand and circulated his energy. Before the hidden weapons could become soft, the temperature of the entire room had risen sharply. Then the whole family watched helplessly as the irregularly shaped metal pieces became soft in Zhou Xiaoduo's hands. Not only could he manipulate them at will, but he could also mix them with each other with just a flick of his hand. I tried 13 moves and tried all the hidden weapons in the largest weapon store in Phoenix City, but there wasn't a single hidden weapon that could withstand it. In the end, I found out that even though the quality of these jadites wasn't that great, they were able to withstand the infusion of my spiritual essence and were completely unaffected. Zhou Xiaoduo took out a small jade gourd the size of a fingernail. Look carefully, look seriously. The same technique and the same temperature in the room, the white jade gourd was safe and sound. It was as cool as before. So that's how it is. Then buying these little things is not a waste of money. Zhou Changlu was relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hurry up and stop your technique. Your mom and I are ordinary people. How can we withstand it? We're going to get a heat stroke. You're not allowed to use your technique in the living room anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly stopped channeling. Zhou Xiaoyan released her cold qi at the right time to reduce the heat. She smiled through her tears and said, So these little things are really concealed weapons. Then he asked suspiciously, Then why did you make it into such a shape? Isn't it too exquisite? Can't you just make it into a throwing knife or a dart? How is that the same? Zhou Xiaoduo said indifferently. Then he puffed up his chest imperceptibly and said, These hidden weapons of mine have different meanings. For example, if I use a button to fight against an enemy, it means I'm giving him a way out. If I use a ring, it means I'm going to kill him. If I use a gourd, it means I'm going to kill him. This flower means I'm going to make friends with him. As for this dart, it means I'm going to chase him to the ends of the earth until he dies. Of course, these are just some of my thoughts for now. When I become famous in the future, I'll explore further. Zhou Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and raised his head, saying, In the future, when our Jianghu friends are familiar with each other, they will naturally understand the true meaning behind little Zhuo Lingyu's peerless and unparalleled name. Oh. The whole family understood. So you're just pretending. Why would I be pretending? Zhou Xiaoduo saluted Zhou Xiaoyan reservedly and said, Miss, I'm Zhuo Duo, known as Young Master Yu in the Jianghu. Please enlighten me. Young Master Yu. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her eyebrows were curved. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes in unison and turned around in unison. Mom? Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately stopped Wu Yuding and complained, "You're biased, I heard it just now." Wu Yuding laughed dryly and said, "Nian there are many things in this world that can't be judged on the surface. Besides, my Nian is so beautiful. Even if I were to be biased, it would be Nian I'll make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs for you tonight." "I'm still angry." Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. "Then add in a sweet and sour fish." "I'm still angry." Okay. "Add in a cherry soup and a coleslaw pork ear." "Will that do?" "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoyan beamed and helped Wu Yuding into the kitchen to supervise the cooking. She flattered, "Mom, I actually understand. After all, Xiao Duo is your biological daughter. As for me, at most, I'll be a daughter-in-law in the future, half a daughter." "Girl, where did you learn to talk like that?" "What daughter-in-law? Half a daughter? You're my biological daughter." Wu Yuding hit Zhuo Xiaoyan on the head and said, "Nian you have to keep an eye on Xiao Duo. This kid is very clever. When he was young, he said that he would disappear without a trace. You have to be careful." Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips and even showed her canine teeth. She nodded vigorously and said, "Mom, don't worry. With me around, he won't be able to cause any trouble in this lifetime. He won't be able to escape from the palm of your daughter's hand." Wu Yuding smiled and pinched her daughter's tender cheeks. "You have a glib tongue. It's only right that you help me prepare the ingredients." "Okay, come." Zhuo Duo hung a sign in the living room with the words, "Nian cat" written on it. It was half the size of a poker card. A red dot was drawn in the middle. It was used as a symbol to train the hidden weapons. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was very accurate. Flick, twist, float, shoot, circle, point one by one, the delicate little things accurately hit Nian cat. Zhuo Duo beamed with joy. He was only practicing the skills now. He hadn't increased his strength and lethality yet. He also hadn't infused the spiritual source of the blazing sun divine skill into the jade stone. After all, it was better not to use this skill at home. However, Zhuo Duo was already very satisfied to be able to do this just at the beginning of his cultivation. Before Zhuo Xiaoyan came out, Zhuo Duo quickly put away the cards and continued to shoot around. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were annoyed by this scene. They looked at Zhuo Duo with disdain. The floor was full of small gourds. If he wasn't careful, he would slip. What a naughty child. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. On the other hand, Zhuo Duo was still in high spirits. Zhuo Changlu had the urge to pull out his belt several times, but he restrained himself. This is what it means to raise a son. Zhuo Changlu looked up at the sky and sighed gloomily while eating. "I can't wait to beat him up 8 times a day. When I was young, I looked forward to growing up. Now that I've grown up, I'm so angry with him that my liver swells. When he's really sensible, he won't be angry with you anymore. You'll be old. What the hell is this?" Wu Yuding's expression was a little melancholy. Then she smiled gently and said in a rather zen manner, "This is life." Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other. They suddenly understood from each other's eyes. Yes, perhaps this was the true meaning of the fireworks in the human world. For a moment, the two of them were touched. This touch caused the two of them to suddenly feel a little stunned. Could it be that they had taken the wrong path before? What was the purpose of training in the boundless secular world? How did the so-called training of the human heart go? That night, Zhuo Xiaoyan carried Zhuo Duo and flew all the way to find a spacious place to practice their hidden weapons. Zhuo Xiaoyan tested the jade hidden weapons a few times. She was surprised to find that the jade hidden weapons were more controllable. Damn, you can try to control them. After your hidden weapons break through the opponent's surface defense, they will shatter and explode. That should increase the lethality of your attacks. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. "Sister Nian, you're really sinister. You can even think of such a vicious method." Zhuo Duo thought about the feasibility of this method and the actual attack effect. Suddenly, he shuddered and said with a pale face, "A woman's heart is indeed the most vicious." Unsurprisingly, the words that came out of his mouth attracted another 13 bungee jumps in the sky. Only in the sky that the expert who was on duty to protect Phoenix City today was hidden in the clouds with a face full of surprise. Whoosh! A head popped out from the clouds below his feet and then fell down. Whoosh! It popped up again. Whoosh! Damn it, I wanted to be lazy today and went a lot lower. Now it seems that I should go a little higher. This brat almost crawled into my butt. The man rolled his eyes and silently flew to a higher position. This height was obviously not safe at all. Zhuxiaoyan taught Zhuxiaoduo the basic postures for an entire night. You think a hidden weapon is just a shot? You're so wrong. So wrong that it can't be any more wrong. When using a hidden weapon, the eyes, the body, and the hands are not important. The direction and position of the feet, the strength of the feet, the strength of the legs, the strength of the waist, the strength of the shoulders, the vibration of the wrists, the flexibility of the fingers, all of these forces are gathered at one point. Yes, the most important thing is the strength of the waist. All of these are the most basic things, but they are also indispensable. You have to master all of these postures before you follow up. Zhuxiaoyan held a small whip and carefully supervised Zhuxiaoduo. Whenever she found something wrong, she would whip him. Zhuxiaoduo hurriedly corrected his mistakes, making sure that his postures were methodical and accurate. Sister Nian, I'm already very accurate. Why do I feel that as long as my eyesight is good enough, my wrist is strong enough, and my spiritual source is strong enough, it's enough to defeat the enemy? So what if your hidden weapon is accurate? So what if you have enough lethality? The essence of a hidden weapon attack is to hit the enemy. It has to be the kind that can kill the enemy in one shot. Zhuxiaoyan snorted. Any hidden weapon expert or hidden weapon expert starts from these basic operations. Only when you have a good grasp of the skills and reach the level where you can do whatever you want and succeed in every endeavor can you ensure that you can change your posture at any time no matter what environment or position you are in. Only then can you be considered to have succeeded in practicing hidden weapons. Do you understand? I understand. I'll practice seriously. This first day of learning hidden weapons mainly focused on theoretical knowledge and postures. Zhuxiaoyan taught him all the way until midnight. Then he repeated all the basic postures again and again, messing up the order. Zhuxiaoyan finally let him go. I'm almost out of stock. There's still an update in the afternoon. It's almost 6 o'clock. Pour a month's stock. Please subscribe to the recommendation ticket to comfort me. Chapter 98. Sometimes, hidden weapons can turn defeat into victory and bring the dead back to life. You have to remember one thing. Don't shoot your hidden weapons easily. Your hidden weapons are always the most powerful and intimidating before you shoot them out. Zhuxiaoyan taught him earnestly. Sister, you're right. Zhuxiaoduo humbly listened to her advice. As long as you shoot, you have to have a decisive effect. Either you make your opponent lose their ability to resist or you kill them. At the very least, you have to be intimidating enough. If you shoot 10 flying daggers and only kill one person, it's better to kill one person with one flying dagger. If you kill one person with 10 flying daggers, your opponent will gang up and attack you. However, if you kill one person with one flying dagger, regardless of whether you have any flying daggers on you, your opponent may not dare to act rashly. This is the power. The power of hidden weapons. Zhuxiaoyan said softly. It said that in a distant era, using hidden weapons was despised and regarded as a disgraceful practice. However, it's no longer the case now. As long as it can kill the enemy, it's a good method. It's just that. Looking at the whole world, there are only a handful of hidden weapons masters. Because hidden weapons are always a shortcut. When one's strength reaches a certain level, they will face a problem of choice. Many hidden weapons masters are conceited that they can have both. They don't give up on either side, so they stop at that position. Even if they can still move forward, their progress will lag behind those who are focused on one thing. And if they lag behind by this step, they will be able to persevere to the end. In the end, they will fall to the point where they can't break through the enemy's defense even if they shoot with all their strength. You have to pay special attention to this point. When I ask you to give up, you have to give up immediately. You can't bargain and hope for a fluke. Absolutely no problem. Zhuxiaoduo agreed readily. Back home. Although it was very tiring. Zhuxiaoduo still quietly crawled under the bed in the dead of night and took out a small notebook. He tore off the first page and wrote on the other page. There are 58 days until Nian Cat breaks through. Instead, he continued writing in the small notebook. Looking at Nian Cat's face, the aura of disaster is still there. At least it's slightly further away. It should be because she's cultivating the Moon Sutra. The Flaming Sun Sutra must be useful too. I have to make good use of my time and work hard to improve. In the end, of course, he didn't forget to stuff the 1,000 yuan he got from the fortune-telling into his boot. It's still a total of 25,000 gold coins, no more no less, but in exchange for 10,000 hidden weapons, how wonderful. But Headmaster Li said that he would look for me, but he never did. I wonder why. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. In this 1 week, Long Yuxing and the rest were in great pain. Every day they were beaten black and blue by Zuoxiao Duo, but no one was tired of it and did not feel disobedient. This was because they realized that their progress was the fastest when they were cultivating beside Zuoxiao Duo. Compared to before, their progress was like heaven and earth. What was truly unbearable was the heat. It was fucking hot. But as long as their cultivation progress was fast, the heat was nothing. Among the few of them, Li Chenglong was the one who felt it the most. He could clearly feel that when Zuoxiao Duo was cultivating, he was absorbing the blazing spiritual energy into his body. It seemed slow, but it was actually effective to dissolve the coldine energy in his body bit by bit. It allowed his meridians to circulate at an unprecedented speed. This was simply a huge surprise. It turned out that there was a hidden danger in his meridians, but it was the first time it was discovered after so many years. And it was dissolved by this unprecedented special method. This was amazing. Every time they cultivated, Li Chenglong couldn't wait to sit directly in Zuoxiao Duo's arms. However, Zuoxiao Duo wasn't willing to do so, so he could only settle for the next best thing and sit behind Zuoxiao Duo. They were almost back to back, flesh to flesh. In fact, Li Chenglong really didn't mind being naked and close to Zuoxiao Duo, but he couldn't stand it. It was a little too much. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, Zuoxiao Duo does. Don't fart, Li Chenglong reminded as usual and sat down behind Zuoxiao Duo. Pfft. Wan Lixiu almost laughed out loud. Zuoxiao Duo didn't laugh. As usual, he pressed his second brother under his thighs and started cultivating. Fatty wants to sit in front? How can that be? If it really happened, Zuoxiao Duo felt scared just thinking about the scene. What if he wore it? After a week of studying, Zuoxiao Duo had already memorized the 1,000 pages of the 100 Weapons Manual from He Yuanyue. The hidden weapon techniques recorded in the 100 Weapons Manual were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, too many to count. Zuoxiao Duo had only seen it once and it was already an eye-opener for him. After that, he studied it carefully and practiced every single hidden weapon technique repeatedly. Of the 10,000 hidden weapons that he had obtained for just a few days, he had already used more than 8,000 of them. Moreover, he didn't inject much spiritual power into it. It was just pure technique practice. This made Zuoxiao Duo's heart ache. Wan Lixiu, look at how delicate these little things are. Although they are broken, you girls will definitely like them if they are made into little accessories, right? Zuoxiao Duo wanted to take advantage of Wan Lixiu. Haha. Wan Lixiu rolled her eyes and walked away. You think too much, right? Why would I take a fancy to your junk? You want me to buy it at a high price? Just when Zuoxiao Duo was distressed that little money was about to leave him again, Li Changjiang finally sent a letter to Qin Fangyang. Bring Zuoxiao Duo to the principal's office for a while. During this buffer period of more than a week, Li Changjiang finally got out of the whirlpool of the Umno Alliance. Although it was only a few days, it was fortunate that Principal Li didn't break down because of all kinds of things that happened during this period. Many students who went through the Crystal Trial and Clear Heart Lake had to be bailed out by the school. Li Changjiang ran back and forth every day. These days he didn't even see Hu Ruoyun's face, let alone do other things. Now that he still thought of Zuoxiao Duo, it was already enough to show that he was very important to Principal Li. In a dazzling place, the rich fragrance of tea almost floated out of the window and filled the sky. Just from the fragrance of the tea, one could tell that it was definitely the best tea. The people drinking tea were all dressed in suits and leather shoes, looking very stylish. However, there were 7 or 8 people here, but almost no one spoke. Occasionally, someone would make a joke, but it would be followed by silence. Obviously, everyone had a lot on their minds and wasn't in the mood to talk about other things. The emissary hasn't arrived yet. Don't worry, the emissary has never disappointed us. Before he could finish his sentence, a puff of smoke drifted past, and a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door. The person was wearing a dark gray suit, a huge pair of sunglasses, a mask and a hat on his head. With this outfit, it was obvious that a famous celebrity had come. The 8 people in the room stood up together. Mr. Emissary. The man in the gray suit nodded faintly and walked in. Then he sat down on the only executive chair that faced the south and back of the north. The chair creaked as he sat down. He sat down but didn't immediately speak. He tilted his head slightly as if he was thinking about something. Since he didn't speak, no one dared to speak rashly. The noise outside gradually disappeared. A thick glass soundproof door slowly descended. Have you checked? We've checked. There's nothing wrong. Even if it's your own place, you have to check it every day to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Do you understand? Many failures and exposures are often caused by a moment of carelessness. Everyone, please bear this in mind. Yes. The loss this time is big, right? Yes. Ha ha ha. The man in gray laughed faintly. Have you cleaned up the loose ends? Clean up the loose ends. We've been thinking about it all this time, but it's too difficult. The 8 people sighed together. The unforeseen event this time, not only was the wind and waves too great, it came even more suddenly. Before this, no one would have thought that Muyun Peak would suddenly be exposed. The man in gray snorted. Everyone has been working on the second high line for 27 years before it could be said to be successful. In order to ensure the stability of this line, everyone has tried their best to not cause any waves. It's calm without any ripples. There are even some things that we deliberately don't do. How did the horse's foot get exposed? How did it get exposed this time? Have you found the root cause? A skinny middle-aged man stood up, his head full of sweat. We've already found it. According to Muyun Peak, the cause is their class second seat, Cheng Fangji. This Cheng Fangji's father, Cheng Yunqi, does a huge pill business. In Phoenix City and Antai City, he can be considered a big medicine merchant second to none. And this Cheng Yunqi is one of our people. So Cheng Fangji cooperated with Muyun Peak to mess with the students? The man in gray's gaze was like a poisonous snake. Yes. Sweat dripped down the skinny middle-aged man's face. 50 students, controlled 49. Nonsense. The man in gray slapped the table. A class can control 3 to 5 at most. Don't be greedy. Didn't we set this rule long ago? 49 in a class? What does he want to do? Is he afraid that he won't reveal any flaws? A total of 50 people, controlled 49? A single student, controls the entire class? If he doesn't expose himself, who will? This Muyun Feng doesn't have a brain? Making a single student cooperate? Only he can think of this. The sweat on the skinny middle-aged man's face increased. The man in gray sneered. Speaking of this, I can already deduce what happened later. There's a 99% chance that Cheng Fangji wanted to test his own prestige, right? And then he did something? Mobilized the students? And then he followed the vine to the melon and discovered that something was wrong? The skinny middle-aged man's sweat dripped onto the table. What the man in gray said wasn't the least bit wrong. Even Cheng Fangji's psychological motivation wasn't the least bit wrong. The man in gray's poisonous snake-like gaze looked at his face. Answer me, isn't that right? Yes. I only ask you, this Cheng Fangji's matter, and that Cheng Yunqi let his son know and participate in this matter, how long have you known? Chapter 99. The thin, middle-aged man's eyes were almost covered in sweat. The others didn't even dare to breathe loudly, clearly afraid of being caught in the crossfire. About 4 months ago. The gray-clothed man chuckled. 4 months ago? That is to say, it took a full 4 months for this matter to be exposed. What were you doing in those 4 months? Lin Gingao, have you been eating shit for 4 months, or have you been eating bewitching pills for food? This kind of matter, from the day Cheng Yunqi let his son know, you should have directly dealt with Cheng Yunqi. At the very least, you should have dealt with his son. Such a big matter and you let a teenage child handle it? Not only is Cheng Yunqi an idiot, you are even more of an idiot. Discovered? Exposed. Isn't this a very normal thing? How many children can resist showing off when they have power? It took a full 4 months for it to be exposed. The heavens are already looking after that Cheng Fangji. Yes, this subordinate should have dealt with it long ago. The gray-clothed man was silent for a moment. He tapped the table with his finger. Answer me, have you already dealt with Cheng Yunqi and his son? Lin Gingao's face immediately turned snow white. Not yet. But the gray-clothed man waved his hand and a slap flew out. Lin Gingao didn't make a sound as he was slapped 30 feet away. He hit the wall and bounced back. His face was already swollen. Tell me, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for Cheng Fangji to give up his father? And then have his father give you up? And then you will give up everyone? Everyone will hug each other and be done for? I will deal with it immediately. Before tomorrow morning, this line will not be broken. You will die. This is your last chance. Yes. After dealing with this matter, I will deal with your problem. Are you convinced? Convinced. Sit down. Everyone was silent out of fear. Army breaker. Lin Gengao stood up again. Here? Tell me the details of how you were exposed. Where did you give yourself away? Don't let go of any clues. There is still a lot of time today. The cause is. Lin Gengao recounted the entire incident clearly, all the way until Gu Yuanhang admitted his mistake and apologized, and then Qin Fangyang discovered the abnormality, and Li Changjiang went to the first class to call for people. You mean to say that Qin Fangyang, the head teacher of Class 9, is the mastermind behind this? Yes. This subordinate thinks so as well. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, What about that Zhuoxiao duo? Didn't you consider him? Lin Gengao said, In my opinion, Zhuoxiao duo is not only more powerful than Senior Ji, but he is also hot-tempered and impulsive. He's not very useful in this matter. It's just a coincidence. The gray-robed man stared at Lin Gengao without blinking. He didn't say anything for a long time. His eyes were filled with an indescribable coldness, as well as pity for a certain someone's intelligence. Ha 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 ha. The gray-robed man burst into laughter. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. The gray-clothed man said indifferently, Let me ask you, are you unreasonable enough? Then let's take you as the person involved. Your son was beaten up in school and very badly. How do you plan to settle the score with the other party? I'll probably beat up the student who bullied my son. Then I'll talk to the teacher and the other party's parents and settle the matter once and for all. Then I'll ask for compensation until I'm satisfied. Well, although this is a bit of bullying, it's still reasonable. But will you go in the afternoon after going in the morning? After beating him up twice, you still want to go the next morning? You want to go to every single one of them after class? You've already gained the upper hand and gained a lot of benefits. Will you still block the door endlessly? Can this be explained by hot-tempered and impulsive? Lin Gengao's face became paler. The other's eyes also flickered for a while. No. No? That's it? Even a vicious and unreasonable person like you, the most outrageous thing you did was to beat up the target. That Zhuoxiao duo went to find trouble again and again. He even provoked the teacher. Is he more unreasonable than you? The 17-year-old child is more vicious than you? The gray-clothed man leaned forward slightly and said with a playful smile, Do you think that's possible? Impossible. Then why are you still swearing with your red mouth and no teeth that Zhuoxiao duo is not a problem? Lin Gengao, is that the tofu pudding you ate this morning in your brain? This subordinate knows his mistake. This Zhuoxiao duo cannot be allowed to live. The gray-clothed man said indifferently, Now, defeating armies has a few things to take care of. The first thing is to kill Qing Yunqi's family. No matter the price, we have to eliminate the root of the problem as soon as possible. All the information related to Qing Yunqi, including all the information he kept, must be cut off from all the clues. The second thing is to kill this Zhuoxiao duo. It's better to be innocent than reckless. The third thing is that Mu Yunpeak has been exposed. Arrange for him to leave as soon as possible. If there's no way to evacuate, get rid of him directly. The fourth thing is that those who have been caught don't think about rescuing Yun Yun. Just kill them directly. Including the places they live and the things they used. Do you understand? Understood. The gray-robed man leaned back in his chair and thought about the whole thing from beginning to end. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he nodded and said, Pujuan, everything is settled. Next, 7 kills, report the situation on your side. Lord Messenger. The three of them stood up together. You have the most powerful forces here. How many have you lost? We mainly followed Brother Lin's request to kill Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. We have lost 7 embryonic breathing realm and 4 origin core realm. Even the combat power of the origin core realm has been lost? Yes, the reason for the loss is that there are many experts in the city guard's mansion, and Star Shield has also intervened. On the other hand, the nascent soul experts of the Kunlun sect and the Freedom sect stationed in Phoenix City have caused great damage to us. Other than these losses, are there any other losses? Chen Yuding has now reached the intermediate stage of the nascent soul realm, but he seems to have been exposed. Kunlun sect's Mu Yanyan has already passed by his place 7 times. Immediately arrange for Chen Yuding to be transferred out of Phoenix City. Send someone else to take over his job. Yes. If he can't escape, let him self-destruct and cause Mu Yanyan to be seriously injured. In short, Qin Yuding must not be captured alive. If he has other ideas, you have to. The gray-clothed man said coldly, finish up the work. Yes. How far has the contact with the Ning clan gone? We are still in contact. The Ning clan's attitude is very tough, and the results are not great. As for the Meng clan, there's no need to talk about the Meng clan. The gray-clothed man interrupted him and said, how much time do we have now? At least 40 days and at most 60 or 70 days. It's hard to determine the specific time. When will the Qi Watchers arrive? Their itinerary can't be confirmed, right? They will arrive in 3 days. There are 7 of them in total. 5 of them will enter Phoenix City in 3 days. The other 2 may come with Gu Luoyan. Well, Gu Luoyan's men are very important. They must not be exposed. Even if they are temporarily abandoned, they must not be exposed. Yes. What about Blind Hong? Blind Hong is still staying in the commercial street. He has always been very cautious. We don't dare to get too close. After all, Blind Hong has reached the end of his lifespan. If we look for him again, there's a high chance that he will die from exhausting his remaining lifespan before he can figure out anything. It won't be of any help and will instead expose our whereabouts. Well, but Blind Hong is not allowed to leave our sight. Once there is a need, immediately take action against Blind Hong. Catch him without fail. Do you understand? Yes. This is the temporary arrangement for 7 kills. Tan Lang. Yes. What's going on? Where are your men? We have received news that 3 of them came this time. 1 of them is in the nascent soul transformation stage, 1 of them is in the elixir core stage, and the previous owner of the doppelganger. Only 3? Yes. The person in charge of Tan Lang was a middle-aged woman. Her face was full of vicissitudes of life. Lord Messenger, my side is different from 7 kills and army destroyers. They have enough manpower. I'm just a liaison here. The gray-clothed Lord Messenger smiled faintly. Pan Yuxing ranked 3rd among the top 10 disciples of Granny Tan Lang. If you continue to pretend in front of me, I will kill you on the spot. Do you think the Tan Lang clan will not punish me? Pan Yuxing's face changed. Lord Messenger, how? How do you know? The gray-clothed Lord Messenger said coldly, the reason why the Tan Lang clan did not send more men is not because they are not working hard. It is because they already have enough men guarding here. And you are the only one here. Pan Yuxing, I don't care how you usually hide, but if this matter is delayed because of you, only death awaits. Even you, Pan Yuxing, are no exception. Pan Yuxing's face changed again. He suddenly asked, Lord Messenger, may I ask when Star Master will arrive? The gray-clothed Lord Messenger said faintly, even if I know when Star Master will arrive, I will not tell you. With your current intelligence, you might be able to sell Star Master to S.H.I.E.L.D. He glanced sideways and said, for example, your brother Lin Gengao was sold out, and now he has half a leg in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, but he's still in the dark pretending to be a wise man. Analysis, he's not worthy of the word, analysis. Lin Gengao's face was pale, but he did not dare to say a word. Army destroyers may not be able to complete the missions alone. 7 kills needs to help. Yes. Let's disperse. A cloud of smoke rose. After the smoke dissipated, the gray-clothed Lord Messenger was gone. Previously, no one had clearly seen how he had arrived, and now no one had clearly seen how he had left. Xiao Duo is here. Have a seat. There were only 2 people in the principal's office. Li Changjiang Hu Ruoyun. Zhou Xiao Duo was flattered. He said, hello, Principal Teacher Hu. But in his heart he thought, why are you so polite? Do you have an ulterior motive? Update complete. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. I'm really being squeezed dry. Fortunately, I am fast and wrote 4 chapters today. I will write at night. No matter what, I cannot owe you. Brothers and sisters of divine light, enter the group. Chapter 100. How's it going? You've made great progress in your cultivation, haven't you? Li Changjiang laughed and said, I have something good to tell you in advance. Due to the incident in our school, it's inevitable that people will be affected. So, I'm planning to organize an event. Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. Good thing? Event? Zhou Xiao Duo was puzzled. What does the school's event have to do with me? Is it really a good thing? Why do I feel like I'm going to be cheated? It's only been a few days since you became a martial warrior, and now you've become a martial master. You've improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing your peers. Logically speaking, after you became a martial master, you should have entered the martial master class. However, considering that you've progressed too quickly, it's inevitable that your foundation would be a little weak. That's why I stopped you for a few days to polish yourself before entering the Star Spirit Pagoda. Li Changjiang said, but with your speed of advancement, you're an excellent role model. Role model? Role model? Hearing this, Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face. It was as if a flower had bloomed. He was overjoyed. I love it when people praise me. The corner of Li Changjiang's mouth twitched at his smug face. He continued. Actually, this time, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others also advanced with you. There are quite a lot of people. So the school has prepared a commendation and a school-wide event for you. The theme is naturally designed to reward the genius students. On a deeper level, it's to appease the parents. When the time comes, all the parents of the students will be invited to participate. As the core of this commendation, your parents are of course the most important guests. They'll be seated at the front of the line to encourage the other students to work harder. Li Changjiang said, what do you think? Zhuoxiaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. No problem at all. Principal, just make the arrangements. I never thought that I, Zhuoxiaoduo, would be able to win glory for my parents one day. Haha, I'll do my best to cooperate. I'll listen to whatever you say. Li Changjiang said, well, it's settled then. At that time, I will give a speech on the stage and praise your progress. I hope that you can speak as a student representative and talk about your cultivation experience and ideals. Don't say anything else, especially don't cause trouble. Okay, do you understand? I understand. I completely understand. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, Principal. I will never forget the school's nurturing. Especially Teacher Hu. She has the same status as my mother in my heart. How could I cause trouble? Never. Hu Ruoyun smiled with relief. When you're done with your speech, remember to show it to me. Hu Ruoyun said with concern, you have a very good heart, but you like to speak without thinking. The theme this time is to encourage and encourage. It won't be good if you hurt the other children's hearts. Don't worry, no problem. Zhuoxiaoduo patted his chest and said, Teacher Hu, I'll definitely show you my speech draft first. I'll show it to you as soon as possible. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, Li Changjiang was interrupted by Zhuoxiaoduo halfway through his sentence. Principal Li, the first thing isn't over yet. Zhuoxiaoduo looked confused. What else is there? Zhuoxiaoduo was suddenly energized and said, Principal, you see, I'm also preparing to advance. But I paid a total of 100,000 yuan for the warrior class. It's already emptied my family's savings. Also, the 50 yuan jade of astral souls was all raised from debt. I stayed in the warrior class for a total of 3 days and then I broke through. According to common sense, this money is a semester's worth of tuition. That's half a year's worth of expenses. It's the same no matter where you go, right? Zhuoxiaoduo broke it down and said sincerely, it's too much money and it's wasted just like that. So you see. Li Changjiang was angry and amused. You child. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed and said, it can't be helped. My family is really poor. My father carries a sack every day, and my mother is tired out every day. Li Changjiang sighed and said, we'll refund you the warrior class's tuition that you paid. Actually, we were going to refund it anyway. You really only attended for 3 days and broke through. The school really doesn't have the face to collect this tuition. You don't have to act pitiful anymore. Zhuoxiaoduo was elated. Principal, what do you think? Can the warrior class's tuition be waived? If you count my breakthrough in the warrior class, I've advanced 2 levels in less than 10 days. He paused for a moment to let Li Changjiang digest his words. Then he continued, I think you should vigorously promote this kind of genius. This is the real result of the school's teaching. Even if it can't be waived completely, it's still good to have a partial waiver. For a genius like me, even if you go out and brag to others. Even if you talk to the leaders of other schools, you'll still be proud. Li Changjiang's eyes widened. That's not going to be easy. There's no precedent for this. Actually, the tuition fee for the martial arts master class isn't much. After the students consolidate their cultivation for a period of time, they start to carry out some simple missions in exchange for cultivation resources. How much is the tuition fee? Even if it's a mosquito's leg, it's still meat, Principal. Zhuoxiao's face was filled with grief. You've never been poor before. You don't know that poor people can't wait to break a penny into 8 pieces. My family is poor. My father carries stones and hemp every day. Wait, I'll wave yours too. Li Changjiang had a headache. You don't have any other requests now, right? Don't worry, I have more to say. Zhuoxiaoduo agreed readily. He said happily, Principal, look, I broke through so quickly. Even if it's not unprecedented, at least it's something that people can talk about. Based on what I've done, I'm a typical genius. Shouldn't you give me a scholarship? Scholarship? Li Changjiang was shocked. Yes. You just said that all the parents of the school will come. This is a reward ceremony for geniuses. If there's nothing, it won't be right, right? If I were you, I'd make the rewards more generous. It's better to scare people. Li Changjiang was completely dumbfounded. You're too much. Not only are you not planning to pay for your school, you're planning to become rich? Zhuoxiaoduo said with a straight face, Principal, these are all routine operations. I'm just reminding you not to miss out on any procedures. Otherwise you'll become a laughing stock. It's really good intentions. Li Changjiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Hu Ruoyun. Hu Ruoyun was rolling her eyes and looking at the ceiling. She seemed to be in a trance and didn't hear anything. Right now, Li Changjiang only felt that his teeth were aching and his teeth were sore. He couldn't wait to bite something. He thought that he knew Zhuoxiaoduo very well, but reality had once again refreshed his understanding of Zhuoxiaoduo. This kid was the kind of person who couldn't be given any face. This kid was definitely the kind of person who could make the world shine with a little sunshine. He could become a listed company with a little color. He was the kind of person who would take advantage of others and use a chicken feather as an arrow. I've only talked about an activity from the beginning to the end, an activity that was good for him. In the end, you've waived 2 levels of tuition and even wanted a scholarship. This really became a good thing for him. A scholarship. It's not that it's not negotiable. Principal Li narrowed his eyes and remained calm. He wanted to see how thick-skinned this kid was. However, the exact amount needs to be discussed by the school. It's not appropriate to give more or less. I'll inform you as soon as the decision is made. Zhuoxiaoduo responded enthusiastically, Principal Li, I have some immature suggestions. Say, what do you think? 1 million? Zhuoxiaoduo said excitedly. 1 million. Li Changjiang's voice changed. On the other side, Hu Ruoyun directly spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed non-stop. Well, I think 1 million is not too much and not too little. The scope of this commendation is the whole school's teachers, students, and parents. It can't be too little. Although 1 million isn't a big number, it's still considerable. It's enough to show our school's financial strength. Think about it. The school's financial strength equates to the strength of the teachers. The strength of the teachers equates to a bright future for the students. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. Other than that, such a generous reward can also show the spirit of our school. It's a kind of broad mind that can accept all kinds of people. It's obviously saying, as long as you're a genius, come to my school and I'll give you a scholarship, I'll give you the best treatment. Principal, think about it. With this as an example, all the geniuses in the world will definitely fight to enter second high in the future. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was blooming with a kind of brilliant radiance, full of longing for the future. He felt that he had a great chance of getting back the 1 million that his father had spent to buy the elixirs for Nian Cat. How could he not be filled with enthusiasm and longing for the future? He became more and more eloquent and eloquent. Principal, think about it. If hundreds or thousands of years later, the commander-in-chief of the Sun-Moon Pass, the left and right heavenly kings and the 8 great generals, all come from second high, that scene. Really, just thinking about it makes you tremble with excitement, right? Anyway, I think that if that day really comes, even if you're already in the underworld, you'll still be smiling. Because all of this is your credit. Because you gave me a 1 million scholarship in exchange for the unprecedented great achievement. Hu Ruoyun fiercely knocked Zhuoxiaoduo on the head. You're the one in the underworld. Kid, how can you say that? Chapter 101. Zhuoxiaoduo, who had suffered a critical hit, immediately acted obedient. His wife was right beside him. How could he not be beaten for insulting her husband? Looking around the world, the 3 people that Zhuoxiaoduo feared the most were his mother, Wu Yuding, His father, Jianghu, was second, and Hu Ruoyun, teacher Hu, was third. Well, as for Yan Cat, she was fourth at most. Sometimes she even wanted to fight back. However, she respected the three people in front of her from the bottom of her heart. She would never dare to disobey them. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectant gaze, Li Changjiang was actually moved by Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. This seemed to make sense. Seeing that Principal Li seemed to be moved, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly struck while the iron was hot. He said with a glib tongue, "It's just $1,000,000 investment. Such a beautiful future." Li Changjiang squinted. Okay. $1,000,000 is impossible. 10,000 yuan for the scholarship. Deal. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't bargain anymore. He immediately nodded and agreed. Ha 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 ha. Hu Ruoyun, who was behind Li Changjiang, couldn't hold it in anymore. She leaned on the table and laughed loudly. Her shrewd husband, the principal of second high school, had finally been tricked by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Obviously, he had completely forgotten his original intention of just giving out a certificate as a token of appreciation. First, he refunded 100,000 yuan for tuition, 50 pieces of Astral Soul's jade, and waived the tuition for the martial arts masterclass. Finally, he was blackmailed for a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. One had to know that he didn't get any of these. Li Changjiang finally realized why Zhuo Xiaoduo had agreed so quickly. Obviously, he was afraid that he would regret it. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a dark expression. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're really something. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked innocent. Thank you for your praise, Principal. You're wise and powerful. You can do what others can't. You're a bridge between the past and the future. Get lost. Hey. Come back. The veins on Li Changjiang's forehead throbbed. He had almost forgotten that he had called Zhuo Xiaoduo over for another matter. Principal, what else do you need? Just say it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very satisfied. Was also a large sum at least for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Li Changjiang's expression turned serious. He reached out and pressed a button on the table. Suddenly the curtains around the office fell. Rays of ultraviolet light filled the entire office. Let me ask you. Li Changjiang lowered his voice. That day when you saw Chief Jiang, those people in the office, do you remember? Do you have any impression? Zhuo Xiaoduo replied cautiously, I have a slight impression. Slight impression? When you were answering the question, you clearly looked at everyone's faces. Li Changjiang said, don't deny it. I've been looking at your eyes since you came in. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed awkwardly. Everyone has their own specialization. I know that your eyesight is very sharp. Then, what did you see? Li Changjiang lowered his voice even more. Did you see? If there were people from the Umno Alliance among them? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Principal, you're thinking too much. It's true that I glanced at them, but it was just a glance. Even if it was a real god. It's impossible to see the mystery with just a glance. There are also limits to the specialization. Just tell me if there's anyone who gives you the feeling that something's wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it carefully. A person's face seemed to flash in his mind, but it was unusually blurry and difficult to describe. He couldn't help but shake his head slowly and say, no. Li Changjiang stared at him and said, really? Not even one? It was just a glimpse. How can it count? I really didn't look carefully. If I said there was, then I'd be bragging. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. Principal, did something happen? Li Changjiang's face was solemn. Director Jiang Changbin suspects that there's a mole among the higher-ups. Because there have been several successful operations in a row, but they all failed. If it happened once or twice, it could be a coincidence or coincidence. But if it happened several times in a row, there must be something fishy. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed dryly. It's so troublesome. But it seems that I can't help. Li Changjiang was a little disappointed. But when he thought about it, he just wanted to try his luck and didn't really expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to see anything. After all, there were too many people on that day. It was a bit ridiculous for him to see something with just a glance. Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated and said, but it's not that I don't have any impression. Li Changjiang looked up suddenly. For example? Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated again. After pondering for a long time, he said, you have to swear that you won't betray me. Hu Ruoyun burst out laughing. Xiaoduo, don't worry. If he betrays you, do you think I'll let him go? Zhuo Xiaoduo was still assured by Hu Ruoyun's promise. He said, it's just. When Director Jiang started to scare me. Didn't Teacher Qin come up and pat me on the shoulder? Do you still remember this? Li Changjiang remembered this. Yes, I remember. At that time, several people looked at Teacher Qin very warily. Some even wanted to attack. Zhuo said, "These are all normal reactions. It's nothing serious." But the old man sitting next to Director Jiang didn't have any reaction. You have to know that at this time, it's normal to have a reaction. It's strange not to have a reaction. Also, the old man's broom-like eyebrows made him look very unlucky. The way he looked at me occasionally made me feel. Zhuo chose his words carefully and said, "It was probably the kind of look that said he wanted to kill me." It was very different from the other people who just wanted to know the whole story. The old man with broom-like eyebrows? Li Changjiang was shocked. The thin and tall old man in a gray robe who sat next to Director Jiang? The one with white hair? Zhuo tried hard to recall. Yes, that's him. Li Changjiang's face suddenly changed. It turned as white as a sheet and was a little scary. Are you sure? Zhuo answered quickly. I'm not sure. I don't have any evidence at all. It's just a guess, that's all. Li Changjiang wanted to hit him. You were the one who asked me if I felt there was anyone abnormal. From the beginning to the end, you didn't let me confirm a certain person. This broom-like eyebrows. He's the only one who is slightly different from the rest. Only this person's face and aura are faintly different from the others. Zhuo said, I really don't have anything else to say. Li Changjiang's expression became more and more worried. He looked at the ceiling and didn't speak for a long time. He was silent for a long time as if he wanted to say something, but he suddenly changed the topic. Xiaoduo, can you help me take a look at your teacher whose face? Li Changjiang suddenly made such a request. Hu Ruoyun raised her head behind him and stared at her husband's back in surprise. Xiaoduo was also surprised by this request. He looked at Li Changjiang in a daze. Li Changjiang said lightly, you only need to take a look at your teacher who's passed. Hearing this, Hu Ruoyun understood at once. It was obvious that her husband was still unsure of Zhuo's ability. He wanted to use the fortune-telling to verify whether or not Zhuo could really see anything. After all, the identity of the old man that Zhuo mentioned was too unusual. If there was a problem, this matter would be really big. Only looking at the past. The past couldn't be changed. This was relatively better. Zhuo looked at her attentively. Hu Ruoyun looked at him with a smile. She sat upright, like a mother accepting something that her son had seen for her. It was as if she was tolerating her son's nonsense. Teacher who is a young woman with great power and talent. She should have been advancing at lightning speed in leaps and bounds. However, her power was too strong and it was too easy to break. When she was in the martial warrior cultivation realm, she met with an accident and suffered internal injuries. The path of martial arts was divergent. Zhuo said, the problem is most likely in the Dantian Sea of Qi or the fire of astral souls. More specifically, it's not something that can be seen from her face. From her face, I can only see that there's something wrong with the place where she gathers qi. Li Changjiang sighed softly and said, that's right. You can take a look in the future. There's no need to look in the future. Zhuo smiled and said happily from the bottom of his heart, Teacher Hu, I'll give you a poem. Hu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows. You know how to write poems? You're multi-talented. Zhuo laughed and was beside himself with joy. Your student is more than multi-talented. He's really good at both civil and martial arts. He's well-versed in all kinds of subjects. He holds the sun, the moon, and the stars in his hands and treads on both sides of the law. His knowledge is as profound as the sea. Taitsong is just a drop in the ocean. There was once an authoritative person who said that there are 10 portions of talent in the world. Zhuo alone occupies 9.5 portions. The remaining half portion is shared among the heroes of the world. Hu Ruoyun covered her mouth and laughed. You're not like my student at all now. I can't teach such a thick-skinned person. You're flattering me. Xiaoduo's achievements are all thanks to teacher's guidance. It's all thanks to teacher's guidance. Xiaoduo said modestly. Then, his face became serious and said, Teacher Hu, I'll give you 4 sentences about your fortune. A young woman soars into the sky and breaks the wind in a single day. When the time comes, heaven and earth will gather together and she will spread her wings and soar into the sky. Li Changjiang frowned and said, Xiaoduo, do you mean? There's a great hope for Teacher Hu's injury? It's more than a great hope. It's a done deal. It'll definitely recover. Can you tell when it'll recover? Li Changjiang asked anxiously. Xiaoduo looked at Hu Ruoyun's face. The red light was jumping and the stars were gathering. He smiled and said, What a coincidence. It'll be healed now. Now. Li Changjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment the phone rang at the right time. I'll take you with me and you take the money. The world is so big. Let's go and see it together. Zhuxiao's eyes widened. Damn, Headmaster Li's ringtone is so loud. It's so lively. Hu Ruoyun immediately glanced over with a look of disdain. Li Changjiang took out his phone in a flurry. He looked at the screen and said in shock, Old Liao. It's capital city's Old Liao. There's an extra chapter for the Alliance Masters in the afternoon. It turned out that he couldn't even post a post today. Chapter 102. Li Changjiang was excited. This was his old friend, the man who asked him to find the medicine for Hu Ruoyun. He thought about what Zhuo Xiaoduo said. It is now. Is it true? For a moment, his heart was beating fast. He hurriedly answered the call. A hearty laugh came from the other side. Is this Changjiang? Li Changjiang hurriedly answered. It is me, Master Liao. Why are you? Ha 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 ha. The voice on the other side laughed. Brother. I did it. Li Changjiang's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He felt the blood all over his body rushing to his face. It was difficult for him to speak. He stuttered, the astral soul's flame Dan. That. The voice on the other side of the phone kept laughing. Brother, your wife is in luck this time. The astral soul's flame Dan. I got it in supreme quality. Ah. Do you know what it means? Li Changjiang held his breath. Supreme quality? Really? For a moment, the heat in his heart became more and more intense. His voice was choked. Master Liao. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Originally he only wanted the Dan beads in supreme quality. He never dared to dream of getting supreme quality Dan beads. Now that he had gotten something that was even better than his dream, it was a great surprise. His heart was beating fast. His whole body was shaking. He couldn't control himself. Hu Ruoyun reached out her hand and grabbed her husband's arm. The silent support helped Li Changjiang recover a bit. Master Liao, I'm going to the capital now. Ah, don't worry. There is another good news. I promise you will be so surprised that you won't be able to sleep. Other than the supreme quality Dan beads, I also got a 1,900 years old star spiritual grass. Your wife has stopped cultivating for so many years. She must have made a lot of progress. Now that she has this star spiritual grass, she will be reborn. She will have a bright future. There is actually a star spiritual grass? And it is so old? Li Changjiang was breathing heavily again. This was undoubtedly a great surprise, one that was hard to believe and unimaginable. I'll be right there. Save it. On the phone, Liao's voice is gentle. I know something big has happened over there. As the headmaster, how can you leave? Just wait at home. I'll send it to you. Delivered? Li Changjiang was a little confused. Delivered? What do you mean? Ha 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 ha. The person on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. Looks like you're really overjoyed. I'm already at the entrance of your school. Why aren't you coming out to pick me up? Li Changjiang, oh Li Changjiang, this is such a big matter. How can a few words of thanks over the phone make it over? Let me tell you, if you don't make me happy this time, this matter won't be over. Hurry up. Waha. After Li Changjiang finished listening to the call, he suddenly jumped up and danced with joy. Even his hair looked like it was about to explode. Then he twisted his waist and swayed his hips in the air and did a few hot dance moves. It was definitely an eyesore. It made Zhuo Xiaoduo stunned. Ow 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 ow. Roar. At this moment, the impression that Li Changjiang gave people was basically no different from a lunatic. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very happy. He was sitting in the best position to enjoy such a wonderful show. It was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Hu Ruoyun's face turned red. She said angrily, What are you doing? Come down quickly. Xiaoduo is still here. Li Changjiang landed from the air and suddenly rushed over. He picked up Hu Ruoyun and carried her in his arms. Regardless of her struggle, he directly carried her in his arms and spun her around in the air. He cried with joy, You're saved. You're saved. You're saved. Ah. Hu Ruoyun felt embarrassed at first. She struggled hard and patted him to put her down. But later her eyes also turned red. She slowly stopped struggling and quietly nestled in her husband's arms. Two clear lines of tears quietly flowed down her cheeks. Hu Ruoyun knew very well how much pressure Li Changjiang had been under all these years when she couldn't cultivate and couldn't make any progress in her cultivation. This man made of iron was unyielding and unyielding. He was a hot-blooded man who didn't bend his spine in the face of death. But now he was almost crushed by so many external factors. For his wife, Li Changjiang was almost fighting with his life on the line. He had thought of all kinds of methods. He had shamelessly approached people who he could beg but couldn't. As long as he saw people he was familiar with and had power, Li Changjiang would go up and pull strings. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. If you have time, you must come to Phoenix City to play. All right, can you find that thing? Principal Li, who never bowed, almost became a daily habit for a certain period of time. Thank you so much. It's okay, I'm already very grateful that you've tried your best to find it. Okay, I'll definitely wait for your news. Thank you. Every time she saw Li Changjiang pull strings and smile, Hu Ruoyun felt like her heart was being pricked by needles. I don't want you to live forever. And I don't want you to become a peak expert. I just want you to accompany me until we're old. The rest of our lives are still long. I only hope that I can slowly walk to the end with you. Even if it's wind, frost, rain, and snow, even if each step is full of thorns, I only want you to accompany me. With you it's not hard. Without you I can't even see the road ahead. Don't even think about leaving. I'll be depending on you for the rest of my life. These were the words that Li Changjiang had said to Hu Ruoyun. They were resolute and decisive, each word resounding. On one hand, he was afraid that his wife's internal injuries couldn't heal. On the other hand, he was afraid that his wife would secretly leave him because she couldn't cultivate. If you dare to leave on the first day, I'll destroy my own cultivation on the second day and make you regret it for the rest of your life. This was Li Changjiang's threat. It was also said in front of Hu Ruoyun, and it was also resolute and decisive, each word sonorous. Now hope had finally arrived. No, it wasn't just hope, it was the dawn. The haze that had shrouded the couple's hearts for so many years had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun's hearts were filled with surging emotions. The ecstasy of this moment, as well as the countless bitterness of these years, surged into their hearts at the same time. They couldn't control their emotions. The two of them cried and laughed, completely out of character. At this moment, outside the school gate, a tall and elegant middle-aged man listened to the ecstasy, laughter, and choked sobs from the other end of the phone. He silently hung up the phone, his face full of emotions. He really understood the couple's feelings at this moment, and he was sincerely happy for them. Let them vent for a while. What's wrong with me waiting here? I'll wait for them to calm down. He quietly watched the scene in No. 2 middle school. As far as the eye could see, the green grass was like a cushion, the weeping willows were like a waterfall, and the red maples dotted with stars seemed to be jumping cheerfully. Golden light flowed, colorful. It's so beautiful. This should have been an ordinary scene, but in this person's eyes, it seemed to be endowed with a different kind of beauty. At this moment he actually felt a little dazzled and couldn't extricate himself. Congratulations, brother. Ouch. Li Changjiang put down Hu Ruoyun and his dizzy head became clear. Liao is still at the door, what are we foolishly laughing for? Before his voice died away, he turned around and was about to rush out. Hey, slow down. Hu Ruoyun suddenly grabbed him. We haven't finished talking about Xiao Duo's matter. Xiao Duo read our faces and it came true like a god. Don't you want to thank him? Also, you didn't make it clear. Is reading my face the main point? Oh, right. Li Changjiang finally came to his senses and turned his head to look. He saw that there was still a little invisible person sitting in front of him. Well, what was the little invisible person doing? That look of interest and the way he looked at her. Mobile phone. This guy was recording? Did you record my performance just now? Li Changjiang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot in an instant, and it couldn't be more gloomy. This was definitely a dark history and it couldn't be kept in the world. Otherwise, he would be blackmailed by this little rascal for the rest of his life. Li Changjiang, who knew Xiao Duo very well, came to a conclusion in an instant. Delete it. Give it to me. Li Changjiang instantly raised his cultivation to the peak, waiting for a disagreement to take it by force. Hu Ruoyun's mobile phone rang at the right time. Xiao Duo sent a video. Then she handed over her mobile phone and said with a smile, I just recorded it. And gave teacher Hu a copy. The rest is in the phone. You can delete it. Li Changjiang was stunned. Well, Zhou Xiaoduo still had a bottom line when it came to certain people and certain matters, especially when it came to those he cared about. For example, mom, dad, sister, and teacher Hu Ruoyun burst out laughing. She turned on her mobile phone and looked at the video file that had just been sent. Li Changjiang's ecstatic voice and crazy actions were displayed once again. Her tears became more and more difficult to suppress and fell down. She held the mobile phone in her arms and smiled happily with tears in her eyes. Xiaoduo. Teacher, thank you. This is the most precious gift I've received in my life. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and quickly deleted the file on his phone. He said regretfully, actually, I should have posted this on the school forum so that everyone can see it. Sai, it's better to share it with everyone than to share it alone. How dare you? Li Changjiang, who was a little touched just now, turned pale in an instant. If this was posted, his image. Did you delete it? Yes. Did you delete it completely? Yes, I deleted it completely. Let me check it. Here. Li Changjiang checked it and was still worried. He said, you didn't save any important information on this mobile phone, right? No. Then I'll confiscate it. I'll give you the latest Astral Souls mobile phone tomorrow. Wow. Thank you, Principal, you're so generous. Zhou Xiaoduo obviously didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. One had to know that the price of a one-step Star Soul 99 phone was 16,000 star dollars. It was 20 times more expensive than the ones Zhou Xiaoduo was using now. Plus there was a twist. Looks like I'll have to take more videos in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo was happy and his face was full of smiles. Chapter 103. Here's your card. Li Changjiang took out Zhou Xiaoduo's personal phone number card and confiscated his phone. He paused for a moment and said, don't mention what happened today. Keep it a secret. Yes, I'm talking about the fortune-telling. Also, tomorrow you will do the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. Then the day after tomorrow on Monday you will upgrade. Don't forget to tell your parents about the school meeting. They must be present. After hurriedly giving a few instructions, Li Changjiang rushed out like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Zhou Xiaoduo and Hu Ruoyun were in the office when they heard a loud bang outside. They didn't know what he had bumped into. Then Li Changjiang's voice sounded from a few thousand meters away, Old Liao. Old Liao. I'm coming. Ah. Hu Ruoyun's almond-shaped eyes were still a little red, but she couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Sigh, this principal of yours. Although she said that she was dissatisfied, her eyebrows and eyes were full of sweetness and satisfaction. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been force-fed dog food until he was full, was caught off guard and forced to take another big gulp of dog food. Now he wasn't full anymore. He felt that the dog food was so sweet that he was sick of it. Zhou Xiaoduo walked out of the office with a big belly and bumped into Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was very surprised. Why is your belly so big? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. What else can it be? I'm full from eating dog food. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and said, what nonsense are you talking about? This afternoon you have to hurry up and do the final consolidation. Tomorrow you will enter the Tower of Astral Souls and enter the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. Understood. On this day Zhou Xiaoduo almost floated home. His mood was overflowing with joy. He only stopped when he reached the door of his house. He retracted his mouth, which had been grinning all the way to his cheeks, and coughed. He forcefully swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and rubbed his face with both hands to cover up the excitement on his face. He swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva and moved his facial features a few times. Finally, he recovered a little bit of his normal state. A certain someone tried his best to pretend. His face was heavy and he took deep breaths. In short, it was extremely pretentious. Don't laugh. You must not laugh. You mustn't laugh. Quietly opening the door, Zhou Xiaoduo walked into his house with a gloomy face. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding and Zhou Xiaoyan exchanged glances. Zhou Xiaoyan whispered into Wu Yuding's ear, Mom, something good must have happened to the dog. Definitely. Wu Yuding whispered into Zhou Xiaoyan's ear, if we didn't see him on the windowsill just now, we might have been fooled by him. That guy was jumping and dancing all the way home. It would be strange if there was nothing good about him. Let's just ignore him. Yes, let him hold it in. Let's see how long he can hold it in. Okay. Tell your dad later. Don't let him ask. Let's entertain him together. Yes, I'll send a message now. It's such a fun game. It would be a pity if Dad misses it. Zhuxiaoduo sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. His face was full of worries, and then he heaved a heavy sigh. He stole a glance at the kitchen. If it were any other day, shouldn't they have come out to care about him? Wu Yuding and Zhuxiaoyan acted as if they didn't hear him. They were still talking and cooking, discussing softly whether to add soy sauce or vinegar. Aya, Zhuxiaoduo raised his voice and slumped on the sofa. He said loudly, Aya, I'm so worried. Wu Yuding said, Nian, you put too much noodles. Add a little water. Okay. Mom, is this enough? It's a little more. Well, this is just right. This is the amount. Remember it in the future. Okay. Why is no one talking to me? Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes. They probably didn't hear him because the kitchen was too noisy. Zhuxiaoduo stood up again. His face was still gloomy. He walked to the kitchen door step by step and leaned on the door frame. He sighed loudly, sigh. He frowned. His eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. His face was full of worry. Wu Yuding said, Nian, go to the fridge and get some dried shrimps. Okay. Remember, dried shrimps. Not shrimps. Okay, Mom. Zhuxiaoyan walked past Zhuxiaoduo as if there was no one around. She opened the fridge and picked up the dried shrimps. Well, why didn't they notice my expression? Can't they see such a bad expression? Zhuxiaoduo moved a step and leaned on the fridge. He sighed, sigh. I'm so worried. Go away. Don't be so blind. Zhuxiaoyan pushed Zhuxiaoduo aside and walked away with the dried shrimps. Mom, is this enough? It's almost enough. Zhuxiaoduo? He was confused. How could he not notice it? Zhuxiaoduo was frustrated. He sighed, sigh. Mom, I'm back. Wu Yuding didn't even turn her head. Doggy, you're back. Just in time. Go and peel the garlic. Hurry up. I'm waiting. Zhuxiaoduo peeled the garlic resignedly. He reflected seriously in his heart. Did I do something wrong? Why did she have such a reaction? Soon Zhuqianglu came back. Zhuxiaoyan began to put the cooked dishes on the table one by one. For a moment, the aroma filled the air. Let's eat. Zhuqianglu picked up the chopsticks first. Smells so good. Zhuxiaoyan had a greedy look on her face. As usual, Wu Yuding scooped rice for everyone. Zhuxiaoduo, who had been posing at the table for a long time, was still ignored. During this period of time, he had sighed more than 20 times, but his parents and sister did not respond. They did not even bother to look at him from the corner of their eyes, as if he was completely transparent. Seeing the family eating happily, Zhuxiaoduo finally felt depressed. He put the chopsticks on the table and said angrily, I'm not eating anymore. You're full? Wu Yuding looked at him in surprise and said, If you're full, go back to your room and rest. Well, you can go and cultivate. Zhuqianglu didn't even raise his head. Don't waste time here. Why are you still sitting here if you're not eating? Zhuxiaoyan, it's delicious. Mom, your cooking skills have improved. This is a step further. It's amazing. The shrimps are especially good. Zhuxiaoduo completely exploded. He slapped his thigh hard, pulled his hair and asked with grievance, Didn't you notice that I'm not normal today? Not normal? Really? Zhuqianglu was shocked. He turned to look at Wu Yuding. Wu Yuding was also confused. Then he looked at Zhuxiaoyan. Zhuxiaoyan was also confused. What's not normal? Where? Zhuxiaoduo was really wronged and depressed this time. I've been sighing so much. Is this not normal? Wu Yuding tried hard to hold back her laughter. She looked puzzled. It's normal. Don't you sigh every day? Zhuxiaoyan's shoulders were shaking slightly. She couldn't hold it in anymore. What's the point of sighing? Zhuqianglu was puzzled. If you're not eating, just leave. Why are you sitting here? Are you trying to make a pose? Zhuxiaoduo was depressed. He felt so wronged. He slapped his chopsticks and cried, You don't care about me at all. I have a lot on my mind. There's something important in my heart. There's also the 7 emotions. You don't even ask. Zhuxiaoyan said, What important things can you have? Zhuqianglu picked up his jiao and took a sip. This wine is good. Wu Yuding couldn't bear it. She said, Since you said that we don't ask, then let me ask you. You were dancing your yanko all the way and looked so happy. When you got home, you deliberately acted like someone owed you 8 million. What's going on? Zhuxiao's eyes widened. He even forgot to pretend to be wronged. Is there such a thing? Tue. Zhuxiaoyan's face was full of disdain. You sound like you're pretending to be so deep. You're too good at acting. It's so embarrassing. Zhuqianglu turned his head and spat out a drumstick. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He continued to drink and ignored her. Zhuxiaoduo was stunned for a long time. Then he grinned. Sir, madam, miss, dear family, I have good news to announce. The family looked up in unison. Zhuxiaoduo was just about to say something when he realized that the emotions that he had been building up for the entire afternoon couldn't be stirred up at all. All the pride and excitement that he had felt from the series of attacks earlier had disappeared without a trace. He was even more depressed. I didn't pretend to be cool. Now I've become a silent fart in my pants. Zhuxiaoduo had a stomach full of good news. He stared for a while. He wanted to find a joke to arouse his emotions, but he found that his phone had been confiscated by Li Changjiang. What the fuck? Say it. Why are you still pretending? The family urged him. Zhuxiaoduo was depressed. He really didn't pretend this time. After a while he said weakly, it's like this. I'm going to touch 3 and 5 times. After the second touch, I'll officially enter the martial arts master class. Since I've only been in the martial arts master class for a few days, I fought hard to get my tuition and the Jade of Astral Souls returned. Also, since I'm a genius, the school has decided to waive my tuition for the martial arts master class. In addition, the school has awarded me an extra scholarship of 10,000 star dollars. Zhuxianglu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened as they heard this. Their faces beamed with joy. Zhuxiaoyan was also beaming with joy. On the contrary, Zhuxiaoduo, who brought back the good news, was like a frosted eggplant. He was weak and listless. Also, on Monday, the day after tomorrow, the school will hold a commendation ceremony. Long Yuxing, I, and a few others will be selected as student representatives to speak on stage. Parents will attend the ceremony. Since I'm the highlight, you have to go too. It's best if all of you go. So. He quickly finished speaking in one breath, but his voice was weak. Ha 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 ha. Zhuqianglu let out a long laugh. He said happily, my son is indeed a genius. Haha, this is great news. The day after tomorrow, right? Your mother and I will go. We'll definitely go. Wu Yuding was also beaming with joy. She was full of energy. Not bad, not bad. This is great news. Let's all go. We can't embarrass Duo. I'll go too. I'll go too. Zhuxiaoyan rushed to raise her hand. Okay, Nian Cat will go too. Let's go as a family. Zhuqianglu was so happy that he agreed to all the requests without hesitation. Everyone in the family except for Zhuxiaoduo cheered. Zhuqianglu patted Zhuxiaoduo's shoulder. He was very emotional. He took a deep breath and said comfortingly, Son, do you know how your father feels now? How do you feel? Zhuxiaoduo was still listless. I didn't announce the good news in a loud voice to arouse your emotions. Why are you all so happy? Zhuqianglu laughed. He held Zhuxiaoduo's shoulder with one hand and drank a glass of wine with the other. He said emotionally, what your father feels now is as excited as when I held you in my arms when you were born. It's also as gratifying as when you first called me father. Zhuxianglu drank another glass of wine. Then he said in a leisurely manner, this moment of satisfaction. You're still young. So, it's difficult for you to experience it. But, your mother definitely understands that even your father. I wasn't as satisfied as I am now. Good son. I'm finally done. I'm exhausted. Today's update is at 4 p.m. Looking for monthly recommendation and official subscriptions. Chapter 104. Zhuqianglu patted his son's shoulder and laughed. You and your sister have made your father proud. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Her face was full of hidden pride and glory. Then she poured herself a glass of wine, which she rarely did. She clinked her glass with Zhuqianglu's and drank it all. Her pretty face flushed instantly. She was smiling and her heart was bursting with joy. Her beauty was unparalleled. Zhuxiaoyan's face was also full of smiles and undisguised pride. That's my puppy, yeah. That's how awesome it is. Ah. The whole family was proud, happy, and gratified. Zhuxiaoduo looked at them and felt a warm current surging in his heart. Actually, he didn't need to exaggerate. His parents didn't ask for more. As long as their son had a little bit of success, they would be overjoyed. With this thought in mind, the sense of glory and honor once again overflowed in his heart. He laughed out loud and said, "Just now I lost control of my emotions, so I didn't say it very clearly. Very clearly, very clearly. Do you want me to explain it again in detail?" "Get lost." The three of them laughed and scolded at the same time. Zhuxiaoduo laughed and sat down. He grabbed his chopsticks and felt his appetite increase. He wolfed down the food like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Father Zhua and the other two were almost done eating, but they only ate a little less than half of the food. Then they watched Zhuxiaoduo like a bottomless pit, gobbling up all the food on the table. After eating all the dinner, he picked up a piece of beast's thigh bone and chewed it. He gnawed the bone and sucked out the marrow inside. He couldn't reach the innermost part of the bone, so he knocked on it with his hand. He raised his head and pinched the bone with his mouth. Whoosh! He sucked it all into his mouth and swallowed it. That's all there is to cracking bones and sucking marrow. Father Zhua looked at her, patting her belly as if she hadn't had enough. He looked around and asked in surprise, Are you still not full?" Zhuxiaoduo burped and smacked his lips. "If you're not full, then forget it. If there's still some left, I can reluctantly eat some more." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhuxiaoyan laughed so hard that he almost fell over. "Pig." Zhuqianglu shook his head and laughed. He turned to Wu Yuding and said, "You're still a half-grown boy, yet you're still eating your father's food. From tomorrow onwards we'll have to cook more food at home." He looked at the remaining half of the wine in his glass and drank it all. He said, "In the past, most of these dishes there's always more than half. But today there's no soup left. You and your mother and daughter." "You don't need you and your mother, you can clean it all. You've licked." The whole family laughed heartily. Zhuxiaoyan stood up gracefully. "I think Doggy is still hungry. I'll take him out to eat some more and train him for a while. I might come back later." "Okay, go ahead." Zhuqianglu laughed. "Your mother and I have to discuss about participating in the school activities. Aha, there are thousands of parents, but we're the only ones who will show off. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha." Zhuqianglu was obviously overjoyed. He was no longer as gentle and elegant as he usually was. "You've used up most of your hidden weapons these days, right?" Zhuxiaoyan, who was walking in front, suddenly asked. "Yes, there's not much left." Zhuxiaoduo was very distressed. Practicing martial arts is really a waste of money and talent. Throwing out concealed weapons one after another is like throwing away money. And it's constantly throwing away money. I thought that 10,000 hidden weapons would definitely last for a long time. Who would have thought that it would only take a few days to run out? It's heartbreaking." Zhuxiaoyan was unmoved. "Doggy, just tell me what you want." Zhuxiaoduo's face was drooling. "Sister Nian Nian, are you tired? Do you want me to massage your shoulders?" "No, you don't have to. You want to borrow money from me, don't you?" Zhuxiaoyan snorted and continued to walk forward. Zhuxiaoduo followed her and explained, "Just a few days. I'll return it to you in a few days. It's just a temporary turnover." "Haha." Zhuxiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, "How much do you plan to borrow?" 3,000? Zhuxiaoduo asked tentatively. 3,000? You don't even have 3,000 yuan on hand? Zhuxiaoyan frowned. "Sister Nian Nian, listen to me. I've changed all the money I have on hand into new money with serial numbers. You don't know how much effort I've put in." Zhuxiaoduo was heartbroken. "It's not easy to get it. I really can't bear to use it." "So what if it's new money with serial numbers? Can 100 consecutive numbers be worth 200 flowers?" Zhuxiaoyan snorted and said disdainfully. "But I like the new money. I really can't bear to use it." Zhuxiaoduo sighed. "Besides, I only have a few thousand yuan. It's hard for me." "A few thousand?" Zhuxiaoyan wrinkled her little nose. "This guy is not telling the truth. Yes, look at my cultivation. I don't have enough hidden weapons. Sister Nian Nian." Zhuxiaoduo said, his voice extremely sweet and greasy. Okay. Zhuxiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, "I can sponsor you, but damn, you're living off a woman. Don't you think it's embarrassing to ask a girl for money?" Zhuxiaoduo said righteously, "Living off a woman is delicious and easy to digest. I love living off a woman the most." As soon as he said this, countless people stopped in their tracks and looked over. Although society was more open, there were not many people who dared to say that they were living off a woman and loudly praise her for living off a woman. He wanted to see who it was that was so thick-skinned to be able to live off a woman in broad daylight so confidently. Everyone looked up and saw that the person who spoke was a handsome young man. Well, this was reasonable. If he wasn't handsome, how could he live off a woman? But what about the beautiful woman beside him, who was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly? Countless men's hearts were immediately filled with jealousy. I'm as tired as a dog every day. I have to rely on myself for my entire family, but I only found an old woman who yells at me every day. The rules are bigger than the sky. Look at him. Not only was he living off a woman, but he was living off such a beautiful woman. Tell me, where is this logic to go? This world, what kind of world is this? A middle-aged man turned around angrily and strode away. His plump wife caught up with him and scolded angrily, "What's wrong with this world? Are you as handsome as him? Look at you. If you didn't get down on one knee and beg me to marry you, would I have married you? You're made to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Now you're upset when you see him? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first?" The middle-aged man strode forward expressionlessly, the muscles on his face twitching. Look at him, then look at myself. I'm really disheartened and have nothing to live for. Okay, here's your money. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression didn't change. As a genius girl, she had long been used to being stared at by others. She pulled Zhou Xiaoduo into a small restaurant and said, "Boss, give me a bucket of rice. And 2 big bowls of beef soup." A bucket? A bucket. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately blushed. Actually, I don't need so much. I don't have such a big appetite. Besides, I've already eaten at home. After a while, a bucket of rice was served. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't say anything and continued to wolf down the food. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He even finished the 2 big bowls of beef soup. In the end, he simply poured the soup from the bottom of the bowl into the bucket. He lifted the bucket, raised his head and waved the chopsticks in his hand. It was clean and smooth. I'm full. This time I'm really full. Zhou Xiaoduo wiped his mouth and said happily, "Let's go." Zhou Xiaoyan threw down the money, pulled Zhou Xiaoduo and hurried out. Behind them, a group of stunned diners was left. This guy, his appetite wasn't big enough? How much effort did he put in to be able to eat so much? Sigh, if I had such a female companion, maybe I could eat more than him. Sigh, as everyone knows, some things are very tiring. The more beautiful the girlfriend and the better the figure, the more tiring the physical work accompanying her. It was understandable. We're all men, long live understanding. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the two sneaked back home. I'm hungry. Zhou Xiaoduo's stomach was rumbling. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyan with pitiful eyes, full of expectation. Here you go. Zhou Xiaoyan, who had been prepared, took out 2 hind legs of single-horned deer from the ring. Eat and sleep. Looking at the hind legs of single-horned deer, which weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms, Zhou Xiaoduo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This much? One is almost enough. Are you sure? Almost. Here you go. It's good to have a space ring, Zhou Xiaoduo said enviously. Save it. Although the one left by Uncle Nan is for you, Mom can't give it to you now. Why? Do you think that the space ring can be activated casually? With your current deified power, you can't do anything at all. Zhou Xiaoyan laughed and said, "Wait until you enter the embryonic breathing realm, then ask Mom for the ring." Go for it, little puppy. Zhou Xiaoyan pinched Zhou Xiaoduo's face, then went back to her room to sleep contentedly. I'm being molested again. Zhou Xiaoduo touched his face and muttered, I'm just big-hearted and don't care. Being taken advantage of every day, sigh. Is being handsome really a sin? How distressing. Zhou Xiaoduo held the single-horned deer leg in his hands and chewed on it with a distressed expression. Then he slept all the way until dawn without even a single dream. When he woke up at dawn, he slurped down a belly full of food, once again wiping away the breakfast that Wu Yuding had meticulously prepared for him. He wiped his mouth and went to school. Wu Yuding was speechless again. The breakfast that she had prepared this morning was twice as much as yesterday's, but it was still not enough. Zhuo Changlu. Wu Yuding called out. Chapter 105. Zhuo Changlu came out of the toilet with a toothbrush in his mouth. His mouth was foaming. You have to think of a way to earn more money. Wu Yuding pointed at the empty plates on the table and the empty pot under the table. Your son almost ate my pot. Zhuo Changlu sighed. He ate so much. He's really a half-grown boy. He ate so much that I'm poor. The ancients didn't lie to me. I was wondering why the toilet was blocked this morning. Wu Yuding paused for a moment. While she was thinking, she couldn't help but retch. She flew into a rage. Zhuchanglu. Zhuchanglu went back to the toilet to brush his teeth. Phoenix City, there's a handsome guy. The handsome guy's name is Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo really handsome. He earns a lot of money every day and is happy every day. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally and counts the money until he has no limit. Zhuxiaoduo, good luck. Grow up quickly and find a wife. First wife, second wife, all of you are obedient and don't have much to do. All of you work for me and give the money you earn to Zhuxiaoduo. Hence, Zhuxiaoduo is even happier. Zhuxiaoduo hummed along the way. His thoughts were boundless and he was extremely satisfied. Behind him, in a secluded area, Lu Jianxing and his brothers' faces were twitching. They were in a daze. What was Masters was singing just now? Why can't I understand? The purpose of finding so many wives is to make them work for money? Doesn't he want to do something else? What kind of logic is this? Is there a deeper meaning? Second brother felt like he was in a mess. Why doesn't he think about other things? Any normal person would think. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lu Jianxing glared at him. Who would think about other things? Can't you grow a brain? You have a point. Zhuxiaoduo came to the school slowly. The first thing he did was to go to the principal's office. Principal, my cell phone. Li Changjiang rolled his eyes. He had never seen someone so diligent in collecting bills. He threw it out. Take it. Thank you, principal. Zhuxiaoduo grinned from ear to ear. Headmaster, you are wise, benevolent, righteous and wise. You will benefit the world and benefit the common people. You will last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu. Scram. All right. Zhuxiaoduo took the new phone and left. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong all sitting in their seats. They had actually arrived earlier than him. Moreover, these 5 people were all excited but also a little nervous. After all, today would be the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. This was a huge matter that had to be recorded in the archives. It was normal to feel nervous. However, he would still be excited and expectant towards the stronger ones. Qin Fangyang was wearing an azure robe with a wide belt tied around his waist, making him look exceptionally tall and slender. As he walked over from the distant office area, he looked like an ancient warrior who had suddenly walked out of a picture. Teacher Qin is so handsome today. Wan Lixiu's eyes lit up. I like this kind of handsome uncle the most. Long Yuxing snorted and said somewhat unhappily, it is said that Teacher Qin is already more than 100 years old. He is too young to be your grandfather. In the cultivation world, age has never been a problem. Wan Lixiu retorted. Long Yuxing became more and more upset and said angrily, shallow. Wan Lixiu raised her head proudly, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She secretly scolded, stupid bird. The second touch will begin at 9 o'clock. Qin Fangyang reminded, after you enter, don't think about anything. Just treat it as normal. According to experience, this touch will be completed in a very short time. It is just a choice. You can choose what you want in your heart. Qin Fangyang said and laughed involuntarily. Of course, the atmosphere is still an instinctive illusion, so no matter what I say now, you will forget it when the time comes. From now on, meditate to clear your heart. 8:30. Hu Ruoyan appeared on time in Li Changjiang's office. The second touch is about to begin. Li Changjiang's complexion was very bad. His 2 dark circles were thick, and his expression was full of fatigue and anxiety. Seeing his wife come in, he said rather listlessly, yes, there is still half an hour. A total of 6 touches this time? Yes, 6. Li Changjiang leaned on the chair tiredly. He even seemed to have lost his enthusiasm for his wife. He didn't even want to look at her. His face was full of anxiety, contradiction, and unwillingness. This was completely different from the excitement he had when he heard the good news yesterday afternoon. Now he seemed to have received some bad news. He was out of his wits and was out of his wits. My suggestion yesterday. Hu Ruoyun understood in her heart. She slowly sat in front of him and asked softly. Li Changjiang scratched his hair irritably and said, I need to think about it. Hu Ruoyun was a little excited. Do you still need to think about it? Li Changjiang was also excited. How can you make a decision on this kind of thing so easily? Ruoyun, I'm not being selfish. Hu Ruoyun became agitated all of a sudden. You are not being selfish? The old principal treated you and me so well. She had long loved us as her sons and daughters. Li Changjiang, do you still have a conscience when you say these words now? If the ruler treats us with affection, how can we not return the favor? The old principal is like our mother. We are making a little sacrifice for our mother. How can you not bear to part with it? Li Changjiang lowered his voice and shouted hysterically, if it is definitely useful, so be it. But the problem now is that it might not be useful. If you don't try, how do you know it is useless? Hu Ruoyun's expression was firm. Ruoyun. Li Changjiang was in extreme pain. Do you know? This opportunity may not come a second time in this life. Once you let go, the one who will be ruined is you. Is me. Is our lives. You can call me selfish or cold-blooded, but I'm not willing. I'm not willing to use our lives to fight for a small chance. This time, can you listen to me? Have you seriously thought about it? Hu Ruoyun's eyes were clear. I suggest you think about it more carefully. Li Changjiang, without the old principal, there would be no second high school. Without the second high school, there would be no you and me. When I was dying, if the old principal didn't save me, I would have died long ago. You, Li Changjiang, couldn't even afford the tuition. The old principal helped you. Without the old principal, we wouldn't have what we have today. What we have now is all because of the old principal. Don't you remember? The old principal has been giving so much. Now, as the current principal, you can give a little bit, yet you don't want to? Hu Ruoyun asked. Li Changjiang shouted in a low voice, the question is it useful? If it is, why would I not give it up? Why wouldn't I know the importance of it? But the old principal has taken similar Dan beads before. They were all useless. It is different this time. It is totally different. This time, the flame Dan of astral souls is in supreme level. It is the best quality. With the help of 1,800 years old star spiritual grass, the old principal may be able to recover. Hu Ruoyun paused and then said, if the old principal recovers, it will be a great benefit for the second high school and for us. Why don't we try it? Li Changjiang said in pain, what if it doesn't work after I take it? Hu Ruoyun said firmly, even if it doesn't cure the old principal, it will at least prolong his life for another 10 years. Just these 10 years are worth it for me to trade my entire life for it. Li Changjiang stared blankly at his wife. He suddenly felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked away at this moment. He felt like his spine was taken away. He slumped on the chair. 2 lines of tears ran out. He murmured, Ruoyun. Ruoyun. Hu Ruoyun's eyes turned red too. She said, Changjiang, I know it is too cruel to you. If there is another life, I will serve you for the rest of my life. I will never go against you. But this time, Changjiang, please promise me. Li Changjiang's eyes were lifeless. After a long while, he finally uttered a word from his throat. Okay. After saying this word, he completely collapsed. He laid his head on the table and didn't move at all. Hu Ruoyun walked over with tears in her eyes. She hugged her husband and said, before I came here, I have given the flame Dan of astral souls and the star spiritual grass to the old principal. Changjiang, it is worth it. The old principal is worth it. Li Changjiang's body was shaking, but he didn't say a word. Both sides of his sleeves were already soaked with tears. It's 8:50. Hu Ruoyun wiped her eyes and looked at the computer screen. Changjiang, come and take a look. Li Changjiang was still lying on the table. He was panting heavily, but he didn't want to raise his head. Aya, we have been married for so many years. It's not like I have never seen you cry. Hu Ruoyun forced a smile and pulled Li Changjiang up. Come, accompany me to see my student. Li Changjiang was pulled up by her, revealing his tear-stained face. He lost control and roared, Hu Ruoyun. Do you only have your teacher in your heart? Only your student? Where am I? What do I mean? You said you know this and that, but you know what kind of tragedy awaits us if we let go of this opportunity. What you said just now was so righteous. Every word you said was sonorous, but are you worthy of me? Who am I doing all this for? Hu Ruoyun hugged Li Changjiang guiltily. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? Li Changjiang roared angrily. His chest was heaving violently and his eyes were bloodshot. If you don't take the medicine, you will only live for a little more than 100 years. Are you worthy of me being a bachelor for 800 years? How do you expect me to live for 800 years? Hu Ruoyun just hugged his body. No matter how he struggled, she didn't let go. She just whispered again and again, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. After a long time, Li Changjiang's stiff body finally softened. He let out a long sigh as if he was lamenting the sorrow of 3 lifetimes. On the screen, the door of the Astral Souls Tower opened. A cloud of white fog surged out. Zhuxiao Duo didn't decline and took the lead to walk in. "Oh, let's go in." Behind him, the 5 youthful boys and girls also rushed in impatiently. As usual, the leader will update in the afternoon. Begging for a few monthly tickets, begging for a subscription. It has been up for 3.5 days, and it has updated 64,000 times. Brothers and sisters, support me. Chapter 106. Hu Ruoyun's gaze was instantly attracted by their movements. She picked up the mouse and operated it. The computer screen was instantly reflected on the wall and turned into a big screen. Then it was divided into 6 smaller sections. The section about Zhuxiao Duo was adjusted to the center. Sigh. Li Changjiang let out a long sigh and looked at the screen helplessly. What was done could not be undone. It was too late to regret. People had to look forward. What was in front of him was his job. He could not slack off. However, his hands were tightly wrapped around his wife's waist. He was so tight, because he knew that the person in his arms. After losing this opportunity, he really didn't know when she would disappear from his side. Disappear forever. Although she had vowed that she would not leave him, when the time came and she could no longer resist, she would not be able to resist. The only thing he could do from now on was to keep an eye on her at all times. That was all. As Li Changjiang watched the trial on the screen, a thought appeared in his mind. Should I consider using my authority to transfer her to another position? I should transfer her to be my secretary. This way they would come to work together and leave together. Even if this woman wanted to disappear, it would be a rare opportunity that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Hence, he started to plan the transfer in his mind. Zhuxiao Duo entered the Tower of Astral Souls and walked forward in the thick fog. After walking for a long time, the fog suddenly disappeared. He stood back in the school's boundary. The scenery around him was the same. The only difference was that he had grown up. He had really grown up. He was in his 20s and had to face the problem of marriage. However, the situation now was quite complicated. He had a girlfriend. They were childhood sweethearts. It could be said that their relationship was very good. If they really got together, they would treat each other with respect for the rest of their lives. However, his girlfriend's cultivation aptitude was very average. Her appearance was only delicate and pretty. Her family background was also average. On the other hand, although his family background was very ordinary, he was born handsome and charming. More importantly, his cultivation talent was outstanding, and he was hardworking and determined. His future in martial arts was limitless. He could be said to be a popular figure in the school and was deeply admired by many girls. The number of love letters he received could be counted by stacks. Now he was faced with the choice of marriage. There was only one person to marry, but he had 4 candidates. Among the 4 candidates, the girls were the type who loved him deeply. As long as he nodded, they would immediately walk into the hall without any objections. The first of them was his childhood sweetheart, Li Xiaomei. The second choice was Zhang Xiaomei. She was recognized as one of the 3 golden flowers in the school. This girl was not only beautiful but also had outstanding aptitude. She was smart and had a bright future in martial arts. She was not inferior to him at all. Moreover, Zhang Xiaomei's father was a governor. As long as he married her, he would at least embark on the path of politics. His father-in-law had already made it clear that he wanted to pave the way for his only daughter's husband. It was not impossible for him to become a governor or even higher in the future. The third candidate was Zhao Xiaoting. She was also one of the 3 golden flowers in the school. Zhao Xiaoting's family was recognized as the richest family in the Jianghu Empire. To put it bluntly, as long as he married her, 20 years of hard work would be nothing. It should be said that he would directly reach the peak of his life. Zhao Xiaoting's father had already made it clear that he only had one daughter. Everything he had would naturally be inherited by his daughter and son-in-law. The last person to be chosen was Zhou Yunfeng, the head of the 3 golden flowers. She was born with outstanding beauty and was as beautiful as Zhang Xiaomei, Zhao Xiaoting, Chunlan, and Qiu Mei. Zhou Yunfeng's father was a marshal in the military. His martial arts cultivation was unparalleled in the world. If he chose her, he would gain both wealth and beauty. His future path of martial arts would be smooth sailing. His father-in-law would provide him with countless heavenly treasures. Even if he was a pile of shit, he would be able to reconstruct his meridians and rebuild his universe. He would become a top genius in the world. Yes, the last candidate was also an only child. Similarly, she would be able to inherit everything her father had. Then which one would you choose? In a daze, four beauties appeared in front of him. They each occupied a side. In front, Li Xiaomei looked delicate and pitiful. Her delicate face was filled with expectations. On the left, Zhang Xiaomei was dressed in a white dress. She was tall and beautiful. On the right, Zhao Xiaoting was dressed in red. She was curvaceous and graceful. Behind her, Zhou Yunfeng was dressed in black. Her eyes were as deep as the sea. She was like a fairy from the heavens riding the wind. One had an unobstructed political career. One had great wealth. One had profound martial arts and was at the peak of power. Let him choose. Zuoxiao's mind was spinning, but he was very depressed. How am I supposed to choose? Only children need to choose. Of course, adults need to choose all of them. A delicate and pretty girl is suitable for housework. After doing the housework, she will rush out to do odd jobs to earn money for me. The official's daughter can get her father to write notes and make money. The rich girl can transfer her family's property to me bit by bit. Then she will manage the company and make money for me. As for the military's daughter, I will wait for her to become stronger. After she becomes stronger, she can secretly sell her father's treasures and give me the money. What is the value of being the richest man in the Jianghu Empire? Isn't that too low? Combining all four of them is the best. I will be the richest man in the entire astral souls. This trial is retarded. I can only choose one. Zuoxiao was very dissatisfied and depressed. If I can only choose one, of course I will choose the one with the biggest breasts. Zuoxiao looked around for a long time. He realized that the four candidates did not have big breasts. However, their sizes were not small either. This is really troublesome. I can't let them all take off their breasts and compare them, right? Zuoxiao's heart was in a mess. He was so happy that his eyes were beaming. An inexplicable impulse seemed to have suddenly risen in his heart. His heart was suddenly filled with extreme possessiveness towards the four beautiful girls in front of him. A certain desire to cough also rose in him. For a moment, his mouth was dry and his imagination ran wild. Needless to say, he did not need to say anything. However, at this moment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. A white-clothed figure with a frosty expression and a frosty face suddenly glided past. A pair of cold eyes fell on his face. They were sharp and cold. Are you flirting? I am not flirting. Zuoxiao was so scared that he pissed his pants. All his thoughts were gone. At this moment, the four girls all opened their mouths and spoke in unison. All of them were full of tenderness and passion. Xiaoduo, who will you choose? Can you really let go of our friendship since we were young? Xiaoduo, don't abandon me. I like you so much. Xiaoduo, I'm not seducing you. I really like you. Xiaoduo, I can't leave you. Don't abandon me. The voice of a beautiful girl was infinitely gentle. Zuoxiao did not seem to hear it. He only felt his two legs trembling and shuddering. The only thing he felt at this moment was that two cold eyes were firmly fixed on his back. He could not help but feel more flustered. It was as if a man who had a wife but did not want to divorce was caught red-handed cheating. He was indescribably panicked. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead as he muttered, Amit Ba, everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble or a shadow, like dew or lightning, it should be observed as it is. Female benefactors, in this old monk's eyes, beautiful women are like skeletons. He kept muttering and turned a blind eye to them. He almost pissed his pants and left. He did not care about the crying of the four beauties behind him. He avoided them as if they were snakes and scorpions. You are just a few piles of rotten flesh and a few sets of dried bones. Don't try to pester this old monk. This old monk has traversed the vast ocean and passed through Mount Wu several times. My heart has long been as calm as still water. It has long been withered for thousands of years. Amit Ba. Shanzai. He walked a few steps with fear and trepidation. Suddenly he ran away. The illusion trial came to an abrupt end. Was it over? Hu Ruoyun, who was watching this scene in the office, was stunned. Zuoxiao looked very tempted as soon as he came up. He squinted his eyes and seemed to be drooling. However, based on Teacher Hu's understanding of this miser, she was sure that this guy was indeed drooling. However, it was not because he was fascinated by the beauty, but because he was calculating the small amount of money of the other party's family. However, what happened next was completely incomprehensible. Why did he suddenly shout, "I am not flirting with girls"? What the hell was this? Then, with the appearance of an enlightened monk, he chanted some random Buddhist scriptures and ran away just like that, not wanting to leave anyone behind. Hu Ruoyun was stunned. She was tongue-tied and did not know what was going on. The others had just started, but here it was already over. She was not the only one. Even Li Changjiang, who was feeling extremely desolate and sad, was also confused by the scene before him. What was this operation? It was so strange. However, this time the evaluation of Zhuxiao Duo was not very slow. It came out very quickly. However, the evaluation still did not have a grade: few desires and suspicious of castration. After the evaluation there were 8 small words: pure heart and few desires, does not like women. Hu Ruoyun's eyes suddenly widened. Few desires and suspicious of castration? Li Changjiang's eyes were wide open. What kind of evaluation was this? Castration? Which part of him, Zhuxiao Duo, looked like a castrate? What the hell is this? This kid had so many tricks up his sleeves. Ruoyun, this student of yours. Li Changjiang was so shocked that he forgot to be sad. Could it be that there is a physiological problem? This, do you know? Hu Ruoyun's face was red and she was furious. Li Changjiang, are you fucking courting death? The moment Li Changjiang asked this sentence, he came to his senses and slapped himself twice. I said something wrong. But this little guy's evaluation. Hu Ruoyun snorted, but her eyes revealed a look of worry and worry. Shaduo, he can't be so miserable, right? Chapter 107. On the screen, the trial of the other 5 people was still going on. After hesitating for a long time, Long Yuxing finally chose his childhood sweetheart. Although the other women were all prettier and more outstanding than her, and could bring great benefits, Long Yuxing still followed his heart and chose the girl he had loved for many years. He also wanted power and strength, but in the end he did not erase his conscience. After choosing, he was unwilling, but he did not change his choice. Long Yuxing's evaluation came out quickly. Grade. Hesitation time, 5 minutes. Temperament, superior. Character, superior. Integrity, superior. Persistence, superior. Wan Lixio's evaluation came out quickly. Her experience was nothing special. 4 beautiful women were replaced by 4 handsome men, and Wan Lixio almost did not hesitate to choose the person she had always loved. The trial was over. Grade. Hesitation time, none. His temperament, character, and so on were all evaluated to be above average. This was an evaluation that was even higher than Long Yuxing's. Yu Moyan had always been a man of few words, but he was very hesitant in this choice. His family was not very good, but he had a martial arts heart, and his desire to become stronger was more determined than anyone else. His inherent family background was exactly the same as the setting in the illusion. Yu Moyan hesitated for 10 minutes, and finally chose the daughter of the military general. Evaluation, B grade. Hesitation time, 10 minutes. Temperament, average. Character, average. Integrity, inferior. Persistence, superior. Li Zhangming's process of choosing was more dramatic. After entering the illusion, he did not change his original intention and slept first. After waking up and finding out about this, he directly held the hand of his childhood sweetheart and left. And the evaluation he got was upper class. Hesitation time, none. His temperament and character were all top-notch. Compared to Long Yuxing and the other 3, and even including Zhuxiao Duo, it was not as complicated as Li Chenglong's trial. The content of Li Chenglong's trial was no different from the others. He had to choose his marriage partner and he had to choose the same person. However, this guy wavered as if he wanted to choose everyone. Although in the end he still chose his childhood sweetheart whom he loved deeply, the time he took to consider his choice was too long. It was even longer than the time taken by the other 5 people combined. However, his face was very serious from the beginning to the end, as if he was thinking about something important. Maybe it was because he took too long, so Li Chenglong's evaluation results came out the slowest. However, if Zhuxiao's evaluation made Principal Li and teacher Hu feel incredulous, then Li Chenglong's evaluation was inconceivable and breathtaking. Because Li Chenglong's final evaluation was a grade. Hesitation time, 40 minutes. Temperament, superior. Character, extremely good. Integrity, extremely high, perseverance, superior. Among everyone, Li Chenglong, who hesitated the longest, received the highest evaluation. Li Changjiang and his wife in front of the screen were stunned. Li Changjiang mumbled, "Is there a problem with this evaluation? Could it be that the Tower of Astral Souls evaluation system is broken?" Hu Ruoyun was also puzzled by this. She was full of doubts. At this moment the office door opened. Li Changjiang went to open the door, but when he opened it, he could not help but straighten his body. "Old principal, why are you here?" The person who came in was He Yuanyue. The old woman in the wheelchair still had a gratified smile on her face, and behind her was the expressionless woman in black. Every time Li Changjiang saw this woman in black, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This woman in black had been by He Yuanyue's side ever since she came to Second High. All these years, people only knew that her name was Sister Lan, and no one knew anything else about her. No one had ever seen this woman in black's expression change, not even once. She had always been expressionless. This always meant that she had been expressionless for almost 100 years. This was already an incredible thing. "You and your wife have given me such an important gift. How can I not come over to thank you personally?" He Yuanyue smiled kindly and looked at the big screen on the wall. "Are you looking at the 3 touches and 5 evaluations? Is it done?" "Yes, it's done. It's just that. Old principal, the two of us are a little unsure about the evaluations this time. No, it should be said that it's hard to understand." Li Changjiang looked at the frozen screen. There were only evaluations on it, so he simply locked the screen and let the old principal watch it together. He Yuanyue smiled faintly and said, "The 3 touches and 5 evaluations is a very good mechanism, but a machine is still a machine. It lacks human wisdom. It may not be able to make accurate judgments. Especially for some talents with special personalities. Under this 3 touches and 5 evaluation system, it's hard for them to show their characteristics. They may even be wrongly judged. It also exists." She slowly raised her head and looked at the big screen. Take Xiaoduo's evaluation as an example. Even if it's not accurate, it's not to the extent that there's no grade. There's only a forward evaluation, and this forward evaluation is ridiculous. Hu Ruoyun's eyes lit up. "Old principal, what do you mean?" He Yuanyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. "I've seen this Xiaoduo before. This little guy has a decisive and bright personality. He's boiling with yang energy. Looking at the whole school, it's very difficult to find someone with a higher yang energy than him. How can he be so doubtful?" "Then can this be changed, old principal?" Hu Ruoyun asked anxiously. This evaluation will follow the person for life. If it falls into the eyes of those who don't know the inside story, it will inevitably affect the child's future. The 3 touches and 5 evaluation system has been in place for a long time. It has its own reasons. I believe that there must be a reason for it to make such a judgment. However, no matter how excellent the system is, it's still a model that serves humans. If there's really a need to change it, it can naturally be changed. However, any wind, frost, rain or dew is a trial on the road of life. I don't think this will cause any harm to Xiaoduo. Let's just let Xiaoduo face it alone for a while. If there's no other way out, I won't stand by and use my connections with the higher-ups to help him. Children have to go through trials and hardships. Although this evaluation will attract a lot of ridicule, as long as I don't move and the waves stop, it won't affect his future." Hu Ruoyun was still a little unwilling, but in the end she didn't say anything. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio. You probably don't know. The 2 from the Long family and the Wan family were engaged when they were young. The 2 of them are a couple. He Yuanyue smiled very happily. So there's this layer of history. Li Changjiang suddenly understood and then smiled bitterly. It's already in this day and age. How can there be such a thing as an infant marriage? Although it's an infant marriage, it's just a spur of the moment. If the 2 children don't like each other, they'll naturally get married and go their own way. But if the 2 children like each other, won't it be a beautiful story? He Yuanyue said, "This is very different from the usual arranged marriages." Old principal is right. Let nature take its course and let fate take its course. This Yu Moyan. He Yuanyue was silent for a while and said, "He's a little biased. He's too obsessed with power and can give up everything for power. This child may not be able to go far." He Yuanyue was silent for a while. "Is his teacher Qin Fangyang?" These 6 children are from the martial warrior class taught by teacher Qin. But now they've all successfully advanced to the martial master level. After this test, they'll enter the martial master class. Teacher Qin Fangyang is a veteran of the martial warrior class. He Yuanyue frowned and thought for a while. Then she said faintly, "These children. Let Qin Fangyang follow them. I'm worried that, other than him, the other teachers in our school won't be able to convince them wholeheartedly." Li Changjiang was shocked. He never thought that He Yuanyue's evaluation of Qin Fangyang would be so high. It must be known that other than teaching his own students well, Qin Fangyang usually didn't show off at all. This child Changming is also not bad. Considering his age, it's rare for him to be able to cultivate his family's martial arts to such a level. In the end, He Yuanyue looked at Li Chenglong's evaluation and sighed. A long time ago, I've suggested to cancel some of the content of the third touch and the fifth touch. But it hasn't been implemented. The reason why I have concerns is because I'm afraid of people like Li Chenglong, although people like him are very rare. In modern society, women's rights are increasing day by day. This method of using a girl's love to test a man's nature will sooner or later lead to an attack by women's rights. He Yuanyue sighed deeply. Old principal, don't you think your words are a little biased? Li Changjiang said, the third touch and the fifth touch for girls is also a test of a boy's love. It's the same for both sides. How can it be attacked? Different standpoints lead to different viewpoints. What men don't care about, women don't necessarily care. This is the fundamental difference. Yuanyue smiled. The reason why I made that suggestion was mainly because I'm a woman. I don't like it. But in the eyes of men, this kind of test won't make me feel the same way. Li Changjiang said in a low voice, maybe? He Yuanyue laughed and said, Li Chenglong is the direct descendant of a military family. I think I know his character very well. He's not the kind of person who changes his mind and is indecisive. You guys are very confused about why he was so hesitant, but still got the highest evaluation, right? Yes. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun nodded. From what I know about him, I can say that this child is a person who can sacrifice everything for the sake of the country. Even everything he does is for this goal. His love life is one of them as well. It can also be sacrificed. It seems that you guys can't squeeze me dry. I'll squeeze myself dry. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions and recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters of Divine Light and Alliance Masters, please join the QQ group. I know you guys don't care, but after all, it's my good intentions. I'll wait for you guys. Chapter 108. Li Chenglong's hesitation wasn't because of what he could get, but because he was hesitating. Which choice was the best for his ultimate goal? Li Chenglong's ultimate goal was to put righteousness first and disregard everything else. That's why the system gave him such a high evaluation. Compared to Li Chenglong, the fact that the system could read this level surprised me from the bottom of my heart. The system has improved. A good child is a good child. It's just that he's too harsh on himself. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and sighed softly, they're all good children. But Li Chenglong still chose the one he loved in the end. Yes, but his hesitation has already given the other three ladies great respect and comfort. He Yuanyue waved her hand tiredly and said, let's just let this matter go. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. But she had already said a lot today. Li Changjiang recalled every word the old principal said and couldn't help but admire the old principal's thoughtfulness. He realized that as a principal, he was still a far cry from the old principal. The old principal had put in a lot of effort into every child and could see through appearances to see the essence. But now he was only looking at the surface. This was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. Li Changjiang thought seriously in his heart. He Yuanyue took a few deep breaths to recover her energy and said, now, let's talk about the main point between us, the matter of the medicine. The matter of the medicine? Hu Ruoyun was anxious when she heard this. She instantly guessed the old principal's intention and said hurriedly, Old principal, why are you? Ruoyun, you little girl. The old principal smiled and called Hu Ruoyun to his side. He held her hand and patted it lightly. You little girl, you've been too infatuated since you were young. He took out 2 small jade bottles from his pocket with trembling hands and took Hu Ruoyun's hand. He pressed the bottles in her hand, not allowing her to refuse. His old eyes flashed with gratified tears. Little girl, I'm already satisfied that you're so considerate. But I don't need these things anymore. Teacher. Hu Ruoyun's voice choked. Why don't you eat? There's no harm in giving it a try. At least it will allow you to. Hyunyua's expression was leisurely as she softly interrupted. Silly girl, if it was really useful to me, do you think I would be polite to you? My current soul flame is like a flickering candle in the wind. It's on the verge of collapse and might be extinguished at any moment. After all, it's because my reserves have been completely exhausted, and my lifespan has come to an end. Even if you give this elixir to me, I can only extend my lifespan by 1 or 2 years at most. Hyunyua smiled faintly. Silly girl, you're sincere to me, but how can I bear to use your and Changjiang's lifetime of happiness in exchange for my 1 year of lingering at death's door? She trembled as she took out a golden pearl from her pocket and handed it over. This is a soul elixir. First, use the flame elixir of astral souls to reconstruct your astral souls and reconstruct your meridians. Then, use your spiritual source to stabilize the soul elixir. After the elixir has completely dispersed, use your spiritual energy to circulate through your meridians for 1 cycle. Then take the astral spirit herb. When she mentioned the astral spirit herb, Hyunyua's gaze was distant and hazy as if she was in a dream. Teacher. Hu Ruoyun choked with sobs. Sister Lan, Hyunyua said softly. The woman in black who had been standing behind her said, I'm here. I'll have to trouble you to do something for me. During the process of Hu Ruoyun's recovery, Li Changjiang will be too close to her. His emotions will fluctuate and I'm afraid that he might not be able to complete the process. If you're the one protecting him, it will be a smooth journey. Sister Lan said faintly, all right. Then let's do it now. Calm down and start immediately. I want to see Ruoyun recover with my own eyes. Hyunyua looked lovingly at Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun. Don't worry about me. I'll always be here. You guys, and all the students from Second High and this school, are the continuation of my life. Li Changjiang's eyes reddened. Old principal, I really deserve to die. Yesterday I actually... You don't have to say it. Hyunyua waved her hand and interrupted him. She gently grabbed his hand. Child, humans are not saints. Your choice can't be said to be wrong. Li Changjiang's eyes reddened as he nodded repeatedly. Hyunyua was still a little worried. She reminded him, Child, you must remember what I said just now. Humans are not saints. Do as you wish. In the future, whether it's a student or a teacher, as long as you can uphold the bottom line when it comes to major issues, everything else is insignificant. If you can let go, why don't you let go? Hyunyua said softly, as the principal, you must remember this. Remember, children are all good children. In the beginning, they're just a blank piece of paper. Whether they can become talents and uphold the bottom line when they grow up depends on whether we teach and guide them. Do you understand? Yes, old principal. I'll remember. Li Changjiang nodded with tears in his eyes. Hyunyua nodded. She pushed the wheelchair and walked out of the office. I'll wait outside. You guys can start. You must succeed. All right. Zhuo Duo and the other 5 students walked out of the Astral Souls Tower one after another. The flow of time in the Astral Souls Tower was adjusted according to the person's consciousness. In the eyes of Principal Li and his wife, everyone's passing time was very different. However, the actual passing time of the test was the same. There was no difference. Passed? Qin Fangyang's wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Passed, the 6 students answered in unison. Qin Fangyang nodded. That's good. Come, follow me to the principal's office. After this test, all of you will be officially promoted. Qin Fangyang led the way and led the 6 students into the office building. Looking at Qin Fangyang's figure in front of them, his tall and straight figure, and his posture as he strode forward, the 6 students had the same thought. As long as we follow behind Teacher Qin, we can charge forward fearlessly and unstoppably. It doesn't matter if there's a path in front of us. We just need to move forward and charge forward. The path will be under our feet. To Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and the others, Teacher Qin was like a sharp sword that could reach the heavens. It shone with an unparalleled sharpness and cut through all the haze in front of them. There was only a bright and smooth path ahead. So cool. So cool. The eyes of the 5 students were filled with admiration and admiration. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Qin Fangyang was activating his lifetime's worth of cultivation, activating his sword heart to the extreme, causing these few students to plant a sword heart in their hearts during the second touch of the Star Soul Pagoda. This method could be said to be the extreme of martial arts inheritance. It could even be said to be a kind of life inheritance. However, at this moment, the students obviously didn't know the truth. What was different from the other 5 was that Zhuxiao's feelings were completely different. He looked at Qin Fangyang's figure in front of him as if he was looking at a giant axe that could split heaven and earth, or an indestructible hammer. He smashed it fiercely into the darkness in front of him. Slash it. Whether it was light or darkness in front of him, he would smash it all. In front of him, he was invincible. So domineering. So cool. I like it. When they entered the elevator, Qin Fangyang's body was still filled with sword energy. He was indomitable and overflowed with majestic light. This situation continued until the elevator door opened. Qin Fangyang, who had maintained his extreme state for a long time, was finally able to take a breather and put away his sword heart. Even with his hidden and astonishing cultivation, using the inheritance of the tinder flame for such a long time, the inheritance of the sword heart would be too much for him to bear. Teacher Qin muttered to himself, "Although you don't understand now, I've already done what I can. I can only guide you to this point. The martial arts masterclass has its own teacher. I can't teach you anything more. You'll have to rely on yourselves in the future. Children, the seeds of the sword heart today need to be cultivated well." He didn't say these words out loud. He wouldn't say them out loud either. However, in the corridor leading to the principal's office, the 7 people who were walking in a line suddenly stopped. The moment they turned the corner, they saw a person in a wheelchair. White hair fluttering, he was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were leisurely looking at the second high school campus outside the window. Blue sky, white clouds, red flowers, and green grass. Old principal? Qin Fangyang was shocked. "Why are you here alone? Where's your guard?" "Yes, I'm here to guard you." "Guard you? You?" Qin Fangyang was shocked. He wasn't surprised that He Yueyuan was guarding someone, but who could make He Yueyuan guard him? Although Hiyeya didn't have any cultivation, her presence here was like an insurmountable mountain standing at the door. No one would disturb the people inside. To put it bluntly, even if the king of Zhongyuan came personally, he wouldn't be able to enter with Hiyeya blocking the door. However, why would He Yueyuan guard someone? This was still an extremely ridiculous thing. Qin Fangyang couldn't understand. He couldn't understand. Who could bear to let someone who could die at any time guard him? Hiyeya smiled faintly and turned to look at Qin Fangyang's face. She smiled. "Teacher Qin, are you going to look for the principal?" "Yes, these children have just passed the 3-touch and 5 assessment. So, yes, I know their situation. You don't have to rush in. I know everything about them. I also know the process and results of the assessment and the follow-up." Hiyeya smiled. "I'm afraid it will take some time inside. Let's talk here." "Okay." Qin Fangyang was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. Seeing Qin Fangyang's sudden smile, Hiyeya narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Teacher Qin. I'm out of stock. I'm halfway done with the second update. Let's update together in the afternoon. Please give me a few monthly tickets. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.